শুনিনি, আমাকে বিনা কারণে ফাঁসানো হয়েছে, আমার নামে সবকিছু দেওয়া হচ্ছে। আমি কিন্তু রেপ অ্যান্ড মার্ডার করিনি, আমি বললাম, আমাকে সেখানেও আমাকে মিশে নামিয়ে দিল। চুপচাপ ছিলাম, আমার কোনো কথা শুনিনি, আমাকে বিনা কারণে ফাঁসানো হয়েছে, আমার নামে সবকিছু দেওয়া হচ্ছে। আমি কিন্তু রেপ অ্যান্ড মার্ডার করিনি, আমি বললাম, আমাকে সেখানেও আমাকে মিশে নামিয়ে দিল। আমার কথা শুনছে না, পুরো সরকারি আমাকে ফাঁসাচ্ছে। আমি এতদিন চুপ ছিলাম, আমাকে সব জায়গায় ভয় দেখাচ্ছে যে না তুমি কিছু বলবে না, তুমি কিছু বলবে না। আমার ডিপার্টমেন্ট আমাকে ভয় দেখিয়ে আমাকে করেছে। আমি কিন্তু পুরোপুরি নির্দোষ, আমাকে ফাঁসানো হয়েছে। চুপচাপ ছিলাম, আমার কোনো কথা শুনিনি, আমাকে বিনা কারণে ফাঁসানো হয়েছে, আমার নামে সবকিছু দেওয়া হচ্ছে। আমি কিন্তু রেপ অ্যান্ড মার্ডার করিনি, আমি বললাম, আমাকে সেখানেও আমাকে মিশে নামিয়ে দিল। আমার কথা শুনছে না, পুরো সরকারি আমাকে ফাঁসাচ্ছে। আমি এতদিন চুপ ছিলাম, আমাকে সব জায়গায় ভয় দেখাচ্ছে যে না তুমি কিছু বলবে না, তুমি কিছু বলবে না। আমার ডিপার্টমেন্ট আমাকে ভয় দেখিয়ে আমাকে করেছে। আমি কিন্তু পুরোপুরি নির্দোষ, আমাকে ফাঁসানো হয়েছে। চুপচাপ ছিলাম, আমার কোনো কথা শুনিনি, আমাকে বিনা কারণে ফাঁসানো হয়েছে, আমার নামে সবকিছু দেওয়া হচ্ছে। আমি কিন্তু রেপ অ্যান্ড মার্ডার করিনি, আমি বললাম, আমাকে সেখানেও আমাকে মিশে নামিয়ে দিল। আমার কথা
All right, Radhita, I want to come back to you because we understand that the daily trial process in this case is set to begin from the 11th of November. And the CBI has already filed charges against Sanjay Roy. Is this yet another attempt to just derail the investigation, or could this have an impact on the kind of developments that are expected to come?
As we understand from today's hearing at the Sealdah court today, that we understand that Sanjay Roy, his claim or his allegations are a twist to this scenario. Probably after today, and tomorrow, as we know that the Supreme Court has its hearing tomorrow, so after today we were guessing that the action would be deeper, and also because the committee has been formed and the first charge sheet has been formed and taking action. So the matter was not to be derailed, but rather taken more care, and we would have gotten deeper and closer to the accused, or to finding out who the actual guilty on the matter is. But after today, I think the action will be taken in a different game, and there is a twist after Sanjay Roy's statement, because he is saying that he repeatedly, now in number of times, has said that he is not guilty. But Mamata's government has told him that you do not open your mouth anywhere. He has said even false allegations, false proofs have been provided in his name. He has been scared from every area. So what we are getting to know that the entire government, it is not only Sandeep Ghosh and Mamata Banerjee stating that it is only a particular department that has buffed the entire society, but it is just not the only department. It is the entire state. It is the Health Minister Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who is involved in it and has played on and has had a hand in changing the entire game of the Abhaya rape and murder case, because it is from her government, and of course it was coming from her government. It is not without a consultation that false proof, misconceptions has been given not only to the society but also submitted around to CBI. So I think deeper, and we are going to have deeper investigation into this process. And tomorrow's Supreme, and also looking forward to tomorrow's Supreme Court hearing, what CBI charges are we going to see tomorrow in the Supreme Court.
You know, Radhita, I particularly want to refer to the statement that he said, where he said that it is a conspiracy against me to save others. I once again want you to point out to the key players in this case, and how it has been spoken about a deliberate attempt to shield them. What exactly is he referring to? How does one read into it?
See, we have big heads into this that was involved. We have a person like Sandeep Ghosh, who was removed, who after committing such a grievous crime was removed as a principal. But again, a question comes in as, why did Mamata Banerjee again bring it? Why was he giving a new post in a day's time? How was a transfer made to him in a better post and in a better college? So obviously, to understand this thing, we understand that Sandeep Ghosh is somebody very close to Mamata Banerjee, and also someone who is very aware of what politics is going on in Mamata's government. What is Mamata Banerjee hiding? And it is just not the small players like Sanjay Bose or the OC of the Tala police station, Abhijit Mohlu, who have been produced today in the court. But it is also a lot of.
All right, do stay on with us as we have Shishir Bajoria from the West Bengal BJP unit joining us on the phone line. Shishir Bajoria, how do you view this statement by Sanjay Roy?
See, in this whole Arjikar thing, let's go to day one, the day this unfortunate, very bad, pathetic incident happened. Let's go there. First thing, it was said suicide. Calcutta police chief also certified it as a suicide. This man, or the principal, said suicide. Then he resigned from his job and he got a promotion. See, all these shows what has happened with passage of time. We forget the start. After all, Ganga flows through the country because it started from Gangotri. It's the purity of the river. But here, the sin, the heinous sin that was committed, the day it happened, let's go back. Let's not forget that incident. All these people certified this as a suicide. Why are we forgetting that? Why is the police chief not being now he's the ex-police chief? But again, this is what happens with passage of time. And now today, he's being told to shut up. Here, the West Bengal government, led by the chief minister, they're holding a smoking gun in the hand.
No, but my point also is, sir, that the BJP has been up in arms against the Mamata government over the Arjikar case and the Abhaya rape and murder case, which has become the hugest standpoint in the state of West Bengal. This, even as we understand that the CBI has filed charges against Sanjay Roy and it is investigating the case, the matter is in the top court. With this particular statement by Sanjay Roy, do you smell something fishy? Is it that the BJP is going to take this up against the Mamata government?
BJP will be fighting this till its logical conclusion. That is for sure. As far as smelling fishy, it stinks. This stinks. The top leadership of Mamata's government and her bureaucracy are involved in it up to their eyes. And she is protecting them one after the other. And BJP is not going to leave this. And you see, when CBI came in, what happened? The officer in charge, what the whole country knows as an SHO, he is in police lockup. I mean, can it be worse than this? That the police station chief is in police lockup.
All right, Mr. Shishir Bajoria, many thanks for speaking to Republic as we continue to stay with this sequence of Sanjay Roy, the key accused in this case, who's gone on to say that there is a lot of pressure by the Mamata government and it is an attempt to frame him, has now marked a whole new turn to this story. We slip into a short commercial break right now. We'll be back on the other side to continue to get you more voices and angles on this story. For the moment, a short breather.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Under Trudeau's watch, Khalistani terror at play yet again. Temples attacked in Brampton and Surrey.
पुलिस वालों ने हमें लाठी से मारा, वो हमें ऐसे ट्रीट कर रहे थे जैसे हम सेकंड क्लास सिटीजन हैं। बहुत गंदे से हिंदुओं के साथ बिहेव किया गया।
Eyewitnesses recall the horrific assault by Trudeau's cops. Hindu devotees attacked by Khalistanis and brutalized by the police.
देखो, जो आपने कहा है, मेरी ख्याल से पाकिस्तान की जगह वो कनाडा ने ले ली है।
Criticism grows against Trudeau amid spate of attacks by Khalistanis. Union Minister Ravneet Bittu says Canada is another Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi campaigns in Jharkhand, takes on the Sorein government over infiltration.
This is the true agenda of MVA Mahavibhajan Agadi, Maha Vote Bank Agadi. For the sake of vote bank, they can put Muslim first above nation first. They can put religious kind benefits first rather than constitution first.
BJP calls out minority appeasement after SP demands common minority program in MVA manifesto that includes the demand for Muslim reservation. Massive blowback over Mizoram Chief Minister attempt to divide the Northeast. Calls for nationhood in Northeast India.
You're the worst vice president in the history of our country. It's the worst administration in the history of our country. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired.
As the race to the White House enters its final leg, stand by for the most detailed and extensive coverage only on Republic TV. To start with the top story of the day, we are tracking viewers amid the attack on devotees at Brampton Temple on Sunday. The Indian High Commission in Canada has strongly condemned the attack in a press release, saying that it is deeply disappointed to see such disruptions being allowed to routine consular work. In fact, the event has drawn widespread condemnation from various political figures, including the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who is under immense pressure now. And he, who is in fact quite evidently known to give that shelter and sympathies to the Khalistanis, now was pushed and compelled to, in fact, condemn this incident. In fact, opposition leader Pierre Poilievre has also condemned this incident. Member of Parliament Canada Chandra Arya has expressed solidarity with the affected community. In fact, he has gone on to say that the red line has been crossed this time, viewers, because here, viewers, we're not only talking about what the Khalistani goons have done, but what followed was the police cracking down on the devotees. The devotees who were under attack, who were fearing for life, who were under attack by the Khalistani goons, were in turn cracked down, lathi charged, picked up, brutally assaulted by the police. And there you have those videos, viewers. One after the other, we are showing you these visuals. See, look how, take a closer look on how those Khalistani goons enter the temple and start left, right and center attacking whichever devotees they spot. After that, we see the police pushing away the women devotees. And this after they failed to control the Khalistani goons. They were supposed to ensure the security of those inside the temple and the consular camp. There we see how the devotees are being hit on the head, and the police later on just pushes away. They push away the kids, the women devotees outside the temple after they were terrorized by these Khalistanis. And in fact, you can see they were brutalized. They were picked up by the police. Instead of taking into account what has happened, taking action against the Khalistani goons, we see that the officers are taking away the devotees who were attacked. In fact, they have suffered body blows. They have suffered injuries after the lathi charge. And viewers, we have multiple reactions that have come in, and especially leaders from the Hindu community have also big time condemned what has happened. They have lashed out against the Trudeau government. Listen in.
कनाडा में जिस प्रकार से खालिस्तानी आतंकियों ने मंदिर में घुस करके हमला किया है, ये अपने आप में निश्चित रूप से वो वीडियो, ये कारनामे जो है जो देश और दुनिया के सामने आए हैं, इससे स्पष्ट हो चुका है कि जैसे इस्लामिक आतंकियों का अड्डा पाकिस्तान है, बांग्लादेश है, उसी प्रकार से खालिस्तानी आतंकियों का अड्डा कनाडा हो चुका है। ट्रूडो सरकार ने जिस प्रकार से इसकी निंदा की है, निंदा की आवश्यकता नहीं, कार्रवाई की आवश्यकता है। वहाँ के प्रधानमंत्री ट्रूडो जो बार बार बेवजह भारत पे अनर्गल प्रलाप करते हैं, उनसे मेरा निवेदन है कि वहाँ से खालिस्तानियों पे कार्रवाई करिए, वहाँ के खालिस्तानियों को वहाँ से खदेड़िए, वरना जो शांति प्रिय देश कनाडा है वो आतंकियों का देश हो चुका है इस समय वर्तमान में।
खालिस्तान की बात है, और जहाँ तक कि यह जो हिंदुओं के ऊपर हमला होता है वो जानबूझ के किए जाते हैं। कनाडा के मंत्री जी ने जो बोला है, निंदा किया है, निंदा करने से ही काम नहीं चलता, उनके अधिकार है, वो मंत्री हैं वहाँ के, इसलिए तुरंत उस पर कार्यवाही किया जाए। कनाडा के जो लोगों ने आतंकवाद फैला रहा है और जहाँ हिंदू मंदिरों पर, हिंदू आस्था पर, हिंदुओं के ऊपर इस प्रकार से आक्रमण हो रहे हैं, उस पर बहुत ही निंदनीय है, बहुत घोर निंदा करना चाहिए।
Well, look, I have formed the Hindu caucus in the United States Congress. I have talked with the State Department numerous times about the attacks on Hindu temples in United States. Now, clearly, the Canadian government is playing politics with this issue. It is trying to please certain minority groups in Canada and are against their attack on Hindus is purely a terroristic act. And Canada government's protection of these terroristic activities need to be deplored. They need to be opposed. The Hindu minorities in Canada, like Hindu minorities in Bangladesh, have a right, they're human rights, and they need to be protected. And I have done a lot in the United States Congress, and I have done a lot in terms of putting pressure on Biden administration to address these atrocities, whether it is in Bangladesh or now is happening in Canada.
देखो, जो आपने कहा है, मेरी ख्याल से पाकिस्तान की जगह वो कनाडा ने ले ली है। हम तो बहुत कनाडा के लिए बहुत मन में भारत के, हिंदुस्तान के और पंजाब के खास तौर पे बहुत ज़्यादा उनके लिए मन में हमारे भावना जो थी वो प्रेम की थी, क्योंकि हमारे आज अगर मैं एक गांव की और शहर की बात करूं तो हर दूसरा तीसरा घर है जिसके पारिवारिक मेंबर वहां पे बैठे हैं और रोज टेलीफोन के माध्यम से सुबह शाम उनसे बात होती है। तो अब पता नहीं क्या ट्रूडो साहब के मन में आ गया है। कल तो हद ही कर दी हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी, मैं समझता हूं जिनकी देख रेख में हमारा देश सुरक्षित है, और देश पाकिस्तान जैसे जो रोज हमला करते थे वो आज तीर जैसे सीधे हुए हैं और आप उनको टारगेट कर रहे हैं। कहीं ना कहीं ये लग रहा है भी जो लोग पाकिस्तान में रहते थे वो सब शिफ्ट कनाडा में कर गए हैं। कहीं ना कहीं गुरुद्वारों का जो पैसा है, क्योंकि ज्यादा हर जगह पैसे का मामला है।
Let's hear it from those who were witness to this horrific crime, this incident, in fact, who had even experienced this. We're getting in exclusive reactions from the devotees as well as those who are bearing the brunt of the Khalistani terrorism under Trudeau's watch. Listen in.
वीडियो डाल रहा था वो तो कि पहले फाइटिंग हुई थी यहाँ पे, अंदर घुस गए थे और उसके बाद फिर ये तो
बेटा डरा हुआ था। क्या हुआ था जब बेटे ने आपसे बात की?
वो करना
हमें एक्चुअली डराया पुलिस ने है।
पुलिस ने डराया?
पुलिस ने हमें डराया, पुलिस ने हमें मारा है। पुलिस ने, वो तो खालिस्तानी तो मार रहे थे, चलो वो तो सुना खालिस्तानी मार रहे, पर पुलिस हमें मार रहे थे। हमें मारा, बहुत मारा। 2-3 पुलिस वाले थे, उन्होंने हमें लाठी से मारा।
पुलिस वालों ने
लाठी से हमें मारा। मेरे पास वीडियो है
जी।
पुलिस वालों ने हमें लाठी से मारा। वो हमें ऐसे ट्रीट कर रहे थे जैसे हम सेकंड क्लास सिटीजन हैं। बहुत गंदे से। इट्स बायस्ड पुलिस एवर इन कनाडा आई हैव सीन इन माय लाइफ। बायस्ड पुलिस, बहुत गंदे से हिंदुओं के साथ बिहेव किया
तो
गया।
वो जो खालिस्तानी जो अटैक कर रहे थे उनको कुछ नहीं बोला उन्होंने?
कुछ भी नहीं बोल रहे थे। हम बार और दूसरी बात, चलो आ भी गए वो लोग, हम बार बार उनको आराम से कह रहे थे कि आप लोग, पुलिस वालों को कह रही थी, आप लोग उनको बोलो कि चले जाए। वो बोलते नहीं, हम नहीं कह सकते। चलो नहीं कह सकते, मेरे पास वीडियो है कि उन्होंने हमें मारा है। वो सारे अभी यहाँ पर खड़े हैं, आप कुछ तो एक्शन लो। बोलते हम एक्शन नहीं, हम पहले तहकीकात करेंगे फिर एक्शन। ऐसे थोड़ी ना होता है। आपके पास वीडियो है, लोग सामने खड़े, फिर भी वो लोग उन्हें अरेस्ट नहीं कर रहे थे। एंड तक अरेस्ट नहीं किया उन्होंने, क्योंकि वो पैसों वाले लोग थे। पैसों के लिए वो लोग प्रोटेस्ट करने आए थे। $50 वाले वो लोग थे। जब उनका टाइम खत्म हो गया, फिर वो चले गए, तब जाके हम लोग वापस आए। पूरे 4 घंटे हमें प्रोटेस्ट करना पड़ा।
The eyewitnesses there, the devotees there, clearly alleging that there was inaction on the Khalistanis. In fact, there was brutality against the devotees who were already under attack. Now, viewers, we shift our focus to some more stories that are making news from across the country. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar officially inaugurated the new Consulate General of India in Brisbane of Australia. He expressed his delight, noting that this development will strengthen India's ties with Queensland, promoting trade and educational linkages. Dr. Jaishankar also met with Dr. Janet Young, the Governor of Queensland, to discuss opportunities for enhancing economic collaboration. A shocking hit-and-run incident in New Delhi involved 2 traffic police personnel who were dragged 20 meters by a car while on duty. 2 minors responsible have been apprehended. Vehicle has been recovered and seized. The assistant sub-inspector and head constable were conducting routine traffic checks at the Bear Sarai traffic light near Vedant Deshika Marg when the driver attempted to flee after running a red light and dragging both the officers before speeding away. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath convened a cabinet meeting in Lucknow today with over 24 proposals on the agenda. Discussions will include proposals related to excise, industrial development, public works, higher education and other. Notable proposals include the new Shira policy, land use policy and the Uttar Pradesh Global Compatibility Centre policy. In a previous meeting, the cabinet decided to exempt the stamp duty for the establishment of private universities to encourage investment in higher education. In Madhya Pradesh, Chief Minister Mohan Yadav suspended 2 senior officials of the Bandhavgarh Tiger Reserve following a high-level investigation into the deaths of 10 elephants in the park. The reports did not indicate pesticide involvement or any other external factors. Suspended officials include Reserve Director Gaurav Chaudhary and Assistant Conservator of Forest Fateh Singh Ninama.
ये जो हमारे हाथी की घटना होती है आमतौर छत्तीसगढ़ से आते हैं। मैं मुख्यमंत्री के सामने भी ये विषय लाऊंगा कि ये छत्तीसगढ़ से आने वाले दलों के माध्यम से जब हाथी हमारे इधर आते हैं, दोनों सरकारें मिलकर के फॉरेस्ट का ऐसा कोई तालमेल बनाएं कि ऐसे बड़े जानवरों के बड़े दल आने के कारण से आकस्मिक रूप से जो दूसरी स्थिति बनती है उससे बचने के लिए हम एक दूसरे के संपर्क में रहें।
And an unfortunate incident took place in Uttarakhand's Almora. A bus fell into a deep gorge near Almora, Marchula in Uttarakhand. The bus was travelling from Kinnath to Ramnagar. Chief Minister Dhami has instructed the administration to conduct a rapid rescue operation and is personally overseeing the situation. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami directed to suspend the ARTO enforcement of the concerned for Puri and Almora.
झारखंड एक सुर में कह रहा है, रोटी बेटी और माटी की पुकार। झारखंड में भाजपा एनडीए सरकार रोटी बेटी माटी की पुकार। झारखंड में पूरी ताकत से बोलिए सब। रोटी बेटी माटी की पुकार, रोटी बेटी माटी की पुकार, रोटी बेटी माटी की पुकार। साथियों, भाजपा के लिए आदिवासी भाई बहनों की आकांक्षा, उनका स्वाभिमान हमेशा सर्वोपरि रहा है। जब पहली बार भाजपा सरकार बनी, दिल्ली में अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी को सेवा करने का अवसर मिला। अटल जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने, तब जाकर के आदिवासी समाज को अलग राज्य मिले। छत्तीसगढ़ और झारखंड, ये दो राज्य बनाने का सौभाग्य भाजपा को ही मिला है। बीते दशक में हमने आदिवासी समाज के योगदान को देश दुनिया के सामने रखने के लिए अनेक कदम उठाए हैं। रांची में धरती आबा बिरसा मुंडा का इतना भव्य संग्रहालय बनाया है। हमने ही भगवान बिरसा मुंडा के जन्म दिवस को जनजातीय गौरव दिवस घोषित किया है। और इस बार तो 15 नवंबर से धरती आबा की 150वीं जन्म जयंती के उत्सव शुरू होने वाले हैं। आने वाले 2 सालों तक ये उत्सव देश के हर कोने में चलेगा, पूरे देश भर में चलेगा। आदिवासी समाज के एक सपूत ने देश के लिए कितना बड़ा योगदान किया, इससे देश का बच्चा बच्चा परिचित होगा। साथियों, ये क्षेत्र हो भाषा, इससे समृद्ध क्षेत्र है। यहां की पहचान हो भाषा से है। और आप तो जानते हैं, हमारी सरकार लगातार मातृभाषा पर बल दे रही है, मातृभाषा का सम्मान करती है। हो भाषा को बहुत अपमान झेलने से पड़े हैं, उपेक्षा झेलनी पड़ी है। अब ये मोदी की गारंटी है, हो भाषा का ये अपमान का समय खत्म होगा, हो भाषा को उचित सम्मान मिले, यहां की और भी भाषाओं को उचित सम्मान मिले। इसके लिए हम पूरी तरह प्रतिबद्ध हैं और पूरा प्रयास करने का वादा करते हैं। ये विकास भी और विरासत भी, ये हमारे संकल्प को मजबूत करने वाली बात है। साथियों, भारत के इतिहास में कांग्रेस और आरजेडी, इनसे बड़ा आदिवासी विरोधी कोई नहीं हुआ। ये जो हमारे नौजवान हैं, इनको वो पुराने दिन याद दिलाना जरूरी है। 80 के दशक में जब बिहार और दिल्ली दोनों जगह कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, झारखंड तब अलग नहीं हुआ था, बिहार का हिस्सा था। और तब क्या हुआ था, आप जरा अपने माता पिता अपने दादा दादी से पूछिए, अपने गांव के बुजुर्गों को पूछिए, उनको गुवा गोलीकांड जरूर याद होगा। जिस तरह की बर्बरता अंग्रेजों ने की थी, वैसी ही बर्बरता यहां कांग्रेस सरकार ने आदिवासियों का खून बहा करके थी। यहां कांग्रेस सरकार ने हमारे आदिवासी भाइयों को गोलियों से भून दिया था। हमारे वो आदिवासी पूर्वज सिर्फ अपना हक मांग रहे थे, वो अलग झारखंड राज्य मांग रहे थे। मत भूलिए, तब आरजेडी के नेता भी कहते थे कि झारखंड उनकी लाश पर बनेगा। आपकी आकांक्षाओं से, आपके सपनों से इतनी ज्यादा नफरत है इन लोगों को। और देखिए, जो आरजेडी झारखंड बनाने को सहमत नहीं था, झारखंड बनाने की बात करने वालों को कुचलना चाहता था, उस आरजेडी की गोदी में कौन बैठा है? जेएमएम जाकर के उनकी गोदी में बैठ गया है। कांग्रेस और आरजेडी आदिवासियों के सबसे बड़े दुश्मन है। और जेएमएम की सच्चाई भी किसी से छिपी नहीं है। जिस कांग्रेस के दामन पर आदिवासियों के खून के छींटे हैं, आज जेएमएम उसी के कंधे के सहारे सरकार चला रही है। जिन्होंने झारखंड का हमेशा विरोध किया, जेएमएम ने सत्ता के लालच में उन्हीं को गले लगा दिया। झारखंड राज्य के लिए अपना बलिदान देने वालों का इससे बड़ा अपमान नहीं हो सकता। साथियों, भारत को विकसित बनाने के लिए आदिवासी समाज का विकास और मुख्य धारा से आदिवासी को समाज को जोड़ना, ये हमारी सबसे बड़ी प्राथमिकता है। ये आदिवासी समाज की उचित भागीदारी के बिना संभव नहीं होगा। इसलिए भाजपा ने, एनडीए ने आदिवासी भागीदारी पर हमेशा बल दिया है। अभी हाल में ही भाजपा ने हमारे पड़ोस में एक आदिवासी नौजवान को उड़ीसा का मुख्यमंत्री बनाया है। इतना ही नहीं, हमारे साथ जुड़ा छत्तीसगढ़ में भी मुख्यमंत्री हमारे आदिवासी साथी है। अनेक राज्यों में आदिवासी संतान राज्यपाल के नाते, गवर्नर के नाते उन राज्य सरकारों का मार्गदर्शन कर रहे हैं। केंद्र सरकार के अनेक शीर्ष पदों पर आज मेरे आदिवासी भाई बहन उसका नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं। आज देश भर के आदिवासी कल्याण की जिम्मेदारी उड़ीसा के हमारे जुएल ओरांव जी और मध्य प्रदेश के हमारे दुर्गादास उइके जी के पास है। देश भर को पोर्ट शिपिंग के विकास की जिम्मेदारी, हिंदुस्तान को पूरी दुनिया से जोड़ने की जिम्मेदारी हमारे सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी जो आदिवासी समाज का गौरव है, वो संभाल रहे हैं। देश में महिला और बाल कल्याण की जिम्मेदारी हमारी आदिवासी बहन सावित्री ठाकुर जी के पास है। साथियों, दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस आरजेडी को देखिए। कांग्रेस ने किसी आदिवासी को अपना अध्यक्ष नहीं बनने दिया। कांग्रेस ने कभी किसी आदिवासी बेटे बेटी को देश का राष्ट्रपति भी नहीं बनने दिया। इतना ही नहीं, हम जब एक आदिवासी महिला को देश का राष्ट्रपति बनाने निकले तो उन्होंने उनका भी घोर विरोध किया, उनको पराजित करने के लिए षड्यंत्र किए। ये एनडीए है, भाजपा है, जिसने देश को पहली आदिवासी महिला राष्ट्रपति दी है।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
साथियों, वोट के लिए ये जेएमएम और कांग्रेस वाले आदिवासी बेटियों का अपमान करने से भी नहीं चूकते।
Director, The Taste of Success.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, welcome to Republic TV. Our top focus is going to be on the Khalistanis that are in the prowl in Canada under Trudeau's watch. They've attacked a Hindu temple in Brampton and there is nothing, absolutely nothing that has been stated yet by Justin Trudeau. First up, a look at our top headlines. RG car case prime accused Sanjay Roy's big allegation says being framed by Mamata government and being forced to keep shut. Under Trudeau's Khalistani terror at play yet again, temples attacked in Brampton and Surrey.
वो हमें ऐसे ट्रीट कर रहे थे जैसे हम सेकंड क्लास सिटीजन हैं। बहुत गंदे से हिंदुओं के साथ बिहेव किया गया।
Eyewitnesses recall horrific assault by Trudeau's cops, Hindu devotees attacked by Khalistanis. Fold back increase करो. Put the first over. Fold back increase कर दो.
करण की नीति को चरम पर पहुंचा दिया है। ये इन घुसपैठियों को पूरे झारखंड में बसा रहे हैं।
Prime Minister campaigns in Jharkhand takes on Soren government over infiltration. BJP calls out minority appeasement at SP demands common minorities program in MVA manifesto. And as the race to White House enters its final leg, stand by for the most detailed, extensive coverage on Republic TV. Viewers, a big update coming in on the temple attacks in Canada. We have now learned the Peel police has made 3 arrests. I beg your pardon, in connection with the Hindu temple attack in Brampton. Identity of the individuals are yet to be disclosed. There is no mention of violence by the cops. This is beyond human. And what we are now picking up is in the Canada attack case, they are simply calling it a protest, but only 3 people have been nabbed. The Khalistani mob seems to just be a protest. The Canada temple attack, 3 people have been arrested in Brampton. The identity of the individuals are yet to be disclosed. And let's show you how the Canadian police have been brutal. The brutality on the camera is caught. The Trudeau's cops are now assaulting the Hindus. The visuals on the screen are showing the aggression, the brutality and the inhuman behavior and the way in which the Canadian police are acting. Let me also tell you and show you pictures of how the Khalistani goons attacked the Hindu devotees, and nothing was done at that time. The police just called it a protest. And all these temple details coming in as 3 people only have been arrested. These are visuals that are showing the shocking behavior of the Khalistani goons. Let me show you a third picture where Canadian police pinch Hindu devotees. As you can see, the Canadian police officer who's been circled and how he has pinched the Hindu devotees. The Trudeau's cops are now also assaulting Hindus. It's a very, very, very clear diktat they seem to be following. There seems to be no end. The fourth visual, the Canadian police drag and detain the Hindu devotees. It's the Khalistani mob that needs to be arrested and questioned. The Canadian police is now detaining Hindu devotees, and Trudeau's cops are assaulting Hindus. The Canadian police have here detained the Hindu devotees. Shocking visuals coming from Brampton in Canada, and no answers coming in Surrey and Brampton from the Canadian police that is dragging, detaining, abusing, pinching, almost hitting out at the Hindu devotees. Let me go across to Arth, who's joining us live from the newsroom. Arth, what is the latest details you've picked up? What sort of action, if any, is the Canadian police taking? Has there been any statement from Justin Trudeau?
Yes, Rhythm, earlier we saw there was Justin Trudeau condemned this particular incident that happened in Brampton, that unfolded in Brampton. Furthermore, we just saw that the police arrested 3 individuals in association to this case, and these 3 identities, the identities of these individuals is yet to be revealed. And the Peel Regional Police also in their statement mentioned that investigation is going to continue. There is more to this investigation, and there are more details that are going to emerge as more incidents of violence are now being investigated and probed into. So it will be interesting to see, Rhythm, if there are more names that emerge, if there are more people who are arrested, and it will also be interesting to see if and when the Peel Regional Police reveal the identities of these very people, because we need to know who these people were involved in this particular attack, and that's about it from the newsroom, Rhythm.
In fact, viewers, now by attacking the Hindu temple, Khalistanis have confirmed they are only supporting Khalistan. And also Justin Trudeau, we are clearly being shown, instead of taking steps against the Khalistanis, his police is attacking and arresting Hindus. And this is very, very clear. It's shameless and heartbreaking also to see the way the Canadian terrorists, I would say, are attacking the helpless Hindus, the way they are being brutal to the Hindu devotees, and this is something that is shocking. Let me first go across and get you a reaction of a Hindu devotee.
वीडियो डाल रहा था वो तो कि पहले फाइटिंग हुई थी यहाँ पे, अंदर घुस गए थे और उसके बाद फिर ये
तो बेटा डरा हुआ था, क्या हुआ था जब बेटे ने आपसे बात की?
वो करना
हमें एक्चुअली डराया पुलिस ने है,
पुलिस ने डराया,
पुलिस ने हमें डराया, पुलिस ने हमें मारा है। पुलिस ने, वो तो खालिस्तानी तो मार रहे थे, चलो वो तो सुना खालिस्तानी मार रहे, पर पुलिस हमें मार रहे थे, हमें मारा, बहुत मारा। 2-3 पुलिस वाले थे, उन्होंने हमें लाठी से मारा। पुलिस वालों ने लाठी से हमें मारा। मेरे पास वीडियो है जी। पुलिस वालों ने हमें लाठी से मारा, वो हमें ऐसे ट्रीट कर रहे थे जैसे हम सेकंड क्लास सिटीजन हैं। बहुत गंदे से, इट्स बायस्ड पुलिस एवर इन कनाडा आई हैव सीन इन माय लाइफ। बायस्ड पुलिस, बहुत गंदे से हिंदुओं के साथ बिहेव किया
तो वो जो खालिस्तानी जो अटैक कर रहे थे उनको कुछ नहीं बोला उन्होंने? कुछ
भी नहीं बोल रहे थे। हम बार-बार और दूसरी बात, चलो आ भी गए वो लोग, हम बार-बार उनको आराम से कह रहे थे कि आप लोग, पुलिस वालों को कह रही थी, आप लोग उनको बोलो कि चले जाए। वो बोलते नहीं, हम नहीं कह सकते। चलो नहीं कह सकते, मेरे पास वीडियो है कि उन्होंने हमें मारा है, वो सारे अभी यहाँ पर खड़े हैं, आप कुछ तो एक्शन लो। बोलते हम एक्शन नहीं, हम पहले तहकीकात करेंगे फिर एक्शन लेंगे। ऐसे थोड़ी ना होता है, आपके पास वीडियो है, लोग सामने खड़े, फिर भी वो लोग उन्हें अरेस्ट नहीं कर रहे थे। एंड तक अरेस्ट नहीं किया उन्होंने, क्योंकि वो पैसों वाले लोग थे, पैसों के लिए वो लोग प्रोटेस्ट करने आए थे। $50 वाले वो लोग थे। जब उनका टाइम खत्म हो गया, फिर वो चले गए, तब जाके हम लोग वापस आए। पूरे 4 घंटे हमें प्रोटेस्ट करना पड़ा।
It's a shocking and very clear anti-Hindu sentiment that we are seeing in Canada. The rise of this sentiment is deeply concerning, viewers, and we're also going to be condemning the hate speech and attack on the Hindu temples, the way that Hindu devotees spoke. And I'm going to quickly go across to my colleague Abhishek Kapoor also to get a sense. Abhishek, you were the first person to break this story. This is a community that needs to be protected. Hindus in Canada need to be protected, and also promoting religious tolerance. I think Justin Trudeau has forgotten exactly how a leader has to be. But Abhishek, not going to go into the rhetoric, we want to go into the facts. The anti-Hindu sentiment on the rise, no action being taken. In fact, the Canadian police being extremely brutal. What is your sense of how things are going to develop? Are there going to be real, tangible arrests against the Khalistanis in Trudeau's Canada?
Well, I don't think the 3 arrested belong to the Khalistani camp, and even if they are, the manner in which the Peel police has conducted itself, Justin Trudeau's police has conducted itself, is a clear case of, pro-Khalistan sentiment seeping into even the police establishment in Canada. And that's a serious situation, Rhythm, panning out, because what we saw yesterday was a clear case of a red line being crossed, where the Hindu temple was attacked, physically attacked. There was violation, there was physical abuse. And we saw when this was happening, when Indian flag was being trampled upon, the police was just standing by for them. That was freedom of expression. And when there was a reaction, when an attempt was made to retrieve that Indian flag, when an attempt was made to throw out the Khalistanis who had come inside the temple and were vandalizing, that's when police gets into action and in fact controls the reaction and even targets those Hindu community members, pins them down on the ground, and you see retaliatory violence being carried out by police. I mean, there is a deep history of the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, having connections with the Khalistani elements, because of which till today the RCMP sits on the mystery of the IC-81, the Kanishka bombings case, and subsequently we have seen how things have really panned out. But I think this has to be taken up at the topmost levels, Rhythm. The kind of violence we have seen now. This is the same Justin Trudeau government which was saying that some criminal gangs in India are carrying out these acts of violence in Canada. But in the pictures that we have seen, it's the Khalistanis there who have indulged in intimidation and violence. And it's the Canadian police which has, in fact, not done anything about that violence and pinned the Hindu community down when it came to they trying to protect their temple from further vandalism. So this is not going to die down anytime soon, Rhythm. In fact, we are hearing that there are protests, counter-protests already being panned out. There is a massive demonstration that's happened at the same temple where the Hindu community had mobilized. Unfortunate, because it's actually not Hindu versus Sikh. It's actually Indians versus the Khalistanis. And hopefully, after this counter move, counter mobilization, it was being avoided. The Hindu community was not coming out in the streets and not letting this issue really become a bone of contention between the larger diaspora. But now it has been forced upon on the community. So that is why we are seeing that reaction. We are yet to hear any substantive comment statement coming in from the Trudeau establishment, except for some very puerile, insincere condemnation. Because remember, Trudeau obviously now perhaps sees that while he has been pandering to a very minuscule minority of Khalistani sentiment, there is a larger diaspora there, and even that can cost him votes. So even for his vote bank politics, things really can go awry, and perhaps that's why that very insincere condemnation, but things need to go beyond that, and the Trudeau government needs to really show its commitment to actual law and order on the ground for the benefit of Canadians more than anything else.
In fact, Abhishek, the world at large saw a pro-Khalistani mob attack Hindus, and we also saw Justin Trudeau's police, the Peel Regional Police, do absolutely nothing. There was brutality by them. Like you said, we were just reading up. It seems that one of the people in the mob is also an off-duty Peel Regional Police officer. How is Trudeau going to try and show his empathies with the Hindus here, especially since we are seeing the selective silence on the Khalistani mob attack even now by Justin Trudeau?
Well, yes, Rhythm. So, as I was mentioning, that this act of police is actually evidence that even the police is compromised, that maybe there are people within the Canadian police at this level, district level, where they have been infiltrated by the Khalistanis, if not Khalistanis, at least the Khalistani sentiment, because it's clear, it can be seen that in the same moment they are very soft on the Khalistanis, doing nothing when the violence happens, but when there is a counter move to protect the temple property, the police...
Yes. Go on, Abhishek. As Abhishek was telling us, I'm going to go back to him. Abhishek, this is also rhetoric, also from the Toronto MP, who says Canada is becoming a safe harbour for radicals. There's strong objection coming. Even Kevin Vyog, the Toronto MP, asserted Canada has become a safe harbour for radicals. They've asserted the country's leaders have failed to protect Hindus just like they failed to safeguard Christians and Jewish Canadians. There's also sharing the post on X. Alarming to see an attack on Hindu Canadians is what he has written, from Khalistani extremism to terrorist cosplayers. Canada has become a safe harbor for radicals. Our leaders are failing to safeguard the Hindus. Abhishek, if you can hear me, the Canadian Member of Parliament Chandra Arya has also condemned the violence in the Hindu temple. She said, and I believe this is true, a red line has been crossed by the Khalistani extremist, highlighting the brazen, violent extremism in Canada.
Well, I did not get the question properly. Rhythm, some audio issue there, but we are continuing to discuss this. And as I was mentioning, that there is a case of the police also being compromised. Maybe they are getting their cues from the topmost levels, because if Justin Trudeau, the position that he has taken, essentially letting his hate for India or his compromise with the Khalistanis really blindside his position on the larger India-Canada relationship, and to compromise that. I think the cops on the ground are taking their cues from them, from that messaging, and hence not acting when the Khalistanis attack the temple, but act immediately and carry out that brutality, as can be seen in the pictures, against the Hindu community. So obviously, as I mentioned earlier, Rhythm, it's not going to stop at, or should not stop at, a puerile condemnation that we have seen from the Canadian Prime Minister. It's unlikely that he can walk back from the precipice that he has taken India-Canada relationship. But if at all, then this is the opportunity, this is the trigger where he can start walking back and maybe mend fences with the country and with a larger diaspora, yes, and understand the risks of indulging with lawlessness any further.
I absolutely agree. In fact, I think, Abhishek, the Prime Minister in Canada, Justin Trudeau, is actually puerile. Viewers, we're going to thank Abhishek for this. We're going to wait for other updates coming from Canada. The other top focus also breaking right here on Republic TV. Breaking news that's coming in, addressing a gathering, Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan stated the situation would be different if he was the Home Minister. He emphasizes the need for stronger law enforcement, questions the efficacy of the police, and if they lack courage, suggesting criminals should be dealt with decisively, drawing a comparison to UP Chief Minister Yogi's approach in tackling crime. Listen in.
ఇంత మాత్రం ధైర్యం లేని కాడికి ఎందుకు పోలీసు ఉండటం? బాధ్యత కదా పోలీసుకి. రాజకీయ నాయకులు, ఎమ్మెల్యేలు అందరూ ఉన్నారు దేనికి? ఓట్లు అడగడానికా? బాధ్యత నిర్వర్తించడానికి కాదా? ఇది అందరూ ఆలోచించాలి. నేను అడగలేక కాదు, నేను తీసుకోలేక కాదు. హోంశాఖ, నేను హోంశాఖ తీసుకున్నానంటే మటుకు పరిస్థితులు చాలా చాలా వేరుగా ఉంటాయి. మీకు ఎలా ఉండాలంటే, ఇలాంటి క్రిమినల్స్ కి ఉత్తరప్రదేశ్ లో యోగి ఆదిత్యనాథ్ గారు చేసినట్టుగా చేయాలి మీ అందరికీ. అప్పుడు కానీ మీరు మాటెనరు. అప్పుడు కానీ మాటెనరు. ఇంకా అలాంటి పరిస్థితిని నెట్టేస్తున్నారు మమ్మల్ని అందరినీ. మిమ్మల్ని మీరు కంట్రోల్ చేసుకుంటారా? మీరు ఆలోచించుకోవాలి ప్రతి ఒక్కరు.
And there's ruckus that's been seen and that's ensured in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly, and this happens in the first Assembly session of Jammu and Kashmir today after PDP MLA tabled an impromptu resolution against the abrogation of Article 370. While the BJP has now opposed the resolution, Chief Minister Umar Abdullah has said that the revocation of Article 370 cannot be decided by one member alone.
The Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir held its first assembly session today after 6 long years. This after Umar Abdullah was elected the Chief Minister in the recently concluded elections. The highly anticipated session was marred by ruckus and chaos after People's Democratic Party lawmaker Wahid Parra tabled a resolution against the scrapping of Article 370. The PDP MLA had earlier said that the silence of Jammu and Kashmir will be broken in this session.
हमें उम्मीद है कि जम्मू कश्मीर में जो खामोशी रही पिछले 5 साल और आवाम की खामोशी इस सेशन में टूटेगी और लोगों के मसाइल की, उनके सेंटिमेंट्स की बातचीत करेंगे। इंशाल्लाह हमें उम्मीद है कि कश्मीर के आवाम की जो एहसासात है, सेंटिमेंट्स है और जो खामोशी है यहाँ पिछले 5-6 सालों में, वो इस हाउस की वसादत से टूटेगी और कश्मीर की आवाम की बात होगी, और ताकि ये जो डर, खौफ हिरास का माहौल है वो ख़त्म हो जाए।
While BJP lawmakers opposed the resolution, newly elected Speaker Rahim Abdul denied admitting such a resolution. 5 years ago, the BJP-led central government revoked Jammu and Kashmir's special status, splitting the former state into 2 union territories.
राष्ट्रपति संसद की सिफारिश पर यह घोषणा करते हैं कि यह दिनांक जिस दिन भारत के राष्ट्रपति द्वारा इस घोषणा पर हस्ताक्षर किए जाएंगे और इसे सरकारी गैजेट में प्रकाशित किया जाएगा, उस दिन से अनुच्छेद 370 के सभी खंड लागू नहीं होंगे।
Chief Minister Omar Abdullah expressed his disapproval of abrogation of Article 370, but also added that the decision to revoke this will not be decided by just one member.
हकीकत यह है कि जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों ने 5 अगस्त 2019 के फैसले पे अपना मोहर नहीं लगाया है। अगर लगाया होता तो नतीजे अलग होते। हम इस तरफ बैठे हैं, अक्सरियत उन लोगों की है जिन्होंने 5 अगस्त 2019 के फैसलों के खिलाफ अपनी आवाज बुलंद की। अब हाउस इसको किस तरह रिफ्लेक्ट करेगी, इस पर किस तरह बातचीत होगी, इसको किस तरह रिकॉर्ड पे लाया जाएगा, ये एक सिंगल ऑनरेबल मेंबर तय नहीं करेगा।
On the other hand, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has promised to restore full statehood to Jammu and Kashmir, adding that the faith of people will be reciprocated.
Governor Council of Ministers of Jammu and Kashmir has recently passed a unanimous resolution calling for the immediate restoration of statehood. This resolution reflects the collective will of the elected representatives, echoing the aspirations of the people for the reinstatement of full democratic governance. My government will make all efforts for restoration.
एनडीए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने मूल मंत्र पर चलते हुए विकास की बात कर रही है। देश को, प्रदेश के निवासियों को जोड़ने की बात कर रही है। दूसरी तरफ विपक्ष का एक ही मकसद है, और वो मकसद है पहले बांटो, उसके बाद जो घुसपैठिए घुस जाए वो काटे। और झारखंड के परिप्रेक्ष्य में जो वहां की जनता की आवाज है, संकेत स्पष्ट हैं। एक बड़ा बदलाव होगा, एनडीए की और भाजपा की सरकार वहां बनेगी, और मैं मुख्य मुद्दों पर आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के विचार रखूं उससे पहले मुख्यमंत्री भ्रष्टाचारी अभियुक्त हेमंत सोरेन के प्रस्तावक ही उनको छोड़ के चले गए हैं। उनको भी दिखाई दिया जहां श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व है, जीत भी वही है, जनता का हित भी वही है, विकास भी वही है, और देश और प्रदेश एकजुट भी वही है। और जैसा गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी ने अभी एक चुनावी सभा में इस मुद्दे को पुरजोर तरीके से उठाया, उन्होंने कहा घुसपैठियों को चुन चुन कर बाहर करेंगे। मैं दोहरा देता हूं क्योंकि यह मूल मंत्र है, यही भाव है आज की प्रेस वार्ता का। गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी ने कहा घुसपैठियों को चुन चुन कर बाहर करेंगे, और जेएमएम और कांग्रेस का मूल मंत्र है घुसपैठियों का चुन चुन कर ब्याह करेंगे। घुसपैठियों का चुन चुन कर ब्याह करेंगे। अनुसूचित जनजाति जो कि अपनी संस्कृति, अपनी मान्यताओं से, झारखंड की पावन भूमि से प्यार करने के लिए, उनके प्रति बलिदान के लिए और समर्पित है, पूरी तरह से जानी जाती है। यह किस तरह का षड्यंत्र है जेएमएम का, कांग्रेस पार्टी का, कि वहां जो हमारी बहन बेटियां हैं घुसपैठियों को पहले आने देते हैं और एक सिलसिलेवार तरीके से एक डेमोग्राफिक चेंज यह लाया जा रहा है। और यह बात मैं नहीं कहता हूं, मेरे हाथ में मीडिया रिपोर्ट्स हैं। और जब बहुत मजबूती से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इस मुद्दे को उठाया तो वहां की सोई हुई सरकार और हेमंत सोरेन जी ने कागजी कार्रवाई करके कुछ निर्देश दिए, और जो इससे स्पष्ट होता है वो आपके सामने रख रहा हूं। यह सरकारी एक आदेश से जानकारी मिल रही है। तो यह गलत नहीं होगा कहना कि झारखंड की सरकार की विफलता का कबूलनामा है ये। और यह क्या कहता है, यह सरकारी आदेश में है, स्टेप नंबर 1, बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों को पहले चिन्हित करके मदरसों में ठहराया जाता है। ये जो बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिए हैं, किसी भी सरकार का, किसी भी मुख्यमंत्री का यह कर्तव्य है, यह उसकी निष्ठा होनी चाहिए झारखंड की जनता के प्रति और देश की सुरक्षा के प्रति, कि वो इस तरह की संवेदनशील सूचना तुरंत केंद्र सरकार के साथ साझा करे और ठोस कदम उठाए। और ये जो घुसपैठिए आते हैं इन पे कैसे अंकुश लगे और कानूनी कार्रवाई हो, यह देखना है। लेकिन इनका ही आदेश है, मैं पहली लाइन पढ़ देता हूं। इसमें लिखा है, प्राप्त सूचना अनुसार इन बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों को पहले संथाल परगना क्षेत्र के विभिन्न मदरसों में ठहराया जाता है। दैट इज स्टेप नंबर 1। स्टेप नंबर 2, इसके पश्चात सरकारी दस्तावेज तैयार किए जाते हैं। ये सरकारी दस्तावेज इसलिए तैयार किए जाते हैं और कार्रवाई इसलिए नहीं की जाती है क्योंकि ये चाहे कांग्रेस पार्टी हो, चाहे जेएमएम हो, आरजेडी हो, ये सब तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं और इनको घुसपैठियों से कोई परहेज नहीं है, बल्कि गले लगाएंगे क्योंकि इनको पता है ये इनका वोट बैंक है। सरकारी दस्तावेज बनवाओ। जो हमारे भारतीय हैं, झारखंड के निवासी हैं, विभिन्न और प्रदेशों में हमारे भारतीय भाई बहन हैं, उनके साथ इनको जोड़ दो और अपना वोट बैंक साध दो। तीसरा काम फिर वही करते हैं जो मैंने अभी आपको बताया कि मतदाता सूची में इनका नाम डलवाया जाता है और यह इनका दस्तावेज कहता है। और फिर सबसे गंभीर बात सामने आती है, वहां पे साजिश के तहत वहां पे बसा दिया जाता है और जो हमारी बहनें हैं, जो अनुसूचित जनजाति से हमारी बेटियां हैं, उनके साथ विवाह करवा के उनकी जमीन पे कब्जा कर लिया जाता है। अब यह सवाल आज पूछा जाएगा क्या जेएमएम और कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए घुसपैठिया ही सही उनका वोट बैंक है, इसलिए कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होगी, और जो मूल निवासी हैं उनके हितों की रक्षा, उनके अधिकारों की रक्षा से इनका कोई लेना देना नहीं है। इनकी जो जमीन हड़पी जाती है, तमाम बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने यह बात उठाई और मूल निवासियों ने कंप्लेंट दी, इस पे कार्रवाई नहीं करते हैं। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, यह आंतरिक सुरक्षा के लिए हमारी एक बहुत बड़ा खतरा भी है। और जैसा मैंने कहा, बाबूलाल मरांडी जी ने इस मुद्दे को बड़ी प्रखरता से उठाया भी है, और कुछ आंकड़े जो सामने आए डेमोग्राफिक चेंज के, ये आपके समक्ष रखता हूं। किस तरह से 2001 की जनगणना के दौरान संथाल परगना में आदिवासियों की आबादी थी 46%। द पॉपुलेशन of the members of the scheduled tribe was 46% in 2001, which changed to 42% in 2011, a drop of 4%. But at the same time, the Muslim population in 2001 was 33%. In 2011, it became 36%, 3% raise. And that is what demographic change is. मैं हिंदी में भी अनुवाद कर देता हूं। अनुसूचित जनजाति की जो जनसंख्या थी, ये एक उदाहरण है। 2001 में 40% थी, ये कम होके 42 हो गई, 4% की कमी आई। और घुसपैठियों की वजह से जो मुसलमानों की जनसंख्या थी, और जो मैंने अभी आपको इनकी एक कार्यशैली बताई अपना वोट बैंक तैयार करने की, चाहे वो भारतीय ना भी हो, वो 2001 में 33% थी और 36% हो गई 2011 में, 3% की बढ़ोतरी हो गई। और इसीलिए जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी कहती है रोटी बेटी और माटी, तो झारखंड के जो निवासी हैं उनकी खाकर रोटी जेएमएम और भ्रष्टाचारी कांग्रेस हो गई मोटी। बेटी की बात करें तो बेटी की अस्मिता और बेटी का जो सम्मान होना चाहिए वो तो इनके लिए मायने ही नहीं रखता है। घुसपैठिया भी हो तो निकाह करा के और उस बेटी की अस्मिता को छीनते हैं और उसके बाद जमीन छीनते हैं, जिसके लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने झारखंड की जनता से वादा किया है। सरकार तो एनडीए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ही आने वाली है, और जो ये जमीन कब्जाई गई है, ये सब जो झारखंड के निवासी हैं, अनुसूचित जनजाति के हमारे भाई बहन हैं, उनको वापस जमीन मिलेगी। और तीसरा, माटी। तो जमीन पर अवैध कब्जा करना, किस तरह से बालू माफिया, खनन माफिया जमीन हड़प रहे हैं, और मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत सोरेन खुद अपने आप को खनन का पट्टा दे देते हैं। न्यायालय में जब फटकार लगती है तो कहते हैं गलती से मिस्टेक हो गया मुझसे और मैं वापस कर रहा हूं। तो आज ये कहना जरूरी होगा, ना हम बटेंगे ना हम कटेंगे। और जो लोग ये षड्यंत्र कर रहे हैं, जो लोग ये प्रयास भी कर रहे हैं झारखंड की जनता, महाराष्ट्र की जनता, उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता और तमाम और प्रदेश हैं जहां पे चुनाव है, ऐसा करारा जवाब देंगे कि ये सारे भ्रष्टाचारी, वंशवादी, सांप्रदायिक राजनीति करने वाले, घुसपैठियों के प्रेमी, इनको समझ में आ जाएगा कि भारत में राजनीति करनी है तो घुसपैठियों को शरण नहीं दी जा सकती है। इसके बाद एक बड़ा मुद्दा और आपके समक्ष उठाना चाहता हूं। यह सवाल राहुल गांधी से है, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी से है। आपने देखा होगा एक लाल किताब लेके राहुल गांधी ऐसे लहराते हैं। अब कुछ लोग ये बताते हैं कि उसमें इटालियन संविधान है, क्योंकि भारत का संविधान तो राहुल गांधी जी ने पढ़ा नहीं है। और मेरी आज एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी इसलिए बनती है क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मूल सिद्धांत यह रहा है कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड हम लागू करेंगे जो संविधान की मूल भावना को दर्शाता है। और हमने स्पष्ट किया है, मेंबर्स ऑफ द एसटी कम्युनिटी would be kept outside the purview of the implementation of Uniform Civil Code. लेकिन एक किताब मैं भी लाया हूं क्योंकि वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता हूं, तो मैंने कहा यह किताब दिखा दूं। यह किताब है भारत का संविधान। भारत का संविधान और ये अनुच्छेद 44 ये मार्क्ड है। इसमें लिखा है, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड फॉर द सिटीजन्स, द स्टेट शैल एंडेवर टू सिक्योर फॉर द सिटीजन्स द यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड थ्रू आउट द टेरिटरी ऑफ इंडिया। हिंदी में अगर अनुवाद करें, नागरिकों के लिए एक समान सिविल संहिता राज्य, भारत के समस्त राज्य क्षेत्र में नागरिकों के लिए एक समान सिविल संहिता प्राप्त कराने का प्रयास करेगा। यह तो संविधान हो गया। अब सबसे पहले यह पूछा जाएगा कि यह बताइए राहुल गांधी, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, संविधान की मूल भावना, इसका आप सम्मान करते हैं या नहीं करते हो, और कांग्रेस पार्टी का स्टैंड इस पे क्या है। और जब मैंने यह बताया, डॉक्टर B.R. अंबेडकर साहब, जिनके नाम का इस्तेमाल कांग्रेस पार्टी और तमाम और पार्टियां अक्सर करते हैं, तो ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली डिबेट्स हैं, इसको भी पढ़ें, अध्ययन करें और देखें कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड पर
BJP upping its ante against the Soren government on infiltration ahead of the Jharkhand polls, where after Prime Minister Narendra Modi in that rally, it is BJP holding that news briefing where they're putting out numbers on how the Soren government has had several infiltrate. We'll continue to get you excerpts on this as we move on to more breaking news. And well, in response to the recent violence at the Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton, MEA spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal has condemned the attacks by extremists and separatists, urging the Canadian government to ensure the protection of places of worship and prosecute those responsible. Expressing concerns for the safety of Indian nationals in Canada, Jaiswal has emphasized that intimidation and violence will not deter the outreach of Indian consular officers in providing services to both Indian and Canadian citizens. Pictures on your screens of how Hindus were attacked both in Brampton and Surrey, where a Khalistani mob charged towards these temples and went on to beat Hindu devotees with sticks holding those Khalistani flags. Not just that, even the Canadian police that should have come out in support of the Hindu devotees went on to openly side the Khalistani mob, rather unleashing brutality on Hindu devotees. In fact, we've gone full frame to those pictures that emerged from Surrey in Canada, where you see how police officials in large numbers, instead of actually going on to support those who were on the receiving end, went on to unleash brutality on them. Yes, Hindu devotees were beaten up by the Canadian police officers after this Khalistani mob went charging at those temples in Brampton and in Surrey, and they beat up Hindu devotees with sticks holding those Khalistani flags. This act that has also been criticized by not just Justin Trudeau but the opposition leader as well. And while heavy criticism has come in from all top officials in Canada, we are seeing how the MEA has now put out a strong statement against this violence. In fact, MEA spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal has condemned the attacks by extremists and separatists. Let me cut across to Arth, joining us from the newsroom to take us through the statement in detail. Over to you, Arth.
We are seeing the statement by the Ministry of External Affairs about the situation in Canada, a clear condemnation. The Ministry of External Affairs has called upon the government of Canada to ensure protection of Hindus and protection and to ensure that such situations do not unfold again. And it is also mentioned that despite these incidents, despite repeated harassment, despite repeated violence, the consular services will remain undeterred to Indian and Canadian citizens. And we are clearly seeing the Ministry of External Affairs has released a heavy condemnation on the situation, and it has also called upon the government of Canada to ensure utmost protection of Hindus and temples in Canada. Back to the studio.
All right, Arth, many thanks for getting us details on that statement. A strong position taken by the MEA that has not just condemned the attacks by extremists and separatists, rather urging the Canadian government to ensure the protection of places of worship and prosecute those who are responsible. So far, we understand 3 arrests have been made, but certainly heavy criticism that Canada faces for giving place to such lawlessness in their country. Shifting focus to more breaking news coming in ahead of the Maharashtra polls, we are learning that Shiv Sena Shinde group candidate Avinash Rane, who had filed his nomination against NCP Ajit Pawar group leader Nawab Malik's daughter Sana Malik from Anushakti Nagar Assembly seat, has now withdrawn his name. What exactly led to this decision? Because it was the Shinde-led Shiv Sena and BJP who were extremely strong about how they would not have Nawab Malik take any place as far as the Maharashtra polls is concerned, and they would not campaign for him, as much as they had also supported Sana Malik, saying that they did not have a problem with Sana Malik. But this Shiv Sena Shinde group candidate Avinash Rane, who had been fielded from Anushakti Nagar Assembly seat, now the candidature has been withdrawn. Let me cut across to Sandeep, joining us live on the broadcast. Sandeep, Ajit Pawar has stood his ground as far as Nawab Malik is concerned. Ajit Pawar has said that Nawab Malik will stay. Now, while the BJP and Shinde Sena had said that Sana Malik is not typically a problem, but Nawab Malik is, to actually have Avinash Rane withdraw his candidature, what is the message they're trying to put out? Sandeep.
बोलना भाई।
All right, not too sure if Sandeep is able to hear me, but those are the details that Republic is putting out at a time when Nawab Malik has refused to withdraw from the polls and is being backed by the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP. So much so that Ajit Pawar even put at stake the Mahayuti alliance. It is the Shinde Sena that has pulled out its candidate Avinash Rane, who was contesting against Sana Malik from Anushakti Nagar. What exactly was the reason of this decision, and is it the Shinde Sena and the BJP that are now taking a softer position when it comes to Nawab Malik, given the fact that Ajit Pawar has held his ground on this issue? I want to go back to Sandeep. Sandeep, what is the reason that Avinash Rane has pulled out?
See, as far as this decision is concerned, remember Avinash Rane was put into this to put pressure on, in fact, Mahayuti members as well as on, Sana Malik, as she is the candidate from Anushakti Nagar constituency. But ultimately, it seemed that there was a pressure built back on Eknath Shinde faction to pull out the candidate as Avinash Rane, if takes vote from Mahayuti, and if the Muslim votes get divided in that kind of scenario, there would be a possibility that there would have been a possibility, Suesha, which could have led the MVA to get that very constituency. So in such a scenario, when pressure was built, it seems that Mahayuti has in fact convinced Eknath Shinde to pull out the candidate against Sana Malik. But ultimately, on the other hand, they have in fact Nawab Malik is in fact contesting from Mankud Shivaji Nagar constituency. He is still there contesting from Mankud Shivaji Nagar. So ultimately, it is a win-win situation for Mahayuti, but it will be very much crucial to see whether the Eknath Shinde faction would be, working for Sana Malik or not, as Avinash Rane has pulled out of this very constituency.
All right, Sandeep, many thanks for getting us those details. Of course, we wait and watch the many turns and twists that are expected in the run-up to the Maharashtra polls. For the moment, we cut across to other news in brief in Bharat in 2 minutes. After a series of terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir, anti-terror operations are underway at 40 locations in Jammu. Jammu and Kashmir Police and Indian Army have launched a joint search operation in 9 locations altogether of Jammu. Meanwhile, traditional infiltration routes have been searched by forces. Now, according to the Army, 50 to 60 terrorists are in hinterland after infiltration. Latest developments coming in from RG case. Main accused Sanjay Roy, former RG principal Sandeep Ghosh and former police official Abhijit Mondal will be produced in Sealdah court today. Meanwhile, junior doctors will hold a protest in front of the RG Medical College and Hospital. In a tragic incident, at least 4 people were electrocuted in a village. All right, we are cutting across to breaking news coming in.
Well, viewers, we are getting in visuals right now and from Ground Zero in Agra, where an Air Force plane has just crashed. It has caught fire while it was flying. So during the flight, it caught fire, and we do not know yet if there is any casualty or not. But the latest is those visuals that are coming in right now on your screens, viewers. This is a field where it crashed, and it caught fire while it was in the air. And this is an IAF plane, an Indian Air Force plane. What we know, there was a pilot and there were 1 or 2 people as passengers inside. We do not know about their condition yet, We are waiting for official confirmation, but those are exclusive visuals that we have accessed. And the army plane has crashed in Agra right now as we speak. These are the latest visuals coming in. It has now crashed in a field and it's still burning. The body of the aircraft still burning. As you can see, huge plumes of smoke erupting. The flames, that blaze is massive as we speak. Do not know yet. We can see the people around in a state of chaos. There is commotion on ground zero as the plane crashed and it fell in a field. And the two people, including the pilot, have saved their lives by jumping. So no casualties. That's what we know. Have they been injured? We do not know. But yes, they have saved. They have escaped. They had a narrow escape as they jumped. They jumped from the aircraft. That includes the pilot and another person. So the pilot and his companion were found 2 kilometers away from the plane. And the plane crashed in an empty field near the Soniga village in Kagarol. And that's the big breaking news. This is coming in from western Uttar Pradesh and Agra. This plane crashed in an empty field near Soniga in Kagarol. And the pilot and his companion were found 2 kilometers away from the plane. They jumped to save their lives as the plane had caught fire while it was in the air. Dramatic visuals coming in. We're waiting for more information to come in, viewers. More official piece of information to come in to help us understand what was the cause behind this this blaze. But not the first time, viewers, that we have we've learned about a military plane catching fire or crashing. This time now is thankfully what we know is that the pilot and the co-passenger, the pilot and the companion jumped out of the plane and they are safe. That's the latest update we have right now. And it's an army plane, remember, that has crashed in Agra, and it fell in a field. It was an empty field. Thankfully, not much people. It wasn't a populated place not a populated area, that piece of land where it actually crashed after catching fire in the sky while it was flying. Cause of this flyer on air, we do not know yet. We are waiting for more official confirmation and information. It's a MiG-29 fighter as we speak, viewers. We're getting in information, and MiG-29 fighter jet has now crashed. It's a MiG-29 fighter, pilot ejecting from the plane, and it had taken off from Adampur in Punjab. It was en route Agra, and this when an exercise was going to take place. So the plane had taken off for an exercise, and it had taken off from Adampur of Punjab. And court of inquiry has also been ordered. That is the latest we have from the defense officials. So Republic TV is learning that this was a MiG-29 fighter jet that has crashed near Agra in an empty field near a village. Pilot and the co-passenger ejected safely, and it had taken off from Punjab for an exercise while it crashed near Agra. So that's the update we have. Court of inquiry is also ordered. Is all set to be ordered. That's as per the officials from the Defense Ministry. So a big update coming in, dramatic visuals coming in from Agra. It's a big fire. You can see, viewers, it's a massive fire and huge flames you can see, and plumes of smoke coming out, which this in fact caused a lot of chaos and commotion in that area. The IAF jet crashing in Agra, it caught fire while it was in the air, while it was it was in the skies, while it was being flown by a pilot, and he safely ejected along with the co-passenger to save their own lives. And now, of course, the cause of this fire is yet to be ascertained. We'll get to know more after the officials intimate us with the latest on that. Investigation, of course, is imminent. And what we know is that this is a MiG-29 fighter jet, which was, of course, deployed for an exercise that was for the army. And this is the MiG-29 crash, viewers, and we've not seen for the first time. Even in September, there was a MiG-29 jet fighter, viewers, that had in fact crashed in Rajasthan. And this was of course, due to a technical snag. The pilot in that crash in Rajasthan was also safe, but nevertheless, the MiG-29 had crashed due to a technical snag. So, of course, this time, once again, we see a very, very dangerous incident that has happened. And we will get you more updates. So, Yesha, back to you.
All right, Rakshita, do stay on with us as we also have Raghvendra from Republic Bharat joining us on the broadcast. Raghvendra, thankfully everyone is safe. No one has received any sort of major injury or any casualty, and even the pilot and his companion who jumped off were found 2 kilometers away. They, of course, would be able to tell the entire story of what caused this. But so far, what is our information on the extent of damage on the villagers there who found this aircraft on fire? And what is the next step?
बिल्कुल देखिए, भारतीय सेना का जो ये विमान था ये पूरी तरह से दुर्घटना का शिकार हुआ। जिस तरह से ये जमीन पर गिरा और गिरते ही इसमें आग लग गया, अगर पायलट समय रहते अगर कूद के अपनी जान न बचाए होते तो शायद इस दुर्घटना को शिकार हो जाते और जो 3 लोग उसमें बैठे थे वो वहीं पे खत्म हो जाते। जिस तरह से ये पूरा ये जो लड़ाकू विमान था ये जैसे ही गिरा उसमें आग लग गई उस जहाज में। और दूसरी सबसे अच्छी बात ये है कि पायलट कितने कुशल थे। अभी ये मतलब एक प्रकार से रिहर्सल का माहौल था इंडियन आर्मी का, लेकिन वो 2 किलोमीटर पहले ही यानी कि जमीन टच करने से पहले ही वो खाली जगहों पर यानी कि खाली जगहों पर उन्होंने छलांग लगा दी, खेतों में जाकर गिरे और कहीं ना कहीं उनकी जान बच गई। लेकिन प्लेन जो है, लड़ाकू विमान जो है, पूरी तरह से ये जो मिग था ये क्रैश हो गया है। आप इसके विजुअल्स देख रहे होंगे कि किस तरह से धू-धू कर ये जल रहा है। और अगर कूदने में सफल ना हुए होते, किसी तरह से अगर वहां से पहले ही ये फैसला ना लिए होते तो कहीं न कहीं आज भारतीय सेना अपने जाबाज पायलटों को खो देता। इसमें 2 से 3 लोगों की कैजुअलिटी हो जाती और ये एक बड़ी घटना हो जाती। हालांकि ये जो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है, लड़ाकू विमान जो क्रैश हुआ है, इसकी भरपाई हो जाएगी। लोगों की जान बच गई, जो हमारे पायलट हैं देश के वो बच गए, ये बड़ी बात है। हालांकि आगरा में घटना हुई है और वहां के खाली पड़े हुए इस समय जो खेत हैं वहां पर जाकर कूद के हमारे पायलटों ने जान बचाई, ये बड़ी बात है जी।
Raghvendra, continue talking to us as we stay with these pictures, because these are the initial videos that were of course captured by eyewitnesses, also awaiting an official statement from the Indian Air Force. Just to understand from you where this plane took off from, how close is the Air Force strip, the runway from which this plane took off, and was it a trainee pilot? Who exactly was flying? Do we have all those details of what happened before this, that this plane crashed and fell right on this farm while it was on fire? All right, I'm being told we have to step into a short break. We'll be back on the other side with the latest on this plane crash.
Director, the taste of success.
I'm Shivani Kala reporting from New Jersey, USA, and I will be bringing you an up-close coverage of one of the most historic elections of our times. We'll take you right to the pulse of the polling booth and capture all the excitement on the ground. Stay tuned for every moment as it unfolds.
Hi, I'm Saurabh Shukla, founder News Mobile, live from the US. In this special broadcast between News Mobile and Republic, we will tell you who will be the new US president and how this impacts your world. Do watch all the latest updates here live on Republic and News Mobile.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
RG car prime accused Sanjay Roy's big allegation says being framed by Mamata government and forced to keep shut. Under Trudeau's watch, Khalistani terror at play yet again. Temples are now attacked in Brampton and Surrey.
पुलिस वालों ने हमें लाठी से मारा, वो हमें ऐसे ट्रीट कर रहे थे जैसे हम सेकंड क्लास सिटीजन हैं। बहुत गंदे से हिंदुओं के साथ बिहेव किया गया।
Under Trudeau's watch, eyewitnesses are now recalling horrific assault by Trudeau's cops. Hindu devotees are attacked by Khalistanis.
जेएमएम कांग्रेस आरजेडी ने तुष्टीकरण की नीति को चरम पर पहुंचा दिया है। ये इन घुसपैठियों को पूरे झारखंड में बसा रहे हैं।
Prime Minister Modi campaigns in Jharkhand, takes on Sora and government over infiltration. BJP calls out minority appeasement after Samajwadi Party demands common minorities program in MVA manifesto. And as the race to White House enters its final leg, stand by for the most detailed, extensive coverage on Republic TV. And the last headline, our top focus and breaking news: MiG-29 fighter jet crashes near Agra. The flight catches fire mid-air. Two, including the pilot, escape from the jaws of death. They are out of danger. Here's the breaking news coming in. An MiG-29 fighter jet has crashed near Agra in Uttar Pradesh. The pilot has been ejected from the plane. The plane had taken off from Adampur in Punjab and was en route to Agra for an exercise when the incident happened. As we are speaking, more details are awaited. But these are visuals that are coming in, shocking visuals that are coming in from Agra, where the Air Force plane crashes. MiG-29 fighter jet crashed near Agra, Uttar Pradesh. The plane, remember viewers, had taken off from Adampur in Punjab. It was en route to Agra for an exercise when this incident happened. And as these visuals are coming in, we have shocking visuals. It's crashed near Agra. The pilot was ejected from the plane. More details are awaited. A court of inquiry is to be ordered. The Defence Ministry is going to be ordering a court of inquiry. Another bit of breaking news that's coming in as we are speaking. Let me go across to Raghvinder, who's joining us live. Raghvinder, give us more details.
बिल्कुल आपने कहा जैसा कि कोर्ट ऑफ इंक्वायरी जो इंडियन आर्मी की तरफ से वहाँ पे शुरू हो गई है। हालांकि ये जो विमान था, ये मिग था, इंडियन एयरफोर्स का हिस्सा था। ये जिस तरह से दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुआ है, अगर पायलट सचेत न होते और वो अपना दिमाग न लगाते, बहादुरी न दिखाते और कुछ दूरी पहले ही अगर वो कूदने का फैसला न लेते, तो शायद हम अपने जाबाज पायलटों को भी खो देते। 3 लोगों की जान बच गई है। खुले मैदान में खेत में उन्होंने छलांग लगा के अपनी जान बचाई। लेकिन जिस तरह से ये विमान, लड़ाकू विमान दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुआ, जमीन पे जैसे ही ये गिरा वैसे इसमें आग लग गई और किसी भी तरह की भागने का इसमें मौका बिल्कुल भी किसी को न मिलता अगर ये फैसला पहले न लिया गया होता। लेकिन ये बड़ी क्षति है। इंडियन एयरफोर्स का जो ये मिग है, ये पूरी तरह से जल चुका है, ध्वस्त हो गया है, दुर्घटना का शिकार हुआ है। लेकिन इसमें से भी एक अच्छी खबर यही निकल के आई कि हमारे जो पायलट हैं वह जिंदा हैं, वह सुरक्षित बच गए हैं। उन्होंने एक बहादुरी का फैसला लिया है और कुछ मिनट पहले ही उन्होंने छलांग लगाकर अपने बहादुरी का परिचय दिया। कहीं न कहीं ये ट्रेनिंग का हिस्सा था, जिन्होंने एक रियल ये जो घटना हुई है उसको इन्होंने उस अपने इम्तिहान को पास किया है कि किस तरह से दुर्घटना के पहले अपनी जान बचाई, और ये एक बड़ी बात है। लेकिन ये विमान, चूंकि मिग कोई पहली बार दुर्घटनाग्रस्त नहीं हुआ है, मिग की अपनी एक श्रेणी है। कई बार ऐसा हुआ है जब जो मिग है वो दुर्घटना का शिकार हुआ है, कई पायलटों की इसके पहले जान जा चुकी है। लेकिन आज जो ये इंडियन एयरफोर्स का जो लड़ाकू विमान था जो दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुआ है, इसमें किसी की जान नहीं गई है। ये एक अच्छी खबर है जी।
राघविंदर, ये इंसिडेंट हुआ सोनेगा विलेज कागारोल पुलिस स्टेशन के पास, और जैसे ये एम्प्टी मैदान था यहाँ पे ये हुआ। और सबसे बड़ी बात जो आपने कही, इन्होंने, पायलट ने अपना दिमाग लगाया, छलांग लगाई, 2 लोगों ने छलांग लगाई और ये प्लेन जैसे ही मैदान को छुआ इसमें आग लग गई। तो कुछ खबर कि अभी पायलट्स कहाँ पे भर्ती हैं, जो इंजर्ड है वो कहाँ पे भर्ती है, उनका क्या हाल है?
देखिए, फिलहाल वो आगरा में ही उनका प्राइमरी एक इलाज हुआ है, उनका हेल्थ चेकअप हुआ है, जिससे कि ये देखा जा सके कि क्या किसी गंभीर चोट का उनके ऊपर प्रभाव तो नहीं पड़ा है। लेकिन इसके बाद जो रही बात, ये जो लड़ाकू विमान है जो दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुआ, ये पूरी तरह से जल चुका है। इसमें किसी की भी जान नहीं गई है। और ये मिग है, यानी कि मिग श्रेणी का ये लड़ाकू विमान है, जो इसके पहले भी कई बार दुर्घटना का शिकार हुआ है। ऐसे में ये एक इंडियन एयरफोर्स के ट्रेनिंग का एक हिस्सा था ये, और उसी दौरान इस तरह की घटना हुई है। और ये एक बड़ी घटना है, चूंकि अपनी जो इंडियन आर्मी है या जो हमारा जो वायुसेना है, उसने अपने एक मिग को खोया है, एक लड़ाकू विमान को भी खोया है। लेकिन जैसा कि मैं बार बार कह रहा हूं कि जो हमारे पायलट है, जो भारतीय सेना जिस जाबाजी के लिए जानी जाती है, जिस बहादुरी के लिए जानी जाती है, आज वह पायलटों ने करके दिखाया। उनको एहसास हो गया कि ये अब विमान बचेगा नहीं, इसमें कुछ ऐसी मिसकम्युनिकेशन हो गई, कंट्रोल के बाहर थी सिचुएशन, जिसके वजह से वो जमीन पे उसको क्रैश होना ही होना था। लेकिन उन लोगों ने क्रैश होने से पहले बहादुरी का परिचय दिखाते हुए छलांग लगा दी, जिससे उनकी जान बच गई। और मिग जो है वो जब गिरा, गिरने के बाद तुरंत वह जल गया था जी।
All right, thank you, Raghvinder, for details ke liye. We'll come back to you for the latest on that story. Moving on, viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Monday predicted a certain defeat for the ruling alliance of the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, the Congress and the RJD in the state. He said the BJP has entered the electoral fray with the guarantee of security, stability and prosperity of Jharkhand. In fact, he also stated that the JMM, the Congress, the RJD have taken the policy of appeasement to its extreme. These 3 parties, he said, are hell-bent on breaking the social fabric as they are supporters of infiltrators. Let's listen in first to what the Prime Minister said.
जेएमएम, कांग्रेस, आरजेडी ने तुष्टीकरण की नीति को चरम पर पहुंचा दिया है। ये तीनों दल सामाजिक तानाबाना तोड़ने पर आमाद है। ये तीनों दल घुसपैठिया समर्थक है। बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के वोट पाने के लिए ये इन घुसपैठियों को पूरे झारखंड में बता रहे हैं। जब स्कूलों में सरस्वती वंदना तक पर रोक लगने लगे तो पता चलता है कि खतरा कितना बड़ा है। जब तीज त्योहारों में पत्थरबाजी होने लगे, माता दुर्गा को भी रोक दिया जाए, जब कर्फ्यू लगने लगे, तो पता चलता है कि स्थिति कितनी खतरनाक है। जब बेटियों के साथ शादी के नाम पर छल कपट होने लगे, तो पता चलता है कि पानी सिर के ऊपर से गुजरने लगा है। जब घुसपैठ का मामला कोर्ट में जाए और प्रशासन इससे इनकार करे, तो पता चलता है कि सरकारी तंत्र में ही घुसपैठ हो चुकी है। ये आपकी रोटी भी छीन रहे हैं, ये आपकी बेटी भी छीन रहे हैं, और ये आपकी माटी को भी हड़प कर रहे हैं।
Let's in fact also listen into what Amit Shah has said on the matter while unveiling the BJP Sankalp Patra.
झारखंड हाई कोर्ट कहती है कि झारखंड के अंदर एक घुसपैठियों को रोकना चाहिए। हमारी बेटियों को लुभाकर हमारी भूमि ले जा रहे हैं, हमारी रोजगारी ले जा रहे हैं। बेटी, रोटी, भूमि, इसका रक्षा करने के लिए
There's breaking news that's coming in after disparaging remarks against Seeta Soren and Shaina NC. Prime Minister Modi tears into Indie bloc. Prime Minister Modi says what they have done with our sister Seeta Soren, we all have seen it. The thing a leader of Congress has said for Seeta Soren, we all have seen it. The Prime Minister questions the Indie silence and says it's disrespectful to all tribal mothers and sisters. In Maharashtra, also a sister who's contesting the elections, and here he's talking about Shaina NC. What kind of language was used for her? Remember, a few days ago, she had been called imported mal, but the Chief Minister hasn't spoken a word over it, the Prime Minister says. He also says in terms of Jharkhand, this is the truth of the JMM. Let's listen into what the Prime Minister said. Remember viewers, this is coming after BJP leader Seeta Soren broke down while speaking about the derogatory remarks made by Congress Minister Irfan Ansari regarding her. She's contesting the Jharkhand Assembly polls and he was filing his nomination and he targeted her. Let's listen to Prime Minister's reaction.
सीता सोरेन के साथ इन्होंने क्या किया, ये भी हम सभी ने देखा है। कांग्रेस के एक नेता ने बहन सीता सोरेन जी के लिए जो कुछ कहा है, वो हर आदिवासी माता, बहन, बेटी का अपमान है। अभी महाराष्ट्र में भी एक बहन चुनाव लड़ रही है, कैसी गंदी भाषा का प्रयोग किया गया उनके लिए, ये इनकी आदत है। और आप देखिए, यहां के जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं, उनकी तरफ से एक शब्द तक नहीं निकला, और यही जेएमएम की सच्चाई है।
Viewers, let's also go across to Shaina NC, BJP candidate, Shiv Sena candidate. fighting in Maharashtra, and how the Prime Minister Shaina NC supported all women, and the insult that had been done also on you, where he said that even in Maharashtra, a sister who's contesting the elections, what kind of language was used for her? The Prime Minister takes on the indie bloc in their silence. Shaina NC, this is clearly an insult, whether it's in Jharkhand or whether it's in Maharashtra. The terminology being used by the indie leaders is pathetic, derogatory, shocking.
Well, at the outset, I'd like to thank our statesman, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, because not only is he a great charismatic leader, he has understood how women in public life suffer and the kind of terminology that the opposition chooses to use, whether it's objectifying women, calling them items, calling them mal, and this kind of language only shows you a regressive mindset. This is not about me, but I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for understanding that a lot of women would want to have these perverts of our society who believe that women are mal, women are objects, women are, commodities. They need to be also shown their place. And the Honorable Prime Minister has taken on that cause and has spoken about it, so for which I think every woman of India is indebted. This is absolutely not about me. It's about the women in public space and crores of women per se who are subject to this kind of commentary. And that's why I'd like to say two things. One is that you can have a Prime Minister who chooses not to address or respect women. And the other is you have a Prime Minister like Prime Minister Modi who respects women not just by comments and thoughts as he did at the Lal Killa on August 15th, but even through welfare schemes that empower us and give us dignity, empowerment, etc. And that's why registering this FIR was so necessary, because on the one hand, you had Mr. Arvind Sawant say that he's apologizing, but Sanjay Raut saying just the opposite. I want to ask, where are all those India Alliance leaders? Where are all the women leaders who have chosen to stay mum on this? Is this a non-issue? Because for them, it may be a convenient issue to suit them. But as far as our Prime Minister is concerned, it's an important core issue to ensure women's dignity is always maintained no matter where they are.
Absolutely. And this is the same kind of diatribe, Shaina NC, that we're also seeing in Jharkhand, where the Prime Minister tore into the indie bloc, and Prime Minister Modi said what they have done with our sister Sita Soren is also something we have all seen. So this is very clear, Shaina NC, that when Arvind Sawant makes such comments, or someone is making the comments in the indie bloc, this is something they forget. It is certain respect of whether it's tribal women or whether it's women anywhere. Like you said, Mahila hu mal nahi, this is something that needs to be remembered and ingrained in their minds.
Very true. And when we say ki Mahila hu mal nahi, this is not just a tagline which is meant for one section of society, it's for all women. And trust me, our Prime Minister taking notice of it and understanding that we women want to be respected for what we are, who we are, and the work we do, and not for how we look and who says what, is a great comment. And it can only be expected from the Prime Minister. And I'd also like to acknowledge that the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde ji, when he impacted lives through Ladki Behna Yojana, it is another statement of only respect. So you have the Prime Minister and Eknath Shinde ji that have worked collaboratively to ensure women's dignity, whilst the opposition has chosen to do just the opposite.
Absolutely. Thank you, Shaina NC, for being with us. This is a story we'll continue following. We was also moving on to the other top focus and the other top story. Samajwadi Party MLA Rai Sheikh has now urged the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi to incorporate a common minorities program on its upcoming election manifesto, emphasizing the potential to outreach development for minority communities in Maharashtra. He's also recommended a survey of minorities to address their needs. As the MVA is preparing for the upcoming elections, this proposal could solidify, they say, its commitment to minority welfare, with stakeholders keenly awaiting the alliance's response. Getting in more reaction from Mahayuti now, who's hit out at the SP's appeasement politics.
See, that is been called as a vote jihad. That you think, work and propagate for only particular community. And this is not a democracy. And this is a hypocrisy for Uddhav Thackeray. I appeal, I demand, what is the stance of Mr. Uddhav Thackeray now? Is he in support of Muslim Arakshan, Muslim reservation or no? In the constitution, that there cannot be a reservation on the religion. Then why this demand is coming? What is the role of Mr. Thackeray, whether he is in support of this or not? I am asking for this.
Let's also listen in to reactions that are also coming in from the BJP. Atul Bhatkalkar has spoken out. Listen in.
See, this is totally ploy of dividing voters on the religious basis. As on today, there is no question of anything, but right now Rais Sheikh is demanding all these things. Why they have not did it all these things in 2.5 years in their rule? And so this is nothing but trying to divide voters on religious caste basis, but this will not happen. 13 crore Maharashtra will stand behind Mahayuti, and that's why Pradhan Mantri very aptly, rightly said, एक रहेंगे तो safe रहेंगे. Or I will this much say that in this coming election, Maharashtra will stand behind Mahayuti because we are real development oriented sarkar.
सर कोशिश कर रहे हैं एक मुसमदार खुश करने के लिए.
This is the true agenda of MVA Mahavibhajan Aghadi, Maha Vote Bank Aghadi. For the sake of vote bank, they can put Muslim first above nation first. They can put religious kind benefits first rather than constitution first. Rais Sheikh is writing letter and saying that just like UPA government had put Muslims as first for the claim on resources, like that there should be a separate common minority program in the MVA agenda where Muslims should be given religious reservation and other benefits. One question arises that is this constitutional? Is this as per the constitution of Ambedkar ji? And it clearly shows that the agenda of MVA is to snatch away the reservation of SC, ST, OBC and give it to the vote bank. To divide Hindu society and to unite the vote bank in the name of such kind of schemes and such kind of allurements. The question is that why is Uddhav Thackeray ji not saying anything? He claims to be share of Hindutva, but he is allowing such kind of policies. And this is the same Samajwadi party which has even taken stand for Yaqub Memon. Even then Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is silent.
We also tell you news in brief that's making headlines across the nation. The Supreme Court has slammed the Delhi government and the police commissioner over the extreme ban on crackers, and yet it's not enforcement. The Supreme Court has also asked for for action needs to be taken. They've also said that this needs to be curbed. They've highlighted steps that need to be proposed, and they have completely ordered the police commissioner of Delhi to file affidavits and the Delhi government about steps taken to curb pollution. Election Commission announced change of bypolls in 14 constituencies from November 13 to November 20th. The constituencies which will witness changes are Kerala, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh. The poll panel earlier fixed November 13 for 48 constituencies. Bypoll dates, however, for 14 constituencies has changed to 20th November. In a very tragic incident, at least 4 people have been electrocuted in East Godavari district village. The incident took place when individuals were tying flexi banners from the unveiling of the statue of social reformer. As per reports, the individuals The other top focus, Pune is going to play host to the Army Day Parade next year on January 15th. Various events have been lined up in the run-up to that. This will be the third occasion when a city other than New Delhi is going to be hosting the Army Day Parade. The Army Day Parades of 2023 and 2024 were hosted by Bangalore and Lucknow respectively.
Sunny Kala reporting from New Jersey, USA, and I will be bringing you an up-close coverage of one of the most historic elections of our times. We'll take you right to the pulse of the polling booths and capture all the excitement on the ground. Stay tuned for every moment as it unfolds.
Director, the taste of success.
Hi viewers, a very good evening. You're watching Republic TV. This is Live and Breaking with me, Rakshita Mishra, viewers. And of course, the countdown to the presidential elections in the United States has begun. Who will be the next president of the United States? Will it be Kamala Harris or it will be Trump? Once again, that of course will be answered on the 5th of November. But we'll tell you more. But first up, the headlines at 5:30 p.m. RG Kaur case prime accused Sanjay Roy's big allegation says being framed by Mamata government and being forced to keep shut. Under Trudeau's watch, Khalistani terror at play yet again. Temples attacked in Brampton and Surrey.
पुलिस वालों ने हमें लाठी से मारा, वो हमें ऐसे ट्रीट कर रहे थे जैसे हम सेकंड क्लास सिटीजन हैं। बहुत गंदे से हिंदुओं के साथ बिहेव किया गया।
Eyewitnesses recall the horrific assault by Trudeau's cops as well. Hindu devotees first attacked by Khalistanis and then they are brutalized by the police.
जेएमएम कांग्रेस आरजेडी ने तुष्टीकरण की नीति को चरम पर पहुंचा दिया है। ये इन घुसपैठियों को पूरे झारखंड में बसा रहे हैं।
Campaigns in Jharkhand takes on Soren government over infiltration. BJP calls out minority appeasement after SP demands common minority program in MVA manifesto. And as the race to the White House enters its final leg, stand by for the most detailed and extensive and insightful coverage only on Republic TV. And MiG-29 fighter jet crashes near Agra. Flight catches fire mid-air. 2, including the pilot, escape from the jaws of death as they eject safely. They're out of danger. All right, viewers, we start with breaking news coming in from West Bengal. Now, the Sealdah court has framed charges against the RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital rape and murder case accused Sanjay Roy. And let us also tell you that Sanjay Roy has now accused the Mamata Banerjee government of framing him and also silencing him. That he is being forced to keep mum, that he is being forced to keep his mouth shut. There you have Sanjay Roy. When he was taken out of the Sealdah court, he was trying to speak to the media from that police van, and he said that he was being framed by Mamata Banerjee government. And now the latest update we have is that the charges have been framed. Kisholai joins in live on the broadcast for more. Kisholai, of course, the stage is set for the trial against Sanjay Roy. The charges have been framed. But what we are understanding is that Sanjay Roy has clearly accused Mamata Banerjee government of framing him.
Well, exactly. It's a very important point of this investigation, where the prime accused and the only accused in this, who is arrested in this, who was first arrested in this rape and murder case. We know later on there were other arrests made, including Sandeep Ghosh. Now, Sanjay Roy is saying, very specifically saying, I have been framed. I did not do it. The government is pressurizing me to keep my mouth shut. I am innocent and I am being framed. Who is framing him? He also says that it is done in order to make sure that the real culprits are being covered and shielded by the government, by the authorities. That is what Sanjay Roy is implicating. His statements are very blunt, very clear. He was being taken away in a prison van when he was making these statements. We know that the trials will begin on 11th November and go until 14th of November at Sealdah CBI Special Court. And we know already the charge sheet has been produced and the charges has been framed as well. But this is one of the points where a very important piece of information is coming in, and it is a allegation on the Mamata government directly by the prime accused in this case, Sanjay Roy, who is saying that I have been framed by this by this government, by this administration, and they are trying to hide the real accused. Who are these real accused? Who are the real people behind, real culprits behind the murder and rape is a question that remains. We have to look at the trials, which will begin on 11th November. But Sanjay Roy has made an explosive statement.
Right. Absolutely. Thanks so much, Kisholai, for joining us with those details coming in on that big development. Viewers, let's take a listen into what the BJP is saying on the big sensational claim by Sanjay Roy.
The smoking gun, the proof, the main accused, Sanjay Roy, who was himself getting the patronage from the West Bengal police, has testified that he is being pressurized to keep mum by the government. Why is it being done? Is it to protect the other people and the high and mighty? That after this disclosure has come to the fore, it is clear that evidence was destroyed. People were threatened to make them quiet. The doctors were threatened. Jawar Sarkar resigned because he also testified as to how the entire approach of TMC was. TMC means Talibani Mansikta and culture. That means they allow such things to happen and then they defend the rapists, from Shah Jahan to rapists in Arjikar case.
And now, viewers, news from Canada now. It's a big update coming in on the attacks in Canada on temples. Now, we have learned the Peel police have made 3 arrests in connection with the Hindu temple attack in Brampton. Identity of the individuals are yet to be disclosed, but viewers, this is a big a story of the day that we are tracking. In fact, there has been this attack on a Hindu temple. Devotees have been under attack by the Khalistani goons. As you can see to the left side of your screens, they were beaten up. And to the right side of your screens, you can see the police brutality on the devotees. And this was caught on camera, viewers. First, you see the way Khalistani goons are attacking the Hindu devotees. They just storm inside that temple and they just start beating up all the devotees, left, right and center, whoever comes to their side with that stick, with that flag. And there you have this scene where the cops, the RCMP, is in an altercation with the devotees who were under the attack. They are pushing them away, and that's not all, viewers. They have brutalized the devotees. In another video, we'll show how the Indians, the devotees Hindu devotees were pinned down. They were pinned down forcefully, and the way they were dragged away, they were taken away by the police. And there was no action, at least visible by then, on those people who have in fact attacked those devotees, Hindu devotees inside the temple. But we did see very much of a visible and a brutal action against the Hindu devotees, viewers. And now we know that at least 3 detentions have been made. We are getting exclusive reactions also from the devotees who were an eyewitness to this incident, and who have also borne the brunt of the Khalistani extremism, Khalistani terrorism under Trudeau government. Listen in.
वीडियो डाल रहा था वो तो कि पहले फाइटिंग हुई थी यहाँ पे, अंदर घुस गए थे और उसके बाद फिर ये
तो बेटा डरा हुआ था, क्या हुआ था जब बेटे ने आपसे बात की?
वो करना
हमें एक्चुअली डराया पुलिस ने है,
पुलिस ने डराया,
पुलिस ने हमें डराया, पुलिस ने हमें मारा है। पुलिस ने, वो तो खालिस्तानी तो मार रहे थे, चलो वो तो सुना खालिस्तानी मार रहे, पर पुलिस हमें मार रहे थे।
Get you more details on that. Remember, the Indian Ministry of External Affairs has also now condemned this attack. And what we are also getting to know is that there will be protests. There will be pan-Canada protests by Hindu organizations. Hindu groups are protesting on the matter. In fact, that's what we are breaking right now. Hindu groups are all set to protest against the temple attack. That's the big breaking news we have. The community is now uniting. There have been multiple attempts to target them, their places of worship. They are under threat in Canada. So Hindu groups are protesting against the temple attack at the temple sites, in fact. And this is going to be, viewers, a nationwide protest. Canada-wide, pan-Canada protests are going to take place. The pressure is mounting on Justin Trudeau. Today, the man was compelled to condemn what was caught on camera. And let's take a listen to the reactions that have come in on this development.
आज मंदिरों पे हो रहा है, कल को उनके बिजनेसों के ऊपर होगा, कल को उनके कारोबारों के ऊपर होगा, तो ऐसी उनके असुरक्षा हो जाएगी। जितना भी फाइनेंशियली वो चीज़ें हैं वो बहुत ज़्यादा उनको जो है वो नुकसान होगा। इसके लिए हम चाहेंगे कि भारत सरकार और पूरे वर्ल्ड से ये आवाज़ उठनी चाहिए कि सनातनियों को आप हर जगह पर क्यों ही टारगेट करते हैं। कभी बांग्लादेश में करते हैं, कभी पाकिस्तान में करते हैं, कभी दूसरे मुस्लिम कंट्रियों में होता है। आज ये इन कंट्रियों में शुरू हो गया, अब इंग्लैंड के अंदर जाइए, वहाँ बुरा हाल है। कभी झंडे वो कर दिए जाते हैं कि मंदिरों के ऊपर जगह जगह पर जो कुछ ऐसे स्लोगन लिख दिए जाते हैं जिससे कि एक डर का माहौल पैदा हो जाए, बच्चे मंदिरों में ना जाएं। तो हम तो एक संगठन, हमारे जो सनातन धर्म है वो सबका भला मांगने वाला है, सबकी सुख शांति चाहता है, पेड़ पौधों की पूजा करते हैं, जीव जंतुओं की पूजा करते हैं। हम तो किसी का नुकसान नहीं चाह रहे, लेकिन जो हमारे बच्चे वहाँ गए हुए हैं उनका नुकसान आप ऐसा क्यों चाह रहे हैं, ऐसा क्यों आप बुरा चाह रहे हैं। तो उसके लिए हम ये आपके माध्यम से चाहेंगे कि जल्दी से जल्दी इसके ऊपर कोई कठिन कार्रवाई हो।
ये जी जब जागे तभी सवेरा।
Those are visuals coming in from Chandigarh, where the Hindu groups are staging protests against temple attack, and the banners they're holding reading "Mandir upar hamle ka jawab." That is, there should be an answer to the attacks. There should be an answer to the attacks against the Hindu temples in Canada on the Canadian soil. They're saying "Mandir upar hamle ka jawab dega Hindustan," that India will give that back the answer. Viewers, there is a report that has been filed by my colleague Lalit on the same. Listen into that.
Gauri Shankar Seva Dal is holding a protest in Chandigarh as the temples in Canada, Brampton, have been allegedly targeted by the Khalistanis. So these are the visuals here where you can see that the Gauri Shankar Seva Dal can be seen holding Indian flag. Right now with us is the members of this Seva Dal. Let me take a cross to them. आज आप लोग यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, किस लिए कर रहे हैं आप ये?
आज ये प्रदर्शन जो है, जो कनाडा के ब्रैम्पटन शहर के अंदर जो हमारे मंदिरों का अपमान हुआ है, वो तोड़फोड़ हुई है, दीपावली का त्यौहार वहाँ पर मनाने के लोग इकट्ठा हुए थे, तो वहाँ पर जो ये बहुत ज़्यादा निंदनीय घटना हुई है उसका हम पुरजोर यहाँ पर विरोध दर्ज करवाने के लिए आज शांतमय तरीके से यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं। तो जो खालिस्तानी आतंकवादी हैं वो बार बार ऐसी हैं जो घटनाएं हैं वो घटता रहते हैं। हमारा बहुत ज़्यादा वहाँ पर हमारे जितने बच्चे हैं वो वहाँ पढ़ने के लिए गए हुए हैं, उनका वहाँ पर कारोबार है, तो उनको असुरक्षा की भावना जो है वो पैदा हो रही है। तो ऐसी असुरक्षा की भावना पैदा ना हो, हम ये भारत सरकार से चाहेंगे कि ये सख्त से सख्त इसके ऊपर निर्णय ले। जैसे हमारे योगी जी जो कठोर निर्णय लेने वाले हैं, ऐसे ही मोदी सरकार, अमित शाह जी ये कठोर निर्णय लें ताकि हमारे बच्चों को वहाँ असुरक्षा महसूस ना हो। वहाँ पर उन्होंने घर, कारोबार सब कुछ खड़े कर दिया। आज मंदिरों पे हमला हो रहा है, कल उनके वहाँ पे घरों के ऊपर भी ऐसे हमले होंगे। तो ये चीज़ों के लिए हम आपका ये करना चाहेंगे।
हो इसका पूरा प्रबंध करना चाहिए। ये ना हो कि सनातनी वहाँ मंदिरों में जाने से ही डरने लग जाए, ऐसा ना हो।
क्या एक सूझबूझ के तहत और किसी षड्यंत्र के तहत किया जा रहा है?
बिल्कुल षड्यंत्र, बिना प्लानिंग के तो इतना बड़ा जो मैं कांड ही कहूंगा कि नहीं किया जा सकता। इसके पीछे अच्छी प्लानिंग है खालिस्तानियों की, और इसमें कहीं ना कहीं कनाडा सरकार की इन्वॉल्वमेंट जरूर रही होगी।
तो अभी क्या उम्मीद करते हैं, किस तरीके क्या सजेशन है?
उम्मीद तो हम यही करते हैं कि भारत सरकार इसको जो है पूरी जोर शोर से उठाएगी इंटरनेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म के ऊपर, और हमारे मंदिरों को सुरक्षा मुहैया कराई जाए।
सनातन धर्म का अपमान नहीं सहेगा हिंदुस्तान। सनातन धर्म का अपमान नहीं सहेगा हिंदुस्तान।
Those the voices, viewers, coming in from the Hindu community as Hindu community unites in India, in Canada, to stage protest, to raise their voice against the injustices, to the brutality under Trudeau administration. Remember, Trudeau police was a mute spectator when these Khalistani goons stormed into the temple, the Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton. But they were quick to react, they were quick to crack down, lathi charge, beat, assault, brutalize the devotees who were in fact terrorized by these Khalistani goons. So that's the big update we have right now, viewers. 3 people have been arrested, and now what we know is that the RSS is also reacting now. That's what we are breaking right now, viewers. The Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, the RSS, has condemned the attack on a temple in Canada. Indresh Kumar of the RSS is demanding strict action against the perpetrators. Now, he says, and I quote him here, "The attack is unfortunate. I'm sure Khalsa Samaj would condemn this attack. Khalsa Panth will establish to protect humanity, and strict steps should be taken to avoid such unfortunate incidents," unquote. So the RSS is also now stepping in and raising the voice against the attack. RSS condemning attacks in Canada on the Hindu temples, on the Hindu devotees. Indresh Kumar now calling for strict action, strict action against what has happened in Canada. Let's take a listen in. RSS's National Executive Member Indresh Kumar has reacted. Listen in.
भारत का ही नहीं, दुनिया का खालसा समुदाय यानी सिख समुदाय, सिख धर्म के लोग पूरी तरह से इसकी निंदा ही नहीं करेंगे। आगे ऐसी दुर्घटनाएं ना हो, इसके लिए भी ठोस कदम उठाएंगे। खालसा की सृजना धर्म रक्षा के लिए हुई थी, ना कि धर्म को हानि पहुंचाने के लिए हुई थी। मैं फिर से कहूंगा, यह काम घोर निंदनीय है, और यहीं पर आकर ये कहूंगा, कनाडा सरकार ने भी सब धर्मों की रक्षा के लिए, धर्म स्थलों की रक्षा के लिए सख्त कदम उठाने चाहिए, ताकि ऐसी निंदनीय और अपराधपूर्ण घटना फिर से ना हो।
So that was Indresh Kumar, member of National Executive at the RSS, now condemning that. And remember, viewers, there are protests that are going to take place tomorrow in Canada, across the country, And in India, the protests have already erupted in Chandigarh. We just saw those visuals coming in, the mass demonstrations. Now we have the RSS also condemning this attack and calling for strict action. The MEA also, viewers remember, has called for action. In fact, the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal has condemned the attack by extremists and separatists, urging the Canadian government to ensure the protection of places of worship and prosecute those responsible. And expressing concern for the safety of Indian nationals in Canada, Jaiswal has emphasized that intimidation and violence would not deter the outreach of Indian consular officers in providing services to both Indian and Canadian citizens. Because, viewers, this is coming in right on the heels of this escalation between India and Canada, the escalation in the diplomatic standoff, and now we see it's only somehow we see that the Khalistanis have come down to this provocation inside the temples now and directly targeting with force. And viewers, now we shift our focus to the big story we're tracking from Agra in Uttar Pradesh. A MiG-29 fighter jet has crashed near Agra and the pilot ejected safely from the plane along with his companion. Now the plane had taken off from Adhampur in Punjab and was en route to Agra for an exercise when the incident happened. And viewers, remember that this is the video of that place coming in. The pilot and the co-passenger, in fact, ejected safely. This happened while this jet was in the air. It was flying. It's a mid-air fire. When this plane was flying, it caught fire, and the pilot ensured that this landing is made in this field where people were not present. Thankfully, it was an empty, vacant land, the field where it crashed, and before it could turn fatal, the pilot and the passenger ejected. In fact, we're getting more breaking news on the same story, viewers, from Agra. And what we are getting to know is that this was a MiG-29 flight. This was a MiG-29 aircraft of the Indian Air Force, and that the statement coming in from the IAF says that it has ordered a court of inquiry to ascertain the cause of the crash. The IAF has ordered a court of inquiry to ascertain the cause, the reason behind this mid-air fire. Suyesha is joining us. Suyesha is joining us live on the broadcast from newsroom. Suyesha, of course, now a court of inquiry, as per procedure, has been, ordered by the Indian Air Force. And remember, this is coming in right after, a month after Rajasthan saw a MiG-29 crash. That too, thankfully, there were no casualties. Once again, we see this IAF fighter jet could have turned very, very fatal as per the visuals.
Oh yes, absolutely, and the consequences could have been much worse. But Rakshita, quickly to update our viewers on the statement that has been released by the Indian Air Force that reads, and I quote, a MiG-29 aircraft of the Indian Air Force crashed near Agra during a routine training sortie today after encountering a system malfunction. The pilot maneuvered the aircraft to ensure no damage to life or property on ground before ejecting safely. An inquiry has been ordered by the Indian Air Force to ascertain the cause of the accident. So far we understand, and even the visuals that came out, Rakshita, that thankfully there was no damage to any human because the pilot safely landed on the farms, which was absolutely empty, and it was the plane that had already caught fire mid-air, and when the chunks of that aircraft landed on the farm, they were already on fire, which was of course caught by the locals and the farmers there, who also made videos of that air crash. Exactly how the Indian Air Force is putting it, that the pilot had ejected safely along with his companion, and they ensured that they landed on a safe ground, or rather to say that they maneuvered the plane to a safe ground where they ensured that there was minimal damage. So that of course did happen, but we'll really know in due course of time what exactly had caused this accident in the first place that led the plane to catch fire mid-air itself. Like the statement clearly reads, that it was and a training sortie. So we do understand that it could have been a trainee pilot, but we are yet to get details. Thankfully, Rakshita, like we are saying, that the consequences could have been much worse, but it wasn't, as the plane did, the chunks of that plane that did land on that farm, but nobody was injured, there was no casualty in this, and the Indian Air Force expected to release a statement soon to what caused this malfunction in the first place.
All right, thanks so much, Suesha. In fact, we also been joined by Raghavendra on the story. Raghavendra, हमें बताएं कि क्या कुछ सामने आ रहा है. IAF ने जो कि अभी जो है स्टेटमेंट बयान जो है वो दिया है कि कोर्ट ऑफ इंक्वायरी जो है वो ऑर्डर कर दी गई है, लेकिन क्या कुछ सामने आ रहा है इसके पीछे जो आग लगी थी, इसके पीछे क्या कुछ कारण है वो सामने आ रहा है, अगर आप अपने सूत्रों के मुताबिक बता सकें.
बिल्कुल, देखिए जो इस पूरे मामले को लेकर जांच तो बैठी गई है, जैसा कि आपने कहा कोर्ट ऑफ इंक्वायरी जो विभाग की तरफ से हर तरह की इस तरह की जो घटना होती है उस पर होती है, तो वो सारी चीज़ें आ जाएंगी. लेकिन जो सबसे पहले जो कम्युनिकेशन की बात आ रही है, कहीं न कहीं कम्युनिकेशन गड़बड़ हुआ है, या उनको ऐसा एहसास हुआ है कि अब ये जो प्लेन है, ये जो लड़ाकू विमान है, ये हमारे रडार से, या यूँ कहे कि हमारे कंट्रोल से बाहर है. ये चीज़ पायलटों को पता चला कि ये अब इसको हम स्थिर नहीं कर सकते, इसको हम कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते हैं, और लिहाजा उन लोगों ने फैसला लिया कि अब कूद के अपनी जान बचाओ और ये लड़ाकू विमान जहां जा रहा है इसको जाने दीजिए. तो उन लोगों ने फैसला लिया, कुछ मिनट पहले, कुछ सेकंड पहले उन्होंने कूद के अपनी जान बचाई, और जैसे ही वो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ तुरंत पूरी तरह से जल गया. अगर वो लोग फैसला न लेते, लास्ट तक उसको कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश करते, तो कहीं न कहीं आज जो उसमें 3 लोग थे उनकी भी जान जाती. तो ये एक बड़ी बात है कि लोग उसमें नहीं, हमारे पायलट उसमें नहीं गए, उनकी जान नहीं गई. हाँ, एक हमारा लड़ाकू विमान पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त हो गया, वह पूरी तरह से नष्ट हो गया. लेकिन ये जो मिग की जो श्रृंखला है, जो मिग हमारा ये लड़ाकू विमान है, ये इससे पहले कई बार और दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुआ है. कई लोगों की उसमें जानें भी गई हैं, अलग अलग इंसिडेंट में, अलग अलग दुर्घटनाओं में. लेकिन आज जो दुर्घटना हुई है आगरा में, ऐसे में पायलट लोग सुरक्षित सपाट खेतों में कूद के अपनी जान बचाए, और ये जो लड़ाकू विमान है पूरी तरह से ये नष्ट हो गया है, जल गया है. वहाँ से उसमें किसी की मरने की कोई खबर नहीं है. प्राइमरी इलाज जो है जो हमारे पायलट्स थे उनकी वहीं आगरा में हुई थी. और पूरी जो इस पूरे घटना की, यानी जो आपने कह रही है ना कि आखिर हुआ क्या था, किस तरह से क्या कम्युनिकेशन की वहाँ पे कमी रह गई थी, या किसी तरह की और कोई दिक्कत हो रही थी, या जो सारी जो वहाँ की स्थिति थी उनके कंट्रोल की बाहर थी, एक्चुअल क्या रीज़न था, वह जांच हो रही है. उसमें निश्चित रूप से कुछ दिन बाद वो सारी बातें सामने आ जाएंगी. जी.
All right, thanks so much, Suesha and Raghavendra for joining us with those details coming in on the story. Viewers, an Air Force plane crashes in Agra. Pilot and the companion have saved themselves, ejecting at the right time, and court of inquiry has been now ordered. Now, in a shocking accident, a bus carrying 60 passengers fell into a gorge near Almora, Marchula in Uttarakhand. As many as 36 people have been killed, 19 are injured. Rest are believed to be trapped in the bus. Take a look at this report. At least 36 people have lost their lives and 19 have been injured after a bus fell into a gorge near Almora, Marchula in Uttarakhand. Over 60 people were travelling in the bus. Rescue teams were rushed to the site immediately and relief operations are underway. 3 injured people have been airlifted to AIIMS Rishikesh. Many are feared to be trapped inside the bus which fell into the gorge. NDRF and SDRF teams have reached the spot. Injured are rushed to the hospital for treatment while local villagers are assisting the rescue teams in locating the passengers who are still trapped. Prime Minister Modi has announced an ex gratia of 2 lakh rupees from PMNRF for the deceased family, while 50,000 rupees ex gratia has been announced for the families of injured. Meanwhile, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami spoke to Secretary Disaster Management of Kumaon Division and Almora DM over phone call to take stock of the situation. Chief Minister Dhami has directed to provide 4 lakh rupees ex gratia to the families of the deceased and 1 lakh rupees for the assistance of the families of the injured.
उन सभी घायलों को तत्काल स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं मिले, उपचार मिले, उसके लिए सभी एम्बुलेंस इत्यादि की व्यवस्था तत्काल वहां पर की जा रही है। सभी को भेजा गया है, सभी अफसरों को मौके पर जाने के निर्देश दिए हैं और इस पूरी घटना के लिए कुमाऊं कमिश्नर को मजिस्ट्रियल जांच के आदेश दिए हैं और संबंधित विभाग के लोगों को निलंबित करने के भी आदेश दिए हैं जो भी इस घटना से संबंधित हैं। कहीं भी कोई लापरवाही होगी तो उसके खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
The Uttarakhand Chief Minister has instructed the Commissioner of Kumaon Division to conduct a magisterial inquiry into the incident. Alright viewers, now the Samajwadi Party has pulled out the minority card ahead of the elections in Maharashtra, calling for a common minority program. We will be getting you latest on that. Stay tuned.
Hi, I am Saurabh Shukla, founder News Mobile, live from the US. In this special broadcast between News Mobile and Republic, we will tell you who will be the new US president and how this impacts your world. Do watch all the latest updates here live on Republic and News Mobile.
I'm Shivani Kala reporting from New Jersey, USA, and I will be bringing you an up-close coverage of one of the most historic elections of our times. We'll take you right to the pulse of the polling booth and capture all the excitement on the ground. Stay tuned for every moment as it unfolds.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening
morning and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 6. I'm Suesha Sant as we continue to get you all the top stories we've been tracking for you all through the day. But most importantly, our focus this minute is on the pro-Muslim manifesto demand that the MVA is making, which, remember, is now coming across as the key standpoint between the Mahayuti and the MVA. Most importantly, the BJP raking this up. We'll get you all the details. First, a quick check of the headlines we are tracking. RG Kar case, prime accused Sanjay Roy's big allegation says being framed by Mamata government and being forced to keep shut. Under Trudeau's watch, Khalistani terror at play yet again. Temples attacked in Brampton and Surrey.
पुलिस वालों ने हमें लाठी से मारा, वो हमें ऐसे ट्रीट कर रहे थे जैसे हम सेकंड क्लास सिटीजन हैं। बहुत गंदे से हिंदुओं के साथ बिहेव किया गया।
Eyewitnesses recall horrific assault by Trudeau's cops, Hindu devotees attacked by Khalistanis.
जेएमएम कांग्रेस आरजेडी ने तुष्टीकरण की नीति को चरम पर पहुंचा दिया है। ये इन घुसपैठियों को पूरे झारखंड में बसा रहे हैं।
Prime Minister Modi campaigns in Jharkhand, takes on Soren government over infiltration. BJP calls out minority appeasement after SP demands common minorities program in MBA manifesto. The race to the White House has entered into its final leg. Stand by for the most detailed and extensive coverage on Republic TV. MiG-29 fighter jet crashes near Agra. Flight catches fire mid-air. 2, including pilot, escape jaws of death. Out of danger now. And we cut across to breaking news coming in. Lokayukt Police has issued a notice to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. The notice has been put outside his office to appear on the 6th of November and face trial. The notice that has come to his Mysuru office as Siddaramaiah faces scrutiny in the Muda scam. Karnataka Chief Minister facing the heat over allegations in the Muda scam, and in the very latest we are learning that he has now been sent a notice that has been put out outside his office. His Mysuru office is where the notice is put up by the Lokayukt Police, asking Siddaramaiah to appear before the Lokayukt Police on the 6th of November and face trial. Remember his wife, who has also been questioned in this connection, and the very next was Siddaramaiah to be questioned, which is now to happen on the 6th of November. The Muda chairman, who had quit in the most unexpected circumstances, as he had also said that there is no political pressure, quote unquote, for him to resign, but he has. And even as all of them have been questioned, next is the turn of the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who faces serious allegations in the Muda scam, as he has been asked to come to the Lokayukt on the 6th of November. Cutting across to Sri Lakshmi, joining us on the broadcast from the Kannada newsroom to take us through these latest details. Sri Lakshmi, really something we were expecting will happen, and now the notice has been put up. Siddaramaiah has been asked to appear on the 6th of November. Take us through the details and what's expected.
Right. Well, Suesha, Karnataka CM is up to receive the notice that he has to come to Muda office and face investigation. Lokayukta police now has issued the notice to CM Siddaramaiah, and on November 6th he has to face a trial. But this was expected earlier itself since a court here has directed Mysore Lokayukta to investigate the Muda case within the time span of 3 months and to submit the report back to the court. Now the question is, Muda is also being raided by Enforcement Directorate officials and Enforcement Directorate officials may also give a notice to Siddaramaiah for investigation if there is any evidence of illegal money being involved, find out. Then, as I said earlier, it was expected that after Diwali, this Muda pressure may mount against Siddaramaiah and political pressure also may mount on Siddaramaiah and it may get difficult for Siddaramaiah to retain his seat because he has to prove himself right. Though his wife has returned all those 14 sites which have been received by Muda back. Still Siddaramaiah is up to prove himself right. He was there as a Muda member and he was evident for all these. It is said that he and his son was evident for all the Muda proceedings. Now not many chief ministers have faced such situation. Not many chief ministers in Karnataka have undergone this kind of Lokayukta investigation. But still, it is still doubtful that whether he appears for the investigation or he may, go to the court again. He has already filed a writ application to Karnataka High Court against this investigation, against the order given by Raj Bhavan here. Before that only, is there any chance of court hearing this case is a bit doubtful, Suesha. So it is up to us to wait and watch what may happen. This will definitely impact on political happenings here in Karnataka in a big way.
Oh yes, of course it will, because we understand how Siddaramaiah has been calling this a political conspiracy. But given the kind of allegations that already stare at him, we wait and watch whether he actually cooperates with the Lokayukta police and answers all that will be asked of him as far as the Muda scam is concerned. I want to thank you for speaking to us and getting us these latest details. So on your screens, we've put out those pictures of how the notice has been put up outside the Karnataka Chief Minister's office, where he's been asked to appear on the 6th of November for questioning in the Muda scam. And we now move on to the latest update that is coming in ahead of the Maharashtra polls. Yes, the Congress is all set to back the Samajwadi Party on the Muslim quota demand that the SP is making. On Rais Sheikh demanding Muslim quota in the Mahavikas Aghadi manifesto, Congress's Udit Raj has gone on to say, and I quote, "He is free to express his opinion. The party is free to entertain it or not. It is within the party and the party is democratic. Definitely, there will be voices that will have demands to place ahead before the party. But I don't think it is a very extraordinary situation. You're trying to find out such things from India Alliance. What about Shiv Sena NCP is the response that has come in from Udit Raj, who says that it is very normal to make whatever demands and it is up to the party to accept it or not, rather trying to pass the buck on the Mahayuti. Let's listen into that entire statement.
He is free to express his opinion, party is free to entertain or not to entertain, but it is their affair. How do I enter? How do I come in the picture? Nobody comes in the picture. that it's a within the party, and of course it's a party, the democratic, definitely there will be voices, there will be concern, there will be demand from the party, from the leader, and as we do in Congress party also, that if certain things are omitted, then we definitely take it up and try to get those things included. I don't think that's a very extraordinary situations are very uncommon. This is very common thing.
Since you're saying that you don't think it might be an extraordinary situation, then is it safe to say that it seems like India Alliance leaders are not on the same page, because MV Alliance leaders have very comfortably distanced themselves from this demand. On one hand, Sanjay Raut was heard saying that he's not aware only of such demands, and Congress has distanced itself from these statements.
You're trying to find out such things from India Alliance. What about Shiv Sena, NCP? It's such a bad blood is there in Maharashtra election that they are openly criticizing each other. They are openly campaigning against each other. And NCP candidate Nawab Malik said not that he has been targeted by BJP, but even his daughter also. So those are the major contradictions, and this is very minor contradiction comparing to that contradiction. So NDA contradiction you people don't highlight. You just try to peep only inside India Alliance. Even a minor contradiction there, minor differences are there which you try to blow it up.
And just to give you a little background to what has happened, yes, it is Samajwadi Party Neta Rais Sheikh who has written a letter to the Mahavikas Aghadi Netas that include the Congress, Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP and UBT combined, where in this letter he has primarily claimed that there must be a common minority program that must be included in the Mahavikas Aghadi manifesto. As a part of this demand, he's also asked that the Love Jihad Committee must stay on interfaith marriages, scrapping the government proposal on invalidating admissions of tribal ITI students by linking them with religion, reservation for Muslims, socio-economic survey of the Muslim community, among others. And Rais Sheikh, who has asked for a draft, rather a common manifesto for the MVA under former CM Prithvi Raj Chavan. Listen in to the reactions that have come in so far.
See, that is been called as a vote jihad. That you think, work and propagate for only particular community. And this is not a democracy. And this is a hypocrisy for Uddhav Thackeray. I appeal, I demand, what is the stance of Mr. Uddhav Thackeray now? Is he in support of Muslim Arakshan, Muslim reservation or no? In the constitution, that there cannot be a reservation on the religion. Then why this demand is coming? What is the role of Mr. Thackeray, whether he is in support of this or not? I am asking for this.
To my colleagues Satya Prakash and Soumya joining us on the broadcast. Satya Prakash, I want to come to you first to get a sense of what this letter states, and by the looks of it, even Udit Raj of the Congress is supporting it, rather saying that what is the big deal and why is the BJP calling this out? It is a demand that is being made, and we are an open forum, we are a democratic party, and we listen to everyone.
देखिए सुरेशा, थोड़ी देर पहले महाविकास अघाड़ी का प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ। प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैंने सवाल पूछा कि जिस तरह से रईस शेख ने मुस्लिम रिजर्वेशन की मांग किया है, लव जिहाद को लेकर जो कमेटी है उसको लेकर मांग किया है, मुस्लिम समुदाय को लेकर अलग अलग चीज़ों को लेकर जो ड्राफ्ट बनाकर जो कांग्रेस के नेता पृथ्वीराज चौहान को जो भेजा है, क्या महाविकास अघाड़ी के नेता इससे सहमत है। तो महाविकास अघाड़ी के जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस थे, इसमें शिवसेना के भी नेता थे, एनसीपी शरद पवार के नेता थे और कांग्रेस के नेता थे। सभी ने कहा कि जो रईस शेख मांग कर रहे हैं ये पहले ही हम कह चुके हैं, ये नया कोई नहीं है। तो कहीं न कहीं साफ तौर से है कि महाविकास अघाड़ी के नेता इस बात से सहमत है कि जो रईस शेख ने अपने ड्राफ्ट के जरिए जो मांग किया गया है कि महाविकास अघाड़ी की जो मैनिफेस्टो आया उसमें मुस्लिम समुदाय को देखते हुए मैनिफेस्टो बनाया जाए और उनकी मांगों को पूरा किया जाए। तो कहीं न कहीं साफ तौर से जाहिर हो रहा है कि महाविकास अघाड़ी, चाहे शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे गुट हो, चाहे कांग्रेस गुट हो, चाहे शरद पवार का एनसीपी हो, तो तीनों पार्टियां कहीं न कहीं सहमत है सही शेख के बातों को लेकर। जी
To on with us, as I'd also like to bring Soumya in. Soumya, how do you see the politics panning out? Because the BJP is clearly calling this out, and we also understand how the MVA is saying that fair enough, it is a demand that has been made, and we'll see to whether we'll add this or not. But the larger political ideology of the MVA is very clear, and this is exactly what the BJP is hinting at.
Yes, well, Suyesha, you're correct here because if you look at the background of Raiz Sheikh, he is the MLA from the Bhiwandi constituency where there is a huge Muslim voter. So this is clearly vote bank appeasement politics, because on one hand, Raiz Sheikh, who is SP MLA, has made this demand. However, on the other hand, Congress and UBT have very clearly distanced themselves from this demand. On one side, Sanjay Raut was heard saying that he's not aware of any such demands because Sanjay Raut is one such political leader, one such political personality who's always up to date with what is happening, what is not happening. So this was bizarre statement that came out from Sanjay Raut's However, on the other hand, Congress has very clearly and categorically distanced itself from the statement, whereas its leaders are saying that it's no big deal, it's a democratic setup and people are free to make such demands. It's up to the party whether they want to entertain this or not. Back to you.
Yes, absolutely. Well, that is what the Congress is saying, but the BJP is certainly levelling the appeasement politics charge. Let's listen in to those responses that have come in so far.
This is the true agenda of MVA Mahavibhajan Aghadi, Maha Vote Bank Aghadi. For the sake of vote bank, they can put Muslim first above nation first. They can put religious kind benefits first rather than constitution first. Raiz Sheikh is writing letter and saying that just like UPA government had put Muslims as first for the claim on resources, like that there should be a separate common minority program in the MVA agenda where Muslims should be given religious reservation and other benefits. One question arises that is this constitutional? Is this as per the constitution of Ambedkar ji? And it clearly shows that the agenda of MVA is to snatch away the reservation of SC, ST, OBC and give it to the vote bank. To divide Hindu society and to unite the vote bank in the name of such kind of schemes and such kind of allurements. The question is that why is Uddhav Thackeray ji not saying anything? He claims to be share of Hindutva, but he is allowing such kind of policies. And this is the same Samajwadi party which has even taken stand for Yaqub Memon. Even then Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is silent.
And that is the biggest controversy that is making news today while we await the official manifesto of what the MVA is going to be. For the moment, we have to slip into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side with the very latest. Do stay tuned.
In this special broadcast between News Mobile and Hi, I'm Saurabh Shukla, founder News Mobile, live from the US. In this special broadcast between News Mobile and Republic, we will tell you who will be the new US president and how this impacts your world. Do watch all the latest updates here live on Republic and News Mobile.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
For the world to see what's happening on Canadian soil, how the temples have been vandalized, devotees have been attacked by the Khalistanis. The cops have cracked down mercilessly, brutally on the Hindu devotees who were pleading for their safety to the policemen.
इसने हमें डराया है, पुलिस ने हमें मारा है.
for the world to see what's happening on Canadian soil. How the temples have been vandalized, devotees have been attacked by the Khalistanis. The cops have cracked down mercilessly, brutally on the Hindu devotees who were pleading for their safety to the policemen.
पुलिस ने हमें डराया है, पुलिस ने हमें मारा है.
Good evening, welcome to Republic TV. I'm Rhythm. Viewers, the race to White House is heating up. We've seen both the presidential candidates, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, make their last statements. And as it's D-Day tomorrow, we're also, as of now, being told both of them leaving no stone unturned to go to the White House. First up, a look at our top headlines. RG car prime accused Sanjay Roy's big allegation says being framed by Mamata government and being forced to keep shut. Eyewitnesses recall horrific assault by Trudeau's cops, Hindu devotees attacked by Khalistanis. And under Trudeau's watch, Khalistani terror at play yet again.
पुलिस वालों ने हमें लाठी से मारा, वो हमें ऐसे ट्रीट कर रहे थे जैसे हम सेकंड क्लास सिटीजन हैं. बहुत गंदे से हिंदुओं के साथ बिहेव किया गया.
Hindus are brutalized and assaulted by Trudeau's cops. Hindu devotees are attacked by Khalistanis.
जेएमएम कांग्रेस आरजेडी ने तुष्टीकरण की नीति को चरम पर पहुंचा दिया है. ये इन घुसपैठियों को पूरे झारखंड में बता रहे हैं.
Prime Minister Modi campaigns in Jharkhand, takes on Soren government over infiltration. BJP calls out minority appeasement after SP demands common minorities program in MVA manifesto. As the race to the White House enters its final leg, stand by for the most detailed, extensive coverage on Republic TV. An MiG-29 fighter jet crashes near Agra. The flight catches fire mid-air. However, two, including pilot, escape the jaws of death and are out of danger. Viewers, our top focus, the race to the White House is now heating up. The battle lines are drawn between the Republicans and the Democrats, with both candidates in the final leg of campaigning. Donald Trump eyeing a second term as US President, while US Vice President Kamala Harris is leaving no stone unturned to retain power.
Vote, vote, vote. We're going to win it.
Let me ask, anybody here already voted?
As the United States gears up for election, the race between Democratic candidate Kamala Harris and Republican former President Donald Trump is heating up. Both candidates are making their final pushes in key swing states, emphasizing on key issues such as the economy, abortion rights, immigration, and international conflicts, including the situations in Ukraine and Gaza.
Today, I believe, will bring a great 4 years in front of us.
We are here to support our president because he is the one who is going to give us a bright future.
In a critical final campaign blitz, Donald Trump held a rally in Macon of Georgia, stating that he will end invasion of massive number of criminals coming into the country.
With your vote on Tuesday, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals coming into our country. And I will bring back the American dream. We're going to bring back the American dream.
Trump's rhetoric reflects a broader strategy as he attempts to sway voters by framing the election as a stark choice.
After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. You watch. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so much fun. It'll be nasty a little bit at times, and maybe at the beginning in particular, but it's going to be something that we're going to go to heights that this country never has reached and nobody ever even thought it could. You're going to see things that you're not going to believe.
Trump asserts that the country faces a decision between 4 more years in gross incompetence and failure and the 4 greatest years in the history of the country. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris is campaigning in Michigan, vowing to turn the page on a decade of politics driven by fear and division.
We have the momentum because our campaign is tapping into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people. Because we are optimistic and excited about what we can do together.
Both candidates are targeting crucial swing states. Harris is focusing on uniting voters around progressive policies, while Trump promises a stronger and wealthier America. The US presidential elections are being watched closely, with many anticipating a major impact on the world stage.
Well, look, this is a very, very close election. This is one of the closest elections we have had in decades. And, Michigan, I represent the state of Michigan in the United States Congress. And Michigan is one of the 7 most critical states. Nobody can be president without winning Michigan.
With just 1 day to go until election day, the stakes could not be higher. Now all eyes will be on the swing states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
It's the final countdown to the presidential campaign that has finally ended, and tomorrow the final countdown, the curtains up on who really is going to be the President of the United States. On the final Sunday of the presidential campaign, Republican nominee Donald Trump urges voters to elect him as the leader of a failed nation. During the outdoor rally in Pennsylvania, he strayed from his recent focus on the economy and immigration to launch a rant questioning the legitimacy of US elections.
We've been working for 9 years. We did a great job. We had the best economy ever. We had the wall. We had everything. I built over 500 miles of wall. They don't even talk about the wall. But we had the best border, the safest border. I won't pull down my world's favorite chart because I don't want to waste a lot of your time. But my world's favorite chart, done by the Border Patrol, it said we had the safest border in the history of our country the day that I left. I shouldn't have left.
Donald Trump made claims about reporters being shot and suggested he shouldn't have left the White House after his 2020 loss to Joe Biden. He expressed doubt about the integrity of the vote, revived grievances about being persecuted for trying to overturn the defeat. His rally also included verbal attacks on national leadership and the media, even referring in past threats to his safety.
The only thing I want is get out and vote. Just get out, finish it. You know, we're on the 5-yard line, maybe even the 1-yard line. We're right there. We had a tremendous number of early votes, a record-setting number, records like nobody can believe.
In West Palm Beach, officials held a press conference to outline security measures for election night, where Trump was attending a watch party. Mayor Keith James warned anyone thinking of causing trouble it wouldn't end well, emphasizing the city's safety and global attention on it during elections. And Kamala Harris is leading a campaign in Michigan, stopping at a restaurant to meet supporters, later speaking at a church, calling for healing in the country. In stark contrast to Trump, she framed the upcoming election as an opportunity for voters. And there's breaking news that's just coming in. The Lokayukta police has issued a notice to Chief Minister in Karnataka, Sealdah. The notice to appear at their office on 6th of November and also to face trial. And they say he should appear for questioning on the 6th of November. Karnataka Chief Minister Sealdah has been summoned by the Lokayukta police for an inquiry on Wednesday regarding the ongoing investigation in the Muda allotment case. The summons follow the recent questioning of several officials who've been linked to the case, including Devaraju. The controversy centers on a Muda scheme that allocated 50% of developed lands to individuals. He's now been asked to appear on 6th of November. And there are lots of details that Sealdah has denied any wrongdoing, calls it politically motivated, but the Lokayukta police asking him to appear on the 6th of November. The Muda case also implicates top officials from Muda and also the Revenue Department, further intensifying the scrutiny around the scheme. I want to go across to Kannada newsroom, but I want to give you viewers more details about the controversy. The summons have been there. Several officials have been linked to this case. Karnataka Chief Minister Sealdah has also now been summoned by the Lokayukta police for an inquiry regarding the ongoing investigation in the Muda scam. And this is fresh trouble for Sealdah. He's now been summoned for questioning. The Lokayukta police has summoned him. Remember, on 25th of October, they questioned Chief Minister's wife Parvati BM, who's also an accused in the case, and they've asked him now to come. Sealdah, his wife, brother-in-law, and Devaraju, from whom Swami had purchased a land and gifted it to Parvati, and others have been named in the FIR that had been registered. All these details coming now, and now it's Lokayukta police issuing summons to Sealdah. And even though the Muda scam is, they say, not going to be impacting Congress, Karnataka, the Congress will suffer a setback, is what is being stated in the state. However, the big news that's coming in, the Lokayukta police all set to issue summons to Chief Minister Sealdah. Let me go across to Sri Lakshmi, who's joining us from Kannada newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, give us more details.
Well, Suresha, this may bring more political pressure, trouble to CM Siddaramaiah. We can also see that there are by-election around the corner here in Karnataka. Big responsibility now upon him to prove himself as the sole leader in South India for Congress and to prove his reliability too. At this point of time, he is receiving this Lokayukta notice for investigation. He has already filed his writ application to the High Court of Karnataka, to give a stay for the investigation. Now on 6th, if the notice has already been served, then he has to, come for the investigation. As I have already said, not many chief ministers have faced such kind of situations here in Karnataka. We can remember the case of B.S. Yediyurappa, but later on he got out of it. Now Siddaramaiah being a sitting chief minister facing one such situation where he has to prove himself. But there are already so many illegalities which Lokayukta is getting documents. These complainants are providing lot many other documents as well.
Yes,
now
and Sri Lakshmi, as we stay with that, we're also going to try and go across to Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's first reaction on the summons that have been given to him by the Lokayukta police. Listen in. And that reaction that's coming in, Sri Lakshmi, I want to come back to you on this as the first reaction. He says he will appear for questioning. So the breaking news that's coming in, Sri Lakshmi, on the 6th of November, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has agreed that he's going to appear for questioning. This is the big breaking news that we are breaking as we are speaking. The earlier news was the notice had been given to him to appear in the office, and now the first reaction from the Karnataka Chief Minister Sri Lakshmi that he's going to appear for that questioning before the Lokayukta police.
Right. He'll have to appear if the Lokayukta serves notice because on his part, for investigation, he cannot say no, because if he is right, the opposition is already asking that if he is right on his part, why is he not facing investigation? Why is he afraid of, getting investigated? Now he'll appear in front. It seems he'll, as he already said, he'll appear in front of Lokayukta, but Lokayukta has got 2 more months of time to finish the investigation and submit the report. Before that, anything may happen. But on the other hand, we can also remember that Enforcement Directorate is also on its investigation about this Muda scam. For that also, if he receives any notice from ED, then it may get more difficult for Siddaramaiah, to sustain his image and to retain his seat. But we can already see that D.K. Shivkumar, the Deputy Chief Minister, is facing Enforcement Directorate investigation, and he has already faced such political troubles prior. Now, High Command is supporting Siddaramaiah very strongly, since he is the sole leader, and Karnataka being the very resourceful state for the Congress, and wherein Congress is very strongly in power with full majority. Siddaramaiah may get away with it, but there are a whole lot of other issues like Waqf and Valmiki scams are coming up. Having bipoles around the corner, it may get a bit more challenging for Siddaramaiah to face this Muda investigation as well. Suesha.
Thank you, Shri Lakshmi, for those details. And viewers, the top focus is going to be on the 6th of November when the Karnataka Chief Minister appears before the Lokayukta police.
I'm Saurabh Shukla, founder News Mobile, live from the US. In this special broadcast between News Mobile and Republic, we will tell you who will be the new US president and how this impacts your world. Do watch all the latest updates here live on Republic and News Mobile.
Director, the taste of success.
Our top focus, viewers, the issue of infiltrators has become a key issue in the Jharkhand elections, with the BJP accusing the Hemant Soren-led JMM government of encouraging Bangladeshi infiltrators into the state. Prime Minister Modi has also slammed the government of supporting these infiltrators for their electoral gains, while promising to deport them back if they come to power. Listen in.
As the Jharkhand Assembly polls draw near, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today launched a scathing attack on the India Alliance for supporting infiltration in the country, especially in the state of Jharkhand.
जेएमएम, कांग्रेस, आरजेडी ने तुष्टीकरण की नीति को चरम पर पहुंचा दिया है। ये तीनों दल सामाजिक तानाबाना तोड़ने पर आमाद है। ये तीनों दल घुसपैठिया समर्थक है। बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के वोट पाने के लिए ये इन घुसपैठियों को पूरे झारखंड में बसा रहे हैं।
This comes a day after the Union Home Minister Amit Shah accused the local administration in the state of encouraging infiltration for electoral gains.
झारखंड हाई कोर्ट कहती है कि झारखंड के अंदर एक घुसपैठियों को रोकना चाहिए। हमारी बेटियों को लुभाकर हमारी भूमि ले जा रहे हैं, हमारी रोजगारी ले जा रहे हैं। बेटी, रोटी, भूमि, इसका रक्षा करने के लिए एक घुसपैठियों को रोकना चाहिए।
Earlier, Assam Chief Minister and BJP co-in-charge of Jharkhand, Himanta Biswa Sharma, had warned against infiltration in the state.
देखिए, एक रहेगा तो सेफ रहेगा। राहुल गांधी ने हिंदू समाज को बांटने के लिए निरंतर प्रयास कर रहा है। झारखंड में घुसपैठिया आते हैं, हमारे आदिवासी समाज, हिंदू समाज का अस्मिता को खतरा में पहुंचा दिया है। इस समय है एक रहने का। अगर आप एक रहेगा, सेफ रहेगा।
He added that the registration of those parties that support infiltrators must be cancelled.
विपक्ष की पार्टियां मेरा ऊपर कंप्लेन दिया है कि मैं क्यों घुसपैठियों का खिलाफ बोलता हूं। मतलब जेएमएम घुसपैठियों का सपोर्ट में बोल रहा है।
BJP MP Nishikant Dubey too has raised the issue, expressing concern over the rising Muslim population in the state of Jharkhand.
कि 9% मुस्लिम आबादी थी 1951 में, आज वो 24% हो गई। पूरे देश में से मुस्लिम जो है 4% बढ़ा, हमारे संथाल प्रणाम में वो 15% बढ़ा। ये 11% बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिया है। ये झारखंड की सरकार खुद इसको मान रही है। इसके बाद भी वोट बैंक की पॉलिटिक्स में आदिवासियों की संख्या घट जाए, आदिवासी मर जाएं, आदिवासी तुरहित हो जाए, इसके लिए ना कांग्रेस को मतलब है, ना झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा को मतलब है।
Prime Minister Modi exudes confidence that the BJP will form the government in Jharkhand on November 23rd.
ये भाजपा ही है जो पूरे देश में आदिवासी परंपरा, कला, संस्कृति के लिए समर्पित 10 बड़े संग्रहालय बना रही है।
The state will go to polls in 2 phases on November 13th and 20th. Question is, will the lotus bloom in Jharkhand?
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Manchester City's impressive 32-game unbeaten streak in the Premier League came to an end on Saturday with a 2-1 defeat at Bournemouth, allowing Liverpool to reclaim the lead in the title race. Pep Guardiola had cautioned earlier in the week that his team might be in trouble due to a growing list of injuries, a prediction that quickly became reality. On a dramatic day, Arsenal also suffered a 1-0 loss to Newcastle, while Liverpool staged a late comeback to defeat Brighton with a 2-1 and move to the top of the table. The most surprising result occurred at Bournemouth, where the Cherries took a stunning 2-0 lead with goals from Antoine Semenyo and Evanilson. Despite a late effort from the City, with Josko Gvardiol scoring in the 82nd minute, they couldn't overcome the deficit. Erling Haaland had a header saved in injury time and hit the post with the rebound. This marked City's first league loss of 2024 and their second consecutive 2-1 defeat in all competitions following their exit from the League Cup at the hands of Tottenham Hotspur earlier in the week. The defending champions now find themselves 2 points behind Liverpool. Today we could not handle their intensity that they had, and that's why we lost the game, Guardiola said after the match. City started the season as title favourites but are now off the pace. Although they are renowned for picking up form during the second half of the season, they will have their work cut out from them this season. This is because while in previous seasons they have only had to contend with one title rival, this time around both Liverpool and Arsenal look to be in a strong position to mount a title challenge, which makes Manchester City's spot at the top of the mountain seem even more shaky. In fact, all three of the top title contenders seemed on course for defeat. Newcastle secured their victory in the early kickoff, and Brighton largely dominated Liverpool in the first half at Anfield, potentially deserving a larger lead at halftime. However, Liverpool staged a quick turnaround, scoring twice in under 3 minutes after the break. We needed another second half performance because we were outplayed in the first half. They were better on the ball, more aggressive without the ball. Then everything changed in the second half because it was completely the opposite, Liverpool manager Arne Slot said. Arsenal now sits 7 points behind the leaders and has dropped to 4th place, trailing Nottingham Forest, who defeated 10-man West Ham 3-0. The Gunners could slip further to 6th if both Aston Villa and Chelsea secure victories on Sunday.
Shivani Kala reporting from New Jersey, USA, and I will be bringing you an up-close coverage of one of the most historic elections of our times. We'll take you right to the pulse of the polling booths and capture all the excitement on the ground. Stay tuned for every moment as it unfolds.
Hi, I'm Saurabh Shukla, founder News Mobile, live from the US. In this special broadcast between News Mobile and Republic, we will tell you who will be the new US president and how this impacts your world. Do watch all the latest updates here live on Republic and News Mobile.
As the Jharkhand Assembly polls draw near, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today launched a scathing attack on the India Alliance for supporting infiltration in the country, especially in the state of Jharkhand.
जेएमएम, कांग्रेस, आरजेडी ने तुष्टीकरण की नीति को चरम पर पहुंचा दिया है। ये तीनों दल सामाजिक तानाबाना तोड़ने पर आमाद है। ये तीनों दल घुसपैठिया समर्थक है। बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के वोट पाने के लिए ये इन घुसपैठियों को पूरे झारखंड में बसा रहे हैं।
This comes a day after the Union Home Minister Amit Shah accused the local administration in the state of encouraging infiltration for electoral gains.
झारखंड हाई कोर्ट कहती है कि झारखंड के अंदर एक घुसपैठियों को रोकना चाहिए। हमारी बेटियों को लुभाकर हमारी भूमि ले जा रहे हैं, हमारी रोजगारी ले जा रहे हैं। बेटी, रोटी, भूमि, इसका रक्षा करने के लिए एक घुसपैठियों को रोकना चाहिए।
Earlier, Assam Chief Minister and BJP co-in-charge of Jharkhand, Himanta Biswa Sharma, had warned against infiltration in the state.
देखिए, एक रहेगा तो सेफ रहेगा। राहुल गांधी ने हिंदू समाज को बांटने के लिए निरंतर प्रयास कर रहा है। झारखंड में घुसपैठिया आते हैं, हमारे आदिवासी समाज, हिंदू समाज का अस्मिता को खतरा में पहुंचा दिया है। इस समय है एक रहने का। अगर आप एक रहेगा, सेफ रहेगा।
He added that the registration of those parties that support infiltrators must be cancelled.
विपक्ष की पार्टियां मेरा ऊपर कंप्लेन दिया है कि मैं क्यों घुसपैठियों का खिलाफ बोलता हूं। मतलब जेएमएम घुसपैठियों का सपोर्ट में बोल रहा है।
BJP MP Nishikant Dubey too has raised the issue, expressing concern over the rising Muslim population in the state of Jharkhand.
कि 9% मुस्लिम आबादी थी 1951 में, आज वो 24% हो गई। पूरे देश में से मुस्लिम जो है 4% बढ़ा, हमारे संथाल प्रणाम में वो 15% बढ़ा। ये 11% बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिया है। ये झारखंड की सरकार खुद इसको मान रही है। इसके बाद भी वोट बैंक की पॉलिटिक्स में आदिवासियों की संख्या घट जाए, आदिवासी मर जाएं, आदिवासी तुरहित हो जाए, इसके लिए ना कांग्रेस को मतलब है, ना झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा को मतलब है।
Prime Minister Modi exudes confidence that the BJP will form the government in Jharkhand on November 23rd.
ये भाजपा ही है जो पूरे देश में आदिवासी परंपरा, कला, संस्कृति के लिए समर्पित 10 बड़े संग्रहालय बना रही है।
The state will go to polls in 2 phases on November 13th and 20th. Question is, will the lotus bloom in Jharkhand?
RG car case, prime accused Sanjay Roy's big allegation says being framed by Mamata government, and he says he's being forced to shut. Under Trudeau's watch, Khalistani terror at play yet again. Temples attacked in Brampton and Surrey in Canada. BJP claims minority appeasement after Samajwadi Party demands common minorities program in the Maha Vikas Aghadi manifesto in Maharashtra. And as the race to the White House enters its final leg, stand by for the most detailed and extensive coverage on Republic. MiG-29 fighter jet crashes near Agra. Flight catches fire mid-air. 2, including the pilot, escape out of danger. Pictures that came in last night from Canada, and these are detailed sequences that tell you the story of what the Hindu community is facing in Canada, with Khalistanis running around the streets of Brampton, targeting Hindus, targeting a temple in Canada. These are pictures that came in early morning, and there is anger across the Hindu community. And across India, it's been one of the biggest talking points as Hindus are attacked by Khalistanis. Khalistani terror getting a free run in Canada under the Trudeau government. Take a look at what happened. It's the biggest talking point today, and then we'll go across straight live to Canada. Okay. Rakesh Tiwari is joining us live. Rakesh Tiwari is a journalist joining us live from Canada. Rakesh, good evening. What is going on? What happened here? Why don't you tell our viewers here in India what happened in Brampton, outside the temple?
Well, let me say this. This has not started just yesterday. It was going on since last few years when the Khalistanis, they were getting emboldened by the, I will say that the administration or the police administration was not doing, law enforcement agencies, they were not doing their job. So yesterday, the outcome was very obvious when, if you see that, the timeline since last 2-3 years, a lot of Hindu temples were attacked and thrown to GTA. Means in the Babs temple, Swaminarayan temple, Gauri Shankar Mandir, and a lot of other temples in Brampton, in GTA. And only condemnation came, but nobody was arrested. So they were getting emboldened. And yesterday's outcome was this, that prior to that, I will say that this was going on. So they became emboldened, they became encouraged, and they think that they can do anything. So that yesterday they became so emboldened that they went to the temple with their stakes. With this, I have come to know that somebody has the sword as well, and they try to go in the temple, and they have attacked the Hindu volunteers who were there.
I saw some of the condemnation tweets. And why are these politicians even scared to use the word Khalistani? Why are they not condemning these Khalistanis?
No, this is the government's policy. Let's put it this way: that I'm not supporting any political party, but when the conservative government was there, they have used, and the CSIS, they have made the report about the Khalistanis. They use the word Sikh extremist. They use the word Khalistani, and then the next government came of Justin Trudeau, where these Khalistani elements, they have the more more say, and they have abolished or they removed the Khalistani and Sikh extremism word, and that has given them the encouragement. So that's why they are not using the Khalistan word, and they are all trying to hide under the freedom of speech. But yesterday they were all forced to go against this attack on Hindu temple.
I want to listen to some of the accounts of what happened there in Brampton, and this is something that has been happening over a period of time. In the last 1 year, more than a year, we've been looking at how these Khalistanis have been given a free run. They've targeted our envoys, our diplomats, our ambassadors, our temples. This is what happened last night.
वीडियो डाल रहा था वो तो कि पहले फाइटिंग हुई थी यहाँ पे, अंदर घुस गए थे और उसके बाद फिर ये
तो बेटा डरा हुआ था, क्या हुआ था जब बेटे ने आपसे बात की?
वो करना
हमें एक्चुअली डराया पुलिस ने है,
पुलिस ने डराया,
पुलिस ने हमें डराया, पुलिस ने हमें मारा है। पुलिस ने, वो तो खालिस्तानी तो मार रहे थे, चलो वो तो सुना खालिस्तानी मार रहे, पर पुलिस हमें मार रहे थे। हमें मारा, बहुत मारा। 2-3 पुलिस वाले थे, उन्होंने हमें लाठी से मारा।
पुलिस वालों ने
लाठी से हमें मारा। मेरे पास वीडियो है
जी।
पुलिस वालों ने हमें लाठी से मारा। वो हमें ऐसे ट्रीट कर रहे थे जैसे हम सेकंड क्लास सिटीजन हैं। बहुत गंदे से। इट्स बायस्ड पुलिस एवर इन कनाडा आई हैव सीन इन माय लाइफ। बायस्ड पुलिस, बहुत गंदे से हिंदुओं के साथ बिहेव किया
तो वो जो खालिस्तानी जो अटैक कर रहे थे, उनको कुछ नहीं बोला उन्होंने?
कुछ भी नहीं बोल रहे थे। हम बार-बार और दूसरी बात, चलो आ भी गए वो लोग, हम बार-बार उनको आराम से कह रहे थे कि आप लोग, पुलिस वालों को कह रही थी, आप लोग उनको बोलो कि चले जाए। वो बोलते नहीं, हम नहीं कह सकते। चलो नहीं कह सकते, मेरे पास वीडियो है कि उन्होंने हमें मारा है। वो सारे अभी यहाँ पर खड़े हैं, आप कुछ तो एक्शन लो। बोलते हम एक्शन नहीं, हम पहले तहकीकात करेंगे फिर एक्शन लेंगे। ऐसे थोड़ी ना होता है। आपके पास वीडियो है, लोग सामने खड़े, फिर भी वो लोग उन्हें अरेस्ट नहीं कर रहे थे। एंड तक अरेस्ट नहीं किया उन्होंने, क्योंकि वो पैसों वाले लोग थे। पैसों के लिए वो लोग प्रोटेस्ट करने आए थे। $50 वाले वो लोग थे। जब उनका टाइम खत्म हो गया, फिर वो चले गए, तब जाके हम लोग वापस आए। पूरे 4 घंटे हमें प्रोटेस्ट करना पड़ा।
Rakesh, how was the Hindu community responding to these attacks? We saw some videos of them retaliating as well, right? Some of them saying enough is enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Hindus community is outraged. They are very angry and they are very upset. They feel that their safety and security in Canada is deteriorating day by day because this Khalistani elements, they have been supported by the political establishment, and be it NDP, be it Liberal Party, and under the freedom of communication, freedom of expression. But this act, nobody can support it. So Hindu community at large, they are feeling threatened, they are feeling insecure, and they are thinking to have some security for themselves by having the sticks and other stuff to protect themselves for the self-defense. But at the same time, this is becoming a boiling point between Hindus and I will say this Khalistani elements. It can be possible that next time coming onwards, see, I'm on the TV. My face has been recognized, not today, before too, when I stood against this stooges. So they can attack anybody when they will find them alone or somewhere. If they can go to the temple, they can find individually, and this violence can happen. So, and vice versa, it can retaliate as well.
Thank you for that. In fact, even in India, there is a lot of anger. I saw several saint seers speaking out on the relentless attacks that we are seeing on the Hindu community by these Khalistanis. We also saw what happened in Bangladesh. And that is why more and more Indians are talking about it, are discussing it. Even in India, it's a talking point. Here are some reports that I have of what Indians feel about such attacks in Canada.
Gauri Shankar Seva Dal is holding a protest in Chandigarh as the temples in Canada, Brampton, have been allegedly targeted by the Khalistanis. So these are the visuals here where you can see that the Gauri Shankar Seva Dal can be seen holding Indian flag. Right now with us is the members of this Seva Dal. Let me take a cross to them. आज आप लोग यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, किस लिए कर रहे हैं आप ये?
आज ये प्रदर्शन जो है, जो कनाडा के ब्रैम्पटन शहर के अंदर जो हमारे मंदिरों का अपमान हुआ है, वो तोड़फोड़ हुई है, दीपावली का त्यौहार वहाँ पर मनाने के लोग इकट्ठा हुए थे, तो वहाँ पर जो ये बहुत ज़्यादा निंदनीय घटना हुई है उसका हम पुरजोर यहाँ पर विरोध दर्ज करवाने के लिए आज शांतमय तरीके से यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं। तो जो खालिस्तानी आतंकवादी हैं वो बार बार ऐसी हैं जो घटनाएं हैं वो घटता रहते हैं। हमारा बहुत ज़्यादा वहाँ पर हमारे जितने बच्चे हैं वो वहाँ पढ़ने के लिए गए हुए हैं, उनका वहाँ पर कारोबार है, तो उनको असुरक्षा की भावना जो है वो पैदा हो रही है। तो ऐसी असुरक्षा की भावना पैदा ना हो, हम ये भारत सरकार से चाहेंगे कि ये सख्त से सख्त इसके ऊपर निर्णय ले। जैसे हमारे योगी जी जो कठोर निर्णय लेने वाले हैं, ऐसे ही मोदी सरकार, अमित शाह जी ये कठोर निर्णय लें ताकि हमारे बच्चों को वहाँ असुरक्षा महसूस ना हो। वहाँ पर उन्होंने घर, कारोबार सब कुछ खड़े कर दिया। आज मंदिरों पे हमला हो रहा है, कल उनके वहाँ पे घरों के ऊपर भी ऐसे हमले होंगे। तो ये चीज़ों के लिए हम आपका ये करना चाहेंगे।
There has been an outrage all across India after the Hindu temples have been targeted in Brampton, Canada. Let me look across to some other priests here. जिस तरह से ये हमला खास तौर पर कनाडा में हुआ है मंदिरों के ऊपर, कितना रोष है भारतवर्ष में?
देखो, ये केवल एक मंदिर पर हमला नहीं है, अपितु संपूर्ण जो हमारा सनातन समाज है, सनातन प्रेमी है, सभी की भावनाओं के ऊपर यह हमला है। हमारी भावनाएं आहत हुई हैं। जो लोग वहां पर पूजन के लिए गए थे उनके हाथ में तो फूल रहे होंगे, उनके हाथ में तो जल रहा होगा, और उनके स्वागत के लिए वहां पर डंडे और तलवारें, जिस तरह से मीडिया के माध्यम से मालूम हो रहा है कि वहां तलवारें भी लहराई गई, वहां डंडे भी चला गए, और पुलिस ने भी जो है वहां पर हमारे सनातनियों की सुरक्षा नहीं करी, अपितु उन्हीं को पिटा गया है डंडों से। तो ये बहुत ही एक सुरक्षा का विषय है। मेरी सरकार से मांग है कि जितने भी कनाडा में हमारे सनातन धर्म के मंदिर हैं उनको प्रॉपर उनकी जो है सुरक्षा वहां पर मुहैया कराई जाए, सुरक्षा का प्रबंध वहां पर अच्छे से हो ताकि लोग वहां जाकर पूजन अर्चन करना ना छोड़ दें। आज जो ब्रैम्पटन में हमला हुआ है हमारे मंदिरों के ऊपर, उसके लिए हम ये रोष प्रदर्शन जो है यहाँ पर कर रहे हैं और शांतमय तरीके से कर रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर जो हमारे वहाँ बच्चे रह रहे हैं कि उनके अंदर असुरक्षा की भावना ना हो। हमारे मंदिरों के अंदर हमला हुआ है, वहाँ पर हमारे प्राण प्रतिष्ठा, हमारे देवी देवताओं की मूर्तियाँ हैं, वहाँ पर दीपावली के त्यौहार के उपलक्ष्य में वहाँ पर भारी संख्या में लोग इकट्ठे हुए थे। तो वहाँ पर जो ये आतंकवादियों ने, जो खालिस्तानी आतंकवादी हैं, उन्होंने जो हमला किया है उसकी हम पुरजोर निंदा करते हैं। जस्टिन ट्रूडो सरकार ने जो ये बहुत मतलब कि इसके पीछे ये है, उनको सख्त से सख्त तरीके से इनके साथ निपटना चाहिए। जो भी इसके अंदर दोषी हैं उनको गिरफ्तार करना चाहिए, या जो भी ऐसे षड्यंत्र जो हैं ये जो कर रहे हैं लोग, उनके लिए हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जो है ये डिमांड कर रहे हैं लोग कि भारत सरकार से कि हमारी भारत सरकार जो है वो बड़ा सख्ती से इसके ऊपर जो है निर्णय ले।
In exactly about 24 hours from now, polling will begin in America in what has been one of the most bitter battles for the post of the American president. Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. America votes in about 24 hours from now. On Wednesday early morning, we will know here in India who's leading the race. Here's how the fight is stacked up tonight.
Vote, vote, vote. We're going to win it.
Let me ask, anybody here already voted?
As the United States gears up for election, the race between Democratic candidate Kamala Harris and Republican former President Donald Trump is heating up. Both candidates are making their final pushes in key swing states, emphasizing on key issues such as the economy, abortion rights, immigration, and international conflicts, including the situations in Ukraine and Gaza.
Today, I believe, will bring a great 4 years in front of us.
We are here to support our president because he is the one who is going to give us a bright future.
In a critical final campaign blitz, Donald Trump held a rally in Macon of Georgia, stating that he will end invasion of massive number of criminals coming into the country.
With your vote on Tuesday, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals coming into our country. And I will bring back the American dream. We're going to bring back the American dream.
Fight, fight, fight! Trump's rhetoric reflects a broader strategy as he attempts to sway voters by framing the election as a stark choice.
After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. You watch. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so much fun. It'll be nasty a little bit at times, and maybe at the beginning in particular, but it's going to be something that we're going to go to heights that this country never has reached and nobody ever even thought it could. You're going to see things that you're not going to believe.
Trump asserts that the country faces a decision between 4 more years in gross incompetence and failure and the 4 greatest years in the history of the country. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris is campaigning in Michigan, vowing to turn the page on a decade of politics driven by fear and division.
We have the momentum because our campaign is tapping into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people. Because we are optimistic and excited about what we can do together.
Both candidates are targeting crucial swing states. Harris is focusing on uniting voters around progressive policies, while Trump promises a stronger and wealthier America. The US presidential elections are being watched closely, with many anticipating a major impact on the world stage.
Well, look, this is a very, very close election. This is one of the closest elections we have had in decades. And, Michigan, I represent the state of Michigan in the United States Congress. And Michigan is one of the 7 most critical states. Nobody can be president without winning Michigan.
With just 1 day to go until election day, the stakes could not be higher. Now all eyes will be on the swing states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
Dr. Dheeraj Kaul, who's a geopolitical expert, joining us live on the broadcast. Dr. Kaul, first of all, tell us the mood in these 7 critical states, the swing states as they call it. How's it looking? Who's ahead in these states?
Thank you so much for having me on the show, and I was very impressed by your analysis here. But letting you know, I think you're right on money. There are 7 states: Nevada, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona. If you look at today's data, like this morning's data, we have Pennsylvania is neck to neck. 48% people are Trump pro, 48% are Kamala Harris. But if you look at some other states, for example, Arizona, Trump has already a lead of 49 to 45. So it's a very close race. Nevada is 46 to 49, 46 Trump, 49 Harris is ahead. North Carolina, Harris is ahead by 2 points, 48, 46. Wisconsin, she's ahead by 49, 47. Georgia is 48, 47 Trump. But mind you, this gap is very fastly bridging. And there is such a thing called Trump voter bias, as in people who vote for Trump, especially the ones who are undecided, they do not reflect on the polls that they have voted for Trump or they will vote for Trump. So there is obviously a skewed down number when you look at Trump's numbers. And like you rightly said, there are 4 issues. There are 4 core issues in this current election, and this is unprecedented election. You can see the energy. I'm right now in Pennsylvania. When you go to the rallies or even in roads, you talk to people, hardcore Democrat people are swinging towards Republican Party because couple of issues which are really bothering them. I think the top is economy. When you talk to people around here, inflation is very high. Things are very expensive. First time home buyers cannot afford houses. The interest rate went up. They are coming down, but it's very expensive to save money, own a house, which is the American dream. The second thing is immigration. It is a very big issue right now. I'm talking about illegal immigration. All the growing countries or countries in the South America, Eastern Europe, or Southeast Asia are coming through the Mexico borders, and there are around 10 to 12 million unregistered, undocumented people who have been here, and a lot of them have sought asylum. And the system is very broken, so it takes them few years. Unfortunately, like Trump speaks in his rallies, we don't have a background check on any of those people. That's number one. And the crime rate in certain cities, which were century cities, including New York, has drastically gone up. So it's costing those cities. So those Democrat hardcore voters, now when they get flooded and they see the dilution of the demographic of their city or town, they are very concerned and they want to vote for Trump when you talk to most of these people. And the third definitely is people like especially millennials, or you talk to Gen Z people, young voters, they are very concerned about their future. They are very concerned about the amount of money we are spending, whether Medicaid, Medicare will be left. I'm a physician, so it concerns a lot of aging population or baby boomers or people in 40 and 50. But the young people are very worried about World War III, and they feel Trump is the guy who can put a stop and can negotiate a peace out of the current situations. They have more faith on that side. Talking about Kamala Harris, she has really struck a chord with the women voter. She's one of, I would say, in the history of America, she's the strongest candidate, the closest candidate to being a president, if you look at it. And she comes from a minority. She strikes a chord with minority, but at the same time, she strikes a big chord with women, especially when you talk about reproductive rights. So she has pitched her case extremely well for reproductive rights and social justice for underserved people and people who are below poverty line or struggling to make end meet. But when you talk about middle class, both Trump and Harris are targeting them. Trump is talking about cutting down taxes on rich people, so that trickle down effect is there. And look at it, if you look at Wall Street, they are going for Trump, most of the billionaires. When you talk about Democrat Party, they are talking about we'll go from grassroots down. So we will empower people, we'll give money to first time people who are having children, like $7,000, $30,000 to $25,000 for first time home buyers. So it's a very close knit race. Now, one thing which is very interesting, which is happening within last 2 months, especially in state of Pennsylvania, where I am, is people with color, like Latino people, African American people, they are swinging more. They were hardcore base of Democrat Party, but they are now swinging more towards Trump because they are also, and Latino immigrants, they are also worried that they waiting, but now whoever is crossing the border is getting few $1,000s in check. Our taxes are going to keep them in nice hotels and paying for all their expenses and stuff. So there is no background check. So there is a big drastic shift on immigrated population here, legally immigrated population here, who are thinking again whether they should vote Trump or Harris. So it's very, very close call, and it will be very interesting to watch. I'm very actively involved in the current political scenario here. So it's very active, and Indian community is obviously, you cannot say they are going Democrat or Republican.
Dr. Kaul, I'm running out of time, and only because of that time constraint, I'm thanking you for now. But there was a fantastic summary of where America stands today vis-a-vis Trump versus Kamala Harris. Thank you for joining us. Look forward to having you with us as America wakes up to vote tomorrow this time, and once again Wednesday early morning India time. Thank you for joining us. That's it on the show tonight. Headlines continue. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
RG car case prime accused Sanjay Roy's big allegation says being framed by Mamata government and being forced to keep mum. Under Trudeau's watch, Khalistani terror at play yet again. Temples attacked in Brampton and Surrey in Canada.
पुलिस वालों ने हमें लाठी से मारा, वो हमें ऐसे ट्रीट कर रहे थे जैसे हम सेकंड क्लास सिटीजन हैं। बहुत गंदे से हिंदुओं के साथ बिहेव किया गया।
Eyewitnesses recall horrific assault by Trudeau's cops. Hindu devotees attacked by Khalistanis.
जेएमएम कांग्रेस आरजेडी ने तुष्टीकरण की नीति को चरम पर पहुंचा दिया है। ये इन घुसपैठियों को पूरे झारखंड में बता रहे हैं।
Prime Minister Modi campaigns in Jharkhand takes on Soren government over infiltration. Big issue in the Jharkhand polls. BJP calls out minority appeasement after SP. The Samajwadi Party demands common minorities program in MVA manifesto for Maharashtra. And as the race to the White House enters its final leg, stand by for the most detailed and extensive coverage on Republic TV. MiG-29 fighter jet crashes near Agra. Flight catches fire mid-air. 2, including pilot, escaped jaws of death. Out of danger now. What? All right. Good evening, friend. The United States is all set to elect its next president, the 47th president of the United States of America, with the people voting. Voting has been on, in fact, for a while, and we are building up to Super Tuesday, which is November 5, which is tomorrow, when the final voting ends, and in fact, even trends start coming in, as it happens in the case of United States. While there is a national popular vote, the final decision rests with the Electoral College, which is of 538 electors. And for a candidate to win, halfway mark is 270. So between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, whosoever goes past that mark, 270 mark for the Electoral College, becomes the next president of the United States. Let's look at who between the two is good so far as India is concerned. Kamala Harris, as we build up to the countdown, she had made some comments against India on the abrogation of Article 370. Generally, the liberal establishment has been adopting a push and shove approach when it comes to India, so perhaps not good. Look at these graphics. Swing states, these are the key states where the battle is spanning out. Georgia, with Atlanta as its capital, where 60% of the state's population stays, and Georgia also the headquarters of CNN and Coke. Georgia also the state of Martin Luther King Jr. And that's where key battle is taking shape, because remember, swing states are those which one election are with one party, the other election they go to another. In the case of Georgia, it went with Biden in 2020, but was with Trump in 2016. So if it has to come back to Trump for Trump to win, and so it's important. Then similarly, we have Arizona, which is another state which shares its border with Mexico, and hence infiltration of the illegals is a big issue there. And Arizona, of course, sends... Okay, so other states, the swing states being Nevada and Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin, all in the Midwest. Those are key states. In fact, Pennsylvania happens to be the biggest of the key swing states because it sends 19 electors to the Electoral College. I believe we have our guest now joining us, and he is Shahjahan Alexander. Shahjahan Alexander is the General Secretary of the Global Organization of Indian Christians. But more importantly, so far as our conversation goes, he's grassroots strategist for the Georgia state, for the Republican Party, the Grand Old Party as it is called. He's essentially part of the Trump team in Georgia, and that's one of the key battleground states, the swing state that we were discussing. Welcome, Alexander, and please tell us how it's really looking like on the ground just 24 hours ahead of the counting of ballot in the United States.
Good evening, Mr. Abhishek. It's looking great. We have the final rally for Vice President, the future Vice President, the Vice Presidential candidate and the future Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. It's scheduled to happen in the next few hours. The doors are actually open at 8 o'clock, the Eastern Standard Time. It's around 9 o'clock in the morning here. So 1 hour before the doors are open, I'm actually getting ready to head to Cobb Galleria, where the final campaign event for the vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance, is happening. And we're going to wrap up our campaign rallies, this as the last stop for vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance. Last night, we had one of the huge rallies that Georgia have ever seen with President Trump. More than 50,000 people attended that rally in Macon, Georgia, and President Donald Trump was very confident and he was very energetic. Late at 10 o'clock in the night, somebody like Donald Trump, who never took one day off from his campaign trail, where Kamala Harris had to take several vacations during the campaign trail, and President Trump never did that. That is President Trump.
Okay.
During the 4 years of...
But Georgia is also a swing state. Alexander, you think it's going to swing Trump's way? I think it's very important for Donald Trump to win and J.D. Vance to win Georgia if they have to go to the White House.
Absolutely. I really don't... Forget about what happened in 2020. After the 2020 election, we had the gubernatorial election. We won with a great majority in the state of Georgia. We won several congressional seats in Georgia. So I don't want to buy that stuff saying that Georgia is a swing state. Yes, I agree for the technical reasons for what happened in 2020. Georgia is a swing state, but we are not going to buy that this time. Georgia is not a swing state. It's a ruby red state because we've been winning this state. And like other major metro cities, Georgia has several metro cities, including Atlanta. There are other metro counties like Gwinnett County, Fulton, Cobb County, which is run by liberal, radical, communist Democrats. They are running these counties where they wanted to take over the state of Georgia as well they did to New York and California. But that is not going to happen. We are not going to let that happen this time. We are going to win the state of Georgia. We had several rallies. In last 1 week, President Trump was 3 times he was in Georgia. He loves the state of Georgia.
You are from the Indian diaspora. You are from the Indian community there. And what's the scene like with the diaspora? Are they coming out and supporting Trump this time?
Absolutely.
But traditionally, they have voted Democrat.
Yes, unlike 2020, there are more Indian community, a lot of Indian community, from every diaspora, whether it is a Christian, Hindu, Muslim, anything, anybody you name it, Kerala, Karnataka, anybody, Indians as a whole, they are coming out, not just in Georgia, in other states too. You could see, if you see the statistics of how much shift has happened among the Indian community, from Democrats to, we call it as we call it as rallying out of the Democratic Party, or we call it Dexit, exiting out of the Democratic Party. That is what we call. There, people are exiting out of the Democratic Party because of what they have seen in last 4 years of Biden and Kamala Harris administration.
Right.
And there were 46%, more than 47% of Indian community supporting Democratic Party.
Just stay with us. We'll discuss both the candidates, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, in the context of how it pans out for the Indian diaspora there in the United States. Just listen to some of the sound bites that have come from the campaign, and then I come back to you. Stay with us.
Let us use our power to advance the cause of freedom, opportunity, and justice. Yes, let us turn the page and write the next chapter of our history, a chapter grounded in a divine plan big enough to encompass all of our dreams, a divine plan strong enough to heal division, a divine plan bold enough to embrace possibility, God's plan.
On Tuesday, you have to stand up and tell Kamala or Harris. You know, when I say Harris, nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about. I said Harris was out tonight. Who's Harris, sir? Nobody knows who she is. But on Tuesday, you have to stand up and tell Harris that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore. You're the worst vice president in the history of our country. It's the worst administration in the history of our country. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired.
Okay, it's interesting, Alexander, that Kamala Harris chose a church for her last campaign speech, a black church at that. But tell us, something about how the last 24 hours are spent by the candidates. Now they are not supposed to campaign. They must be relaxing with the families, or do they? And do they come to the campaign headquarters and closely watch the developments? Nail-biting finish expected this time. How's the scene like there?
Unlike India, there is no rest. There is no silent campaign day. President Trump and Senator Vance is on the campaign trail starting this morning. That's what I said. Tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock, the polling begins. But Senator Vance is speaking and President Trump is also on the trail. They are not resting. I don't know about Kamala Harris and Governor Walz, because Kamala already took several vacations in the last few weeks. She took day off from the campaign. How can somebody do that? That's what President Trump himself asked. How can you do that? So there is no rest. We don't have a rest day. We're going to work the whole day. I will be out in the field. I will be knocking doors. We have a team of people who are doing that along with our candidates. So there is no rest. We are working hard. So the last 24 hours, less than 24 hours, everybody is knocking doors. Everybody is placing yard signs, and we are on a battle. Right. We are on a battle to take this country back.
Right. If you look at from the Indian community's point of view at the diaspora, Alexander, the fact that typically Democrats are a little liberal when it comes to immigration, and Trump has actually announced that he's going to launch the biggest deportation plan in the history of the United States. Obviously, he's talking about the illegal aliens, but the fact that some of it could come to the other migrating communities as well. In that context, you think the Indian community perhaps might be more tempted to, you are a Republican, but the Indian community might be more tempted towards standing by the Democrat side and Kamala Harris's side, given the fact that she's also of Indian origin?
No, I don't think so, because every single one, even the children, even the kids know President Trump is not against immigrants. He's not an anti-immigrant. I'm an immigrant. You know that. I came to this country as a legal immigrant. I like to emphasize that word. I came to the United Nations, United States of America as a legal immigrant. I stood in front of the Delhi embassy for 3 hours in that hot, and I stayed in the line. I got the visa properly and I came to this country. Like me, millions of Indians came to this country as legal immigrants. They either came on a dependent visa or an H-1 visa or a company transfer visa, any kind of visa that was legally allowed by the United States. A lot of people, millions of Indians came. So President Trump is against illegal immigrants. When I say illegal immigrants, the border crossing illegal immigrants who has a criminal background, right, where there is no proper vetting by the United States State Department and the Homeland Security. Right. There is no proper vetting by the Immigration and Customs. ICE was not doing any proper vetting. That's what he's saying, that if there is illegal immigrants being found, they will be definitely deported, which every single normal citizens of this country wants to do that, except the liberals.
Okay, last question to you, Shahjan. As much as it is a Democrats versus Republican fight, as much as it is a red versus blue fight. It is also Tamil Nadu versus Andhra fight. How's the India played out in this US campaign?
Well, I don't want to say it's a Tamil Nadu versus Andhra fight. I agree that Vance's wife, she's an Indian. She's a real Indian. Our next vice president, the second lady of the United States is a real Indian. I don't think Kamala Harris is a real Indian. She goes to the Indian diaspora, she's an Indian. She goes to the black community, she's black. She goes to the Jamaican community, she's Jamaican. She is the epitome of hypocrisy. That's what we have seen in last 4 years as her term as the vice president and the previous years as the senator or the attorney general of California. I just wanted to close out, I think that my time is up. I just want to mention one more thing. When Mr. Abhishek, you were saying that you played that clip, she was at a black church. The day that she denounced the Christian faith and next day she's at church. One day she denounced the Hindu faith, next day she's at the temple. Okay. One day she denounced the Muslim faith and she's at the Muslim church the next day. That is not how you work. Okay. You have to have some kind of ethics where Kamala Harris don't have that. She is definitely an epitome of hypocrisy, and she spew lies after lies to tarnish President Trump and his character. And that's not going to happen. American people who wants a stronger America is not going to buy that.
Okay, fair enough. These are going to be tense 24 to 36 hours for everyone in the United States, particularly those who have been part of the campaign, and you have been part of a campaign, Shahjahan Alexander, for the Republican Party. But from here in India, it feels good that Chole Paneer also became part of the campaign, because J.D. Vance, in his interview on the Joe Rogan podcast, actually mentioned that he started liking veg food after his wife introduced him to chole and paneer. I think we'll continue this conversation, rolling coverage of the US presidential polls. Thank you so much, Shahjahan Alexander, joining us live from Atlanta. And on that note, we slip into a short break.
I'm Shivani Kala reporting from New Jersey, USA, and I will be bringing you an up-close coverage of one of the most historic elections of our times. We'll take you right to the pulse of the polling booths and capture all the excitement on the ground. Stay tuned for every moment as it unfolds.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Monday predicted a certain defeat for the ruling alliance of the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, the Congress Party and the Rashtriya Janata Dal in the state, and said that Bharatiya Janata Party has entered the electoral fray with the guarantee of security, stability and prosperity of Jharkhand. In fact, on the demography debate in the state, Prime Minister said that the JMM, Congress, RJD have taken the policy of appeasement to its extreme. These three parties are hell-bent on breaking the social fabric. All three parties are supporters of infiltrators. That's what Prime Minister said. Let's listen to him.
जेएमएम, कांग्रेस, आरजेडी ने तुष्टीकरण की नीति को चरम पर पहुंचा दिया है। ये तीनों दल सामाजिक ताना-बाना तोड़ने पर आमाद है। ये तीनों दल घुसपैठिया समर्थक है। बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के वोट पाने के लिए ये इन घुसपैठियों को पूरे झारखंड में बता रहे हैं। जब स्कूलों में सरस्वती वंदना तक पर रोक लगने लगे तो पता चलता है कि खतरा कितना बड़ा है। जब तीज त्योहारों में पत्थरबाजी होने लगे, माता दुर्गा को भी रोक दिया जाए। जब कर्फ्यू लगने लगे तो पता चलता है कि स्थिति कितनी खतरनाक है। जब बेटियों के साथ शादी के नाम पर छल कपट होने लगे तो पता चलता है कि पानी सिर के ऊपर से गुजरने लगा है। जब घुसपैठ का मामला कोर्ट में जाए और प्रशासन इससे इनकार करे तो पता चलता है कि सरकारी तंत्र में ही घुसपैठ हो चुकी है। ये आपकी रोटी भी छीन रहे हैं, ये आपकी बेटी भी छीन रहे हैं और ये आपकी माटी को भी हड़प कर रहे हैं।
All right, that was Prime Minister there making it a campaign issue. The kind of infiltration that has taken place across Jharkhand, particularly in Santhal Pargana region, about which Union Home Minister Amit Shah had mentioned during the Sankalp Patra release of the party. Moving on to a breaking news development coming in, big one. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has condemned the temple attack in Canada. Remember how the Khalistanis targeted two temples in Brampton and Surrey, and in fact the Trudeau police also brutally attacked the Hindu community after the Khalistanis attacked them. And now Prime Minister there coming out with a post on social media handle saying, I strongly condemn the deliberate attack on a Hindu temple in Canada. Equally appalling are the cowardly attempts to intimidate our diplomats. Such acts of violence will never weaken India's resolve. We expect the Canadian government to ensure justice and uphold the rule of law. Prime Minister there reading the riot act to the Trudeau government to act and to deliver justice on the manner in which the Khalistanis attacked two temples and intimidated Indian community, Indian diaspora and the Hindus particularly. And we have seen how Justin Trudeau has effectively been in cahoots with these Khalistani elements, protecting them, indulging with them to the detriment of India-Canada relationship. Look at these pictures of the Trudeau police joining in the Khalistanis in targeting the Hindu community. And when the Khalistanis attack the Hindus, the police stands by, does nothing. Prime Minister reflecting the larger sentiment of the country in the manner in which the Hindu community is being targeted in Canada. Coming out with a post strongly condemning the deliberate attack. Remember, Prime Minister measures his words. He's saying this is a deliberate attack, this is a planned attack, obviously. And he says that equally appalling are the cowardly attempts to intimidate our diplomats. We have seen, remember, how the Canadian establishment has said that they have been listening to Indian diplomats, their chats, their phone calls, clearly in contravention of the Vienna Convention. And India has raised this matter, issued a démarche just yesterday, and now we have Prime Minister coming out openly condemning the attack and expecting that the Canadian government would ensure justice and uphold the rule of law.
Director, the taste of success.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Manchester City's impressive 32-game unbeaten streak in the Premier League came to an end on Saturday with a 2-1 defeat at Bournemouth, allowing Liverpool to reclaim the lead in the title race. Pep Guardiola had cautioned earlier in the week that his team might be in trouble due to a growing list of injuries, a prediction that quickly became reality. On a dramatic day, Arsenal also suffered a 1-0 loss to Newcastle, while Liverpool staged a late comeback to defeat Brighton with a 2-1 and move to the top of the table. The most surprising result occurred at Bournemouth, where the Cherries took a stunning 2-0 lead with goals from Antoine Semenyo and Evanilson. Despite a late effort from the city, with Josko Gvardiol scoring in the 82nd minute, they couldn't overcome the deficit. Erling Haaland had a header saved in injury time and hit the post with the rebound. This marked City's first league loss of 2024 and their second consecutive 2-1 defeat in all competitions following their exit from the League Cup at the hands of Tottenham Hotspur earlier in the week. The defending champions now find themselves 2 points behind Liverpool. Today we could not handle their intensity that they had, and that's why we lost the game, Guardiola said after the match. City started the season as title favourites but are now off the pace. Although they are renowned for picking up form during the second half of the season, they will have their work cut out from them this season. This is because while in previous seasons they have only had to contend with one title rival, this time around both Liverpool and Arsenal look to be in a strong position to mount a title challenge, which makes Manchester City's spot at the top of the mountain seem even more shaky. In fact, all three of the top title contenders seemed on course for defeat. Newcastle
Samajwadi Party pushes MVA for Muslim reservation. Power play for minority votes ahead of Maharashtra polls. Muslim-centric policy, demand by Samajwadi Party, debating tonight at 8 p.m.
I'm Shivani Kala reporting from New Jersey, USA, and I will be bringing you an up-close coverage of one of the most historic elections of our times. We'll take you right to the pulse of the polling booths and capture all the excitement on the ground. Stay tuned for every moment as it unfolds.
कांग्रेस आरजेडी ने तुष्टीकरण की नीति को चरम पर पहुंचा दिया। ये इन घुसपैठियों को पूरे झारखंड में बसा रहे हैं।
Modi versus infiltration, the showdown. Are infiltrators hijacking Jharkhand's future? Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Hi, I'm Saurabh Shukla, founder News Mobile, live from the US. In this special broadcast between News Mobile and Republic, we will tell you who will be the new US president and how this impacts your world. Do watch all the latest updates here live on Republic and News Mobile.
Khalistani extremists assault Hindus in Canada. Hindus under systemic.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Good evening and welcome. In the context of the Maharashtra elections, the Samajwadi Party has raised a call once again for Muslim reservations. They say there must be 5% Muslim quota, which must be announced as a promise by the MV Alliance. Now, the Samajwadi Party is
part of this alliance, which has the Congress, the NCP, and the Uddhav Sena. The Samajwadi Party is asking for the following demands specifically for the Muslim community. 1. A 5% Muslim quota. Secondly, allocation of 10,000 crores specially and separately only for the Muslim community. 100% scholarship for all Muslim students, all minority students, and a socio-economic survey of minorities. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the demands of the Samajwadi Party. Is this legally valid? It isn't. Has this been questioned in the courts? It has. Is it likely to happen tomorrow? It isn't. Then the question is, why is the Samajwadi Party raising the issue? The fact is, issues like a Muslim quota have become a political bogey that parties like the Samajwadi Party, the Congress, raised just before the elections. They are aimed at misleading the Muslim community, making them feel that parties like the Samajwadi Party or the Congress Party are on their side. Whereas the fact is, they are putting wool over their eyes. Unfortunately, nobody has the courage to call this out. Ladies and gentlemen, why would Muslims need reservations in Maharashtra when the literacy rate of Muslims in Maharashtra has been higher than the national average? Ladies and gentlemen, that literacy levels of Muslims in Maharashtra is 83.6%. The All India average is 68.5% for Muslims overall in the country, which means this whole idea of reservation for Muslims is not based on facts. A significant number of Muslims have received scholarship under the Prime Minister Modi's government. There is a rise of 7% in beneficiaries for minorities under the Modi government. And all these schemes that the government has, whether the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, a significant number of people from the minorities are beneficiaries of these. For example, ladies and gentlemen, let me take the example of the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana. 36%, that's more than 1/3 of the beneficiaries, are from the minority communities, which means in terms of relative share of the population, the majority community, the Hindu community, has got less under the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana than minorities have got. Similarly, in the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi, 33% of the beneficiaries are from the minority community. Now let's look at houses being allocated. 31% of the houses allocated, of the 2.3 crore houses allocated, were allocated in 25 minority-dominated areas. The simple truth, therefore, is that minorities have done remarkably well in all schemes aimed at uplifting the poorer sections, the more economically deprived sections of our society are concerned. In the middle of all of this, there is an insincere demand for 5% minority quota, Muslim quota to be precise. Viewers, my view is, if we keep trying to divide the country along these lines, then we will never progress as one nation and one people. That's debate one tonight, viewers, on this demand. And may I repeat, it's only the latest person to make the demand, Akhilesh. 5% Muslim quota and an ultimatum is being given within the MV alliance. Debate 2 this evening. The Prime Minister raises the issue of infiltration in Jharkhand. We have a hot debate on that at 8:30. At 9 o'clock this evening, viewers. Has Hindu phobia become a global epidemic? We are asking this question as there are open attacks on the Hindu community by Khalistan supporters in Brampton. Visuals are shocking. And debate 4 this evening, viewers. You have Sanjay Roy, the main accused in the case, RG Kaur, the Abhaya rape and murder case, who says that he's under pressure from the Mamata government to keep quiet and keep the truth away from the people. And here are the headlines, ladies and gentlemen, this Monday evening on the Debate Tonight. Just days before the Maharashtra electoral showdown, the Indy pulls out the tried and tested stunt, pushing hard internally for Muslim reservation, 5% Muslim reservation, The Samajwadi Party demands the MVA include a common minorities program in its manifesto. Vote bank politics in full force. In a fiery Jharkhand rally, the Prime Minister takes aim at Hemant Soren's party and the Congress, calling them Khuspetia Bandhan or an infiltrators alliance. Outrage in Canada, a viral video captures a violent Khalistani mob with sticks attacking devotees outside a Brampton temple. Ministry of External Affairs demands action. Bombshell in the Abhaya rape and murder case, prime accused Sanjay Roy makes a stunning claim, alleges that the Mamata government is framing him and forcing him to stay silent. And ladies and gentlemen, the India Alliance is stirring the political pot with a controversial push for Muslim reservation in Maharashtra. The demand has been made by the Samajwadi Party, which has issued an ultimatum to its MVA allies for 5% Muslim reservation and, of course, a lot more.
With days to go for the Maharashtra electoral battle, the Indy has pulled an old trick in the book. Pushing hard for Muslim reservation, the Samajwadi Party has asked the MVA to include a common minorities program in its manifesto. Samajwadi Party MLA Rais Sheikh has given a 100-day ultimatum to the MVA: commit to Muslim reservation or lose support. From staying the Love Jihad Committee on interfaith marriages to ensuring direct scholarships for minority students, Indy ally SP's pre-poll appeasement model could not be exposed further. The BJP has sought to corner the Samajwadi Party over its minority vote bank political agenda.
See, this is totally ploy of dividing voters on the religious basis, but this will not happen. 13 crore Maharashtra will stand behind Mahayuti, and that's why Pradhan Mantri very aptly, rightly said, "Ek rahenge to safe rahenge."
See, that is been called as a vote jihad. That you think, work and propagate for only particular community. And this is not a democracy. And this is a hypocrisy for Uddhav Thackeray. I appeal, I demand, what is the stance of Mr. Uddhav Thackeray now? Is he in support of Muslim Arakshan, Muslim reservation or no?
And while the Congress is yet to reject their allies' power play for minority votes,
he is free to express his opinion. Party is free to entertain or not to entertain. Of course, it's a party, the democratic, definitely there will be voices, there will be concern, there will be demand from the party, from the leader. And we do in Congress party also that if certain things are omitted, then we definitely take it up and try to get those things included. I don't think that's a very extraordinary situation or very uncommon. This is a very common thing.
the question is, will the MVA stand with Samajwadi's push for minority reservation? And will this brazen appeasement help the opposition gain ground in Maharashtra?
Shantanu Gupta, what do you feel about this Muslim quota bogey? It's not going to happen. So why do they keep promising it? Why do they keep fighting over it?
Arnab, that's their only vote plank, the way they're losing their political ground, right? The only way to keep capturing the Muslim vote. And this is strange with Muslim community, they always want a special treatment, right? Even before independence, they wanted a Muslim electorate, a Muslim dominion. They did not get that. Okay, now give me Pakistan. Then they co-opted Nehru. They say, okay, give us Waqf Act, give us special treatment.
Something special all the time, something different from others.
All the time.
Yeah.
Give me Waqf
special
Act so that I
treatment all the
can
time.
usurp the land. Okay, Indira Gandhi, okay, kill these sadhus who are asking for cow slaughter. I want cow to be slaughtered. They co-opted Rajiv Gandhi. Oh, Shah Bano case, we don't want to give alimony, 300 rupees alimony, we don't want to give to Shah Bano. Can you pass a law? They co-opted Narasimha Rao, give us places of worship act.
And if you give us this, we'll vote for you and all that, right? I mean,
we will vote for you. Yeah, that's the bargain. You give us special act, you give us special privileges. They co-opted Narasimha Rao.
I want to ask why 5%? Yeah. Why don't you ask for 15% Muslim quota? Why 5%? Can Tariq just tell me the logic? Why 5% only? You should ask for more 10-15%. I'm asking you. इसमें कोई लॉजिक नहीं है, सबको पता है, कोई लॉजिक नहीं, कोई बिगिनिंग को एंड कुछ नहीं है, ऐसे ड्रामा कर देना है, लोगों को बेवकूफ बनाने की कोशिश, मुस्लिम समुदाय को गुमराह करने की कोशिश, उनको यूज एंड थ्रो करने की कोशिश, यही है, कोई सिंसेरिटी नहीं है इसमें. देयर इज नो लीगैलिटी टू इट. ये होने वाला नहीं है कभी, कभी होगा नहीं. But let us test here. The question is, viewers, you would think here today that there must be some logic to 5%. Why not 6%? Why not 7%? Why not 15%? Why 5%? Can you explain the logic of 5% Muslim quota, Tariq?
अर्नब भाई, जहां तक मुझे याद है, संविधान ने हमको ऑलरेडी थोड़ा आरक्षण दे रखा है. वो आरक्षण चल रहा है, आज भी चल रहा है और जमाने से चल रहा है. अब उसको इंक्रीज करके 5% की बात कही गई होगी या अलग से 5%, क्योंकि ये जो ऑलरेडी रिजर्वेशन चल रहा है, ये बैकवर्ड मुस्लिम्स कम्युनिटी के जो लोग हैं उनके लिए चल रहा है. अब ये होल कम्युनिटी के लिए अलग से मांग रहे हैं. ये वहां की सिचुएशन है, जैसे उत्तराखंड की सिचुएशन है कि वहां पे
तो बैकवर्ड को मिल रहा है, आप बोल रहे हो फॉरवर्ड को भी मिलना चाहिए. आप कह रहे जो सब मुस्लिम को मिलना चाहिए.
बात पहले सुन लीजिए, पहले
नहीं, एक फॉरवर्ड मुस्लिम, एक फॉरवर्ड मुस्लिम, एक प्रिविलेज मुस्लिम को कोटा क्यों मिलना चाहिए? कोटा क्यों मिलना चाहिए?
जैसे उत्तराखंड में कोई भी बैकवर्ड आरक्षण नहीं है, वहां पे सिर्फ शेड्यूल कास्ट, शेड्यूल ट्राइब आरक्षण है. उत्तराखंड की सिचुएशन अलग है, तो वहां पे उन्होंने वो कोटा नहीं रखा है. वहां पे उन्होंने जो कोटा रखा है वो शेड्यूल कास्ट, शेड्यूल ट्राइब और मुस्लिम बैकवर्ड का दिया है, क्योंकि वहां हिंदू बैकवर्ड नहीं है. ये बात आप पता कर लीजिए, इसको लेकर बवाल भी हो चुका है. अब आप जो बात कह रहे हैं कि समाजवादी ने डिमांड रखी है, तो ये रखी है भाई, ठीक है. अब इसको उल्टा करते हैं. हम कहते हैं कि 6% यूरेशियंस को हम आरक्षण दें, बाकी सब ओपन कर दें. मैं तो अभी तक नहीं समझ पाया हूं कि 85% की आबादी हमारी है और ये क्या नाम है, कैसे इतने 6% वाले रूल करने में
5% क्यों चाहिए? Why 5%? You are not being able to explain the question. Question क्या है तारिक? What is the question, Shazia? Why are you asking for 5%? लोगों को बेवकूफ बनाना ही है, तो आप 6% बोल दीजिए, 7%, 60% बोल दीजिए. 5% का लॉजिक तो आप बता नहीं पाए. Shazia is responding, बता नहीं पाए, which proves that it's a fraud demand. Yes, Shazia.
So लारी जी, आपकी इजाज़त के साथ 2-3 बहुत ही ज़रूरी पॉइंट्स मैं आपके समक्ष रखना चाहती हूँ. सबसे पहले I'll go back to English. Pardon me, I thought I had to speak in Hindi. So first of all, whatever is being said and नहीं, जो भी कहा जा रहा है, हाँ, फर्क नहीं पड़ता, ज़बान कोई भी हो, बात ज़्यादा मैटर करती है. That is of the essence. So देखिए लारी जी, first of all, it is again communal, divisive and totally antithetical to the spirit of secularism that you keep touting and banding around. One. Now listen to me, don't laugh. There's some serious stuff coming in. You are taking us back to 1935. You are taking us back to when there was separate electorate. Soon you will demand that. It is coming to that. We know when Salman Khurshid asked for reservations at the central government, what came of it? Fourthly, you know what happened to Rajinder Sachar committee report, 2004. What came out of it? It's the same report they're talking about. You also know what you all had to say when it came to BJP offering economically weak sections, which would include Muslims. But you insulted your own community and took away that opportunity by making fun of the BJP because parties like you, let me finish. No. Because parties like you have kept have kept Muslims at the lowest rung of the ladder. I would like to speak now. No, don't do this.
No,
I never interfere. Arnab ji, Arnab, I would like to. Arnab, I would like this time. Arnab, I would like to come in because this man is heckling me. Arnab, I would like to come in because
Why are you heckling her? You have not been able to explain why you want 5% Muslim quota to give me. I gave you an opportunity. You are not able to explain that fact. And the fact is that Muslims...
Yeah. I wanted to. लारी जी बात में बोल लीजिएगा, बात में बोल लीजिएगा, बात में बोल लीजिएगा, लारी जी लिख लीजिए, लिख लीजिए, लारी जी आप चुप हो जाइए, बात में बोल लीजिएगा, आपको चुप होना पड़ेगा, लारी जी मैं तो बोलूंगी, आप बोलते रहिए, मैं उसकी बात में बोलूंगी, मैं आपको नहीं बोलने दूंगी, थोड़ा तमीज दिखाइए, लारी जी तमीज और तहजीब तो दिखाना पड़ेगा, उसका मुजाहरा करना पड़ेगा, लारी जी है नहीं आप में, लेकिन दिखाना पड़ेगा,
बिल्कुल
तमीज है तहजीब, तो थोड़ी देर चुप हो जाइए आप, नहीं दिखाना तो पड़ेगा भाई साहब, चॉइस नहीं है आपके पास चॉइस नहीं है, तहजीब और तमीज का मुजाहरा करने के अलावा, इजहार करने के अलावा आपके पास चॉइस ही नहीं है, तो कहीं और कीजिएगा, मैं अपनी बात पूरी करूंगी। आपने टोका, राजेंद्र सचर कमेटी 2004 में बनी, क्या उसका हुआ, क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी ने उसका किया? राजेंद्र सचर कमेटी ने क्या कहा था? बाय दैट टाइम कांग्रेस हैड रूल्ड 40 out of 57 years and Muslims were the lowest rung of the ladder. Now let me tell you something very interesting, Lari ji, after which you will not just thank me, but you will go and say thank you Modi ji, thank you BJP for being the only party which is cared for the poor Muslims. Now let me tell you, the bottom 20% of the Muslim population has benefited the most from BJP's central welfare, state welfare schemes. If I just give you the figures, you will be shocked. The basic amenities, access to electricity, which for Muslims was again.
Okay, so you admit it. I'm coming once again. Tariq Lari is opposing the fact that Shazia Elmi is saying that the minorities have benefited, the Muslims have benefited the most from the social welfare schemes of the BJP. Okay, so I correct it. Tariq Lari, 1 minute, don't get oversensitive. I will rephrase what she's saying. You agree that Shazia Elmi is correct when she says that, Shazia is saying that Muslims have benefited the most under the Modi government in terms of social welfare schemes.
Disproportionate to the population.
100% correct.
Every other religion.
100% correct.
Now I can tell you. No, she is lying that Modi ji has given. She should say that the government has given. The government has fulfilled it. I agree to that.
किसकी सरकार है? किसकी सरकार है? मोदी जी की सरकार है ना? It's a Modi government. It's a Modi government. So it's a Modi government, no? So Modi government है. Problem क्या है? Modi government. Modi government है. नहीं, मोदी गवर्नमेंट है कि नहीं है? नहीं, मोदी गवर्नमेंट है कि नहीं है? बट मोदी सरकार है ना? मोदी सरकार है, आपकी सरकार थोड़ी है।
Then just see what happened to him.
No, ma'am, nothing happened to me.
There are too many facts he's going to be bombarded with. Then he got totally rattled and he started speaking ad nauseum because he realized he's totally exposed. You are exposed, sir. Not just the first time, which is why you're going on filibustering. You can't control because you've been caught. Speak no. Yeah. Keep. Vomit it out. Vomit it out. More lies. More vitriol. More poison. More divisive bunkum. More bunkum. Yes, more lies. More vitriol, even more. Poison. Yes. Divide. Yes. Fool the Muslims. Yes. More Lari. Lari, go for it. Go for it, Lari. Go fool the Muslims even more. Go
Lari.
तो आरक्षण देने के मूड में नहीं है. आप नहीं देना चाहती हैं. आप क्या मुसलमानों का आरक्षण के खिलाफ हैं? आप एक सेक्शन के 20% के खिलाफ हैं. आप उनको आरक्षण नहीं देना चाहते. आप उनको जिंदगी भर भीख देना चाहते हैं. क्या वो आप उनको भीख पे रहना चाहते हैं? भीख पे देना चाहती हैं आप उनको जिंदगी भर भीख पे बकात खराब
Shazia Elmi.
क्या जिंदगी?
Shazia Elmi, 1 minute. Shazia Elmi, 1 minute, please. Can I come in for a minute? आप अपने आप को repeat कर रहे हैं. Shazia, I want to add to what you said here.
But you don't like that.
Yeah, I want to add to what you said here, Shazia. I want to add to what you said. Viewers, the question is very simple and Larry should not disturb now. Larry ji, don't disturb. Pani pi lijiye. The question is very simple. I am saying that Muslims have benefited much more, even much more than Hindus under the Modi government in terms of social welfare schemes.
Yes.
And when Narendra Modi is Prime Minister, Muslims have benefited more than when Congress was Prime Minister and Mulayam Singh was in the government. But when Narendra Modi becomes Prime Minister of India, and this is a fact, under the Narendra Modi government, Muslims get much more than their population is. Relative to their population, the amount of social welfare benefits being given to Muslims is much, 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 much more. You may not believe it, but the fact is, viewers, I will now share some facts with you. Muslims have benefited so much. I'll tell you. I will tell you. Now listen to me. No. I'll tell you. Viewers, this is a fact. And for all the people out there who say that Narendra Modi's government is not secular, this is the most secular government in the history of India. This is the most secular government in the history of India because मोदी जी को 5% आरक्षण दे देना चाहिए था ना मुसलमान को। आप तारिक जी नॉन स्टॉप कमेंट्री नहीं देंगे तो 2-3 सिक्सर मैं मार देता हूँ। आप ऐसे भी कॉट आउट होने वाले हैं। मेरी बात सुन लीजिए। तक वो छोड़ दीजिए, इतने बड़े सेक्युलर हैं तो 5% आरक्षण मोदी जी दे दें। क्यों? हम कहाँ कुछ कह रहे हैं? क्यों दे? मोदी जी दे दें, क्या जबरदस्ती है? जबरदस्ती शांतनु, what is this 5% दे दो?
See, he's coming from the Manmohan Singh philosophy. He's coming from a Manmohan Singh philosophy that इस देश के संसाधनों पे पहला अधिकार मुसलमानों का. He's coming from that philosophy, right? Being secular is not to give reservation to Muslims. ये कौन सी समाजवादी कैंटीन से सीख के आते हैं यहाँ पे लोग? या अखिलेश भैया से कहते हैं क्या? मैसेज पे लिखो मुसलमानों को मांगो। बाइपोल आ रहा है यूपी का भी, थोड़ा वोट देगा मुसलमान का। आजम खान भी परेशान है। आजम खान जेल से कह रहे हैं कि मत दो। आजम खान पार्टी बनाने की सोच रहे हैं। आजम खान दूसरी पार्टी बनाने की सोच रहे हैं। कहाँ से आता है ज्ञान? From where do you get this knowledge, man? From where do you get this knowledge? It's unconstitutional. Based on religion, you cannot give reservation in this country. Read constitution. वो जो लाल किताब हिलाते हैं ना आपके लोग, पढ़िए भी। ओपन दैट रेड बुक रीड। चिल्लाने से नहीं होगा कुछ, ओपन दैट रेड बुक एंड रीड। कभी कुरान के साथ वो भी पढ़िए, कभी कुरान के साथ वो भी पढ़िए। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया पढ़िए। बेस्ड ऑन रिजर्वेशन you cannot give reservation in India. In this country you cannot. Any other country you can try. In this country
Are you Tariq, don't speak so much. Shazia, I think the BJP needs to take a very clear position on this matter. It is building up right now. They are building up to these UP bipoles also. They want to go to the Muslim community and say, ho na ho, हमने मांग कर दी. And I am telling the Muslim community, do not be misled by the Samajwadi Party. And the Muslim community needs to know that the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, more Muslims got percentage to their population than Hindus. Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, more Muslims and minority benefited. People like Tariq Lari don't even know the facts. 37% were from the minority communities who got the benefit of the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana.
Maybe he might be laughing at some jokes. Akhilesh Bhaiya might have
तो 5% आरक्षण
लारी जी
शाजिया लाउड शाजिया
लारी जी आप सुन सकते हैं नहीं लारी जी
बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लूंगा।
मेरे भाई मैं 3 पॉइंट्स बता इसके मेरे भाई अच्छा आप बोलते रहेंगे मेरे भाई आप भाई मेरे 1 मिनट दे सकते हो अपने हलक को थोड़ा ब्रेक दे सकते हो वक्फा अपने हलक को थोड़ी देर के लिए हलक को थोड़ी देर के लिए थोड़ा राहत दे दो
आरक्षण दे देंगे
अरे भाई मैं दे दूंगी चुप तो रहो तुम अरे हलक बंद करना पड़ेगा कान खोलने पड़ेंगे अगर सुननी है बात
करवा दीजिए
अरे भाई अगर सवाल पूछ रहे हो तो कान खोलने पड़ेंगे ना चुप तो रहोगे तभी तो जवाब देंगे भाई साहब मेरे भाई यू हैव टू बी क्वाइट
आप कौन की रहनुमा है सरकार में
because you're not making sense to yourself. You don't go all over the place. You're all over the place, my dear friend, because you're caught. You are caught. Zero facts, zero knowledge. You're caught lying. You're caught lying. You lie to Hindus, you lie to Muslims. You lie to everybody.
No, I think Tariq Lari knows that he's wrong today. I'm not going to waste time. I'll have to mute him for a bit. But I want to, but Tariq Lari, don't do this because then you're spoiling the debate. Speaking over everybody else is just bad behavior. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Shazia, complete your point. Yeah.
Yes. So access to electricity, which was there for the lowest, poorest Muslims, 20% of them, has increased from 53 to 85%. I'm talking only about the poorest Muslims. Now look at something like toilets, Izzat Ghar, bathrooms for Muslims. And if you look at that, 12% of the poorest 20 households had access, only 12% had, and now the access has gone up to 48%. That means 48% of the poorest 20% of Muslims have toilets as compared to only 12%, the difference between 2015 to 2022. Just look at, and not just that, if you look at Mudra Yojana, you have Ujjwala Yojana, you have Awas Yojana. Disproportionate to the population. Disproportionate to the population, which is 18%. How does it matter?
I think I would just like to give a statistic at the end. I would like to share a statistic at the end. The literacy rates of Muslims in Maharashtra is 84%. The literacy
वोट ही है ना, वोट का खोट है भाई आपके दिमाग में, आपका वोट का खोट बस गया है दिमाग के अंदर भाई। मुसलमानों की फिक्र नहीं है, वोट चाहिए वोट। मुसलमान की फिक्र नहीं है, मुसलमान सिर्फ एक छोटा सा बैंक है। आप साहूकार हैं, आप उस पुराने जमाने के साहूकार हैं। ये है वोट।
अच्छा देख कर ज्वाइन करेगा। आप कहिए कि बीजेपी कम्युनल है।
वोट जिहाद करना है बस।
Okay, viewers, Tariq Lari is not letting anyone speak, so I'm moving on for now. The other big political issue is from the Jharkhand elections, which are just around the corner, and the BJP has turned infiltration into a thundering battle cry. After Amit Shah and Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Prime Minister has made this remark today.
As the Jharkhand Assembly polls approach, the stakes have never been higher. The issue of infiltration has now taken center stage, shaking up the political landscape. After powerful jabs from Amit Shah and Himanta Biswa Sarma, today Prime Minister Narendra Modi struck hard, sounding the alarm on infiltration in Jharkhand. In a fiery attack, Prime Minister accused the India alliance of turning a blind eye, even openly supporting infiltration in this poll-bound state.
जेएमएम, कांग्रेस, आरजेडी ने तुष्टीकरण की नीति को चरम पर पहुंचा दिया है। ये तीनों दल सामाजिक तानाबाना तोड़ने पर आमाद है। ये तीनों दल घुसपैठिया समर्थक है। बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के वोट पाने के लिए ये इन घुसपैठियों को पूरे झारखंड में बसा रहे हैं।
Just yesterday, Union Home Minister Amit Shah slammed the local administration, alleging they are pushing infiltration for votes.
झारखंड हाई कोर्ट कहती है कि झारखंड के अंदर एक घुसपैठियों को रोकना चाहिए। हमारी बेटियों को लुभाकर हमारी भूमि ले जा रहे हैं, हमारी रोजगारी ले जा रहे हैं। बेटी, रोटी, भूमि, इसका रक्षा करने के लिए एक घुसपैठियों को रोकना चाहिए।
And days earlier, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma warned Jharkhand of the perils infiltration brings.
देखिए, एक रहेगा तो सेफ रहेगा,
राहुल गांधी ने हिंदू समाज को बांटने के लिए निरंतर प्रयास कर रहा है। झारखंड में घुसपैठिया आते हैं, हमारे आदिवासी समाज, हिंदू समाज का अस्मिता को खतरा में पहुंचा दिया है। इस समय है एक रहने का, अगर आप एक रहेगा सेफ रहेगा।
With the stakes high in Jharkhand, the BJP is making infiltration the battle cry, turning it into a test of national security and state loyalty. Will this hardline stand resonate with the voters, or will it spark an intense political showdown? Only time will tell as the election heat intensifies.
Ratnakar Tripathi from the Congress, Shazia Ilmi, Binay Kumar Singh, and my first question is to Tanuj Khatri, spokesperson for the JMM. Tanuj, why do you think the Muslim population has gone up 3 times in parts of Jharkhand? In percentage terms, places where Muslim population was 8% is now almost 28%. Why has it increased so much?
देखिए, देश में पिछले 10 सालों से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है। ये 11वां साल है। जनगणना उन्होंने करवाई नहीं है। इनके सांसद, बड़बोले सांसद निशिकांत दुबे जी जो डेटा देते हैं उसी पर चर्चा होती है। और देश के अंदर में, झारखंड के अंदर में जब चुनाव हो रहे हैं तो इन्हें सिर्फ मुस्लिम दिख रहे हैं। इनके पास मूल कोई मुद्दा नहीं है। जब हम आदिवासी सरना धर्म कोड की मांग करते हैं तो ये यूसीसी कोड की बात करते हैं।
झारखंड में मेरा सवाल ये है मेरा सवाल है कि 1951 में मुस्लिम पॉपुलेशन 8% थी और आप पिछले 10 साल की बात कर रहे हैं। एक्चुअली 1986 तक ये 11.2% हो गई, अभी फिर ये ऑलमोस्ट 16% हो चुकी है। और ये इंक्रीज पिछले 6-7 सालों में नहीं हुई है। कंसिस्टेंटली मुस्लिम, आपको चिंता नहीं है कि मुस्लिम पॉपुलेशन डबल ट्रिपल हो गई, कि आपको फ़ायदा हो रहा है उससे? और आप कह रहे हैं आप ट्राइबल्स के लिए बात करते हैं। सबसे ज़्यादा नुकसान तो सांथाल परगना में हुआ है, 8% से 27% हो गई है। क्या जेएमएम इस वक्त और आज प्रो ट्राइबल पार्टी है कि प्रो मुस्लिम पार्टी है, या आप आजकल फर्स्ट प्रो मुस्लिम हो चुके हैं?
की बात कैसे की जा सकती है? कोई भी पार्टी किसी धर्म की होती है क्या? हम सर्व धर्म की बात करते हैं, सभी के विकास की बात करते हैं।
मगर
क्या बात हुई?
जो वहां पे ट्राइबल्स है उनकी क्या होगी?
मुक्ति मोर्चा जल जंगल जमीन की बात करती है, आदिवासी, दलित, पिछड़ा, अल्पसंख्यक सभी की बात करती है।
आदिवासी कहां जाएंगे अगर आप ऐसी बात करेंगे, समर्थन करेंगे? मुस्लिम पॉपुलेशन
अगर भारतीय
3 बार बढ़ जाए तो आदिवासी कहां जाएंगे? आप बता दीजिए।
ये चुनाव में इस
आदिवासियों का कोई हक नहीं है?
धर्म को बीच में लाने की बात होती क्यों है?
नहीं, आदिवासियों की कोई हक नहीं है क्या? सिर्फ मुस्लिम की बात कर रहे हैं आप? आदिवासी कहाँ जाए?
बात आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी से करिए, ये उनका फेवरेट टॉपिक है।
ये मैं बताती हूँ क्यों होती है भाई साहब, ये इसलिए होती है क्योंकि
बहन जी आप बताइए,
जो माटी की बात करते हैं, जमीन की बात करते हैं,
मुसलमानों से इतनी नफरत है,
बोलने तो दीजिए आप।
तो आपकी नफरत क्यों है आखिर?
6 बार आपने अपनी बात को, आपने इस बात को 6 बार कहा। बात नफरत की नहीं है, आप बात कर रहे थे माटी की। आपको माटी से प्यार क्यों नहीं है? आपको जमीन से प्यार क्यों नहीं है? आप ये बताइए, आप क्यों भारत को भारतीयों के लिए रहने देते हैं?
जमीन से प्यार है,
अपनी वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए आप क्यों इन्फिल्ट्रेटर्स को बढ़ा रहे हैं? मेरे लिए घुसपैठिए जो है घुसपैठिए हैं, मेरे लिए भारतीय हैं। और इसलिए नहीं, जमीन किसकी है? जमीन वहाँ के लोगों की है। आप क्यों कर रहे हैं ऐसा? आप क्यों चालाकी कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि आप जानते हैं कि आपके वोटों का फायदा होगा, पर आप जानते हैं इससे आम लोगों का और हमारे और आदिवासी भाई बहनों का कितना नुकसान होगा।
जवाब दीजिए ना।
रिसोर्सेज कितने हैं? रिसोर्सेज वही है बात, देश और रिसोर्सेज, लैंड एंड रिसोर्सेज, संसाधन।
अरे जाकर के पूछिए,
आप कर रहे हैं हिंदू मुस्लिम, आप इसलिए चुप है, आप तनुज जी आप भी जानते हैं आप हिंदू मुस्लिम क्यों कर रहे हैं, आप इसलिए हिंदू मुस्लिम कर रहे हैं क्योंकि आपको वोट चाहिए।
अरे हम हिंदू मुस्लिम
नहीं तो आप नहीं कर रहे होते, आप कर रहे हैं हिंदू मुस्लिम। आपकी पॉलिसी होनी चाहिए इंडिया फॉर इंडियंस, इंडिया फॉर इंडियंस, इंडिया फॉर इंडियन हिंदूज, इंडिया फॉर इंडियन ट्राइबल्स, इंडिया फॉर इंडियन मुस्लिम्स, इंडिया फॉर इंडियंस, not India for infiltrators.
Ratnakar Tripathi, Binoy will also come into the debate. Binay Singh, I want you to look at this from a larger national perspective. And speaking to everybody across the country today, I want to present an alternative situation. Suppose Muslims were to become a minority in the Kashmir Valley. Suppose Muslims were to become a minority in the Kashmir Valley and the population of Hindus in the Kashmir Valley was to go to 40 to 50%. Would the local Muslim, Kashmiri Muslims not say that our culture is under threat? And suppose Hindu infiltrators from another adjoining country would have come and changed the demographic pattern in any place which is Muslim dominated. How would it have felt? Just think about it once. So the question here is, Binoy, at a larger level, there is such an issue here, and Himanta Biswa Sarma, aware of what has happened in Assam, is raising it in Jharkhand. I want someone to discuss what the situation in Jharkhand is. डरते क्यों हैं? कोई overall debate नहीं करना चाहता statistics पर कि what is the situation, how many Bangladeshis are there, is Jharkhand going to become like southern part of West Bengal? Nobody wants to discuss these issues. Binoy, why? Why don't you take it forward with Ratnakar?
Arnab, Santhal Pargana in Jharkhand is a classic case to understand what are the effects of illegal immigration or illegal infiltration. Number one, demographic change is there, yes. Law and order issue is there, cultural depletion is there, national security is there, because the banned terrorist outfit PFI was headquartered in Santhal Pargana. And the most important point, Arnab, there is a bird sanctuary called Udhwa Bird Sanctuary in Pakur that is in the part of Santhal Pargana of Jharkhand. The whole Udhwa Bird Sanctuary, the whole of the wetlands of Udhwa Bird Sanctuary has been encroached. So there are environmental impacts also. And let me tell you a very important point. Several castes has been wiped out from the land. For example, I am telling you, in the Udhwa block, you won't find Chai Mandal and Gangota. Chai Mandal and Gangota were the two castes, those who are having majority population in the Udhwa block. They have been wiped out in the same way the Pandits were wiped out in Jammu and Kashmir. And the last very important point, which is related to internal security here now, that there was a conspiracy which was called 2K, Khalistan in Kashmir. But there was Operation Pink Code, in there was a third K also, which was Kishanganj. And Kishanganj was not just limited or focused to one district. The whole of the eastern corridor, the Santhal Pargana was also a part of that. That third K refers to that also. And that is a conspiracy to increase the demography and create a national security crisis in such area. This is the whole story, Arnab.
So why not accept it? I mean, today the situation is such that the Congress and JMM are taking a pro-Muslim position. But while they can take a pro-Muslim position, they are also taking an anti-court decision. Ratnakar, in earlier this year, the situation is so bad in Jharkhand. No, the situation is so bad in Jharkhand that the Jharkhand High Court had to say, please do something about the Bangladeshi infiltrators in the state. The High Court said the state government has to do something. It cannot sit and do nothing. It has to locate the Bangladeshi infiltrators. It has to identify them. It has to remove them. It has to take action against them. So this is not a figment of anybody's imagination. It is the biggest issue in Jharkhand that nobody in the Congress or JMM want to talk about. My question is why? Why not talk about the biggest issue in Jharkhand?
First of all, Dr. Goswami, you talk about the hypothetical things. There is no census since 2011. And you give the statistics, 23 point something, 7 point something. I don't know from where do you get it. This is totally hypothetical. The thing is that the Goebbels followers and the worshippers, they create a lie, then repeat it 1,000 times. And
So are you calling the High Court Goebbels? You are questioning the High Court. You're calling the High Court Goebbels. Am I hearing you correctly?
What I noticed that you didn't intervene any other speaker.
No, but you call the High Court Goebbels?
Keep on doing it. If you have a question, pose me after that.
I quoted the High Court and you respond by saying Goebbels.
Please do it. This is bad. You told about the bad behavior to Mr. Khatri, na? Please apply it on you.
I said that you should not use such language with the High Court.
I'm telling you. You always do so, sir. Please. If you don't fail, blame someone if you don't succeed. Who is there to guard the borders? Who is there to issue the Aadhaar card and PAN card and this voter ID card? Who is there to protect Dudhua sanctuary, which Vinay Singh was talking about? The people from Indian Forest Services, the central government agencies. How many? Please, Vinay Singh, I didn't interrupt.
You are right. This is exactly what has to be called out.
How many alerts they have sent?
You are right, Ratnakarji.
The order is given to the Border Security Force.
Which is why it has to be
The
called out.
Aadhaar is being made by central government. The PAN card is being made by central government. The voter ID is being made by central government. And the responsible person is the institution is state government. And if so much is confident Mr. Amit Shah and Mr. Modi of that the local administration is hand in glove with the infiltrators, why don't you file a FIR against them? Why to shout it on Oman? Roti, beti, gaon, mati. Everybody knows. Everybody who lives in the states care for their rights and their welfare. You don't have to preach them. We don't need a sermon from you and the followers of the Goebbels. So please, if there is infiltration, if there is any infiltration,
I don't think you understand Ratnakarji what is being said.
Why are
Ratnakarji, I have always considered you like a learned man. But the point is that you are asking that from where you get the data. I'll refer to you a book written by Mr. J.K. Bajaj and M.D. Srinivas from Center for Policy Studies. The book name is Religious Demography of India.
Or the
you
census
find
maker.
all the data over
Please,
there.
Vinay Singh, you have written too many books. I don't consider you as a writer.
I am referring you
No.
And you must,
Tell me what the government statistic is. Vinay Singh,
and you must know that if the Bangladeshi infiltrators are coming,
then Vinay Singh, I tell you one thing.
No, question asked tonight by Ratnakar Tripathi is, on what basis are you saying that there is a threat to the tribal community? I ask you this. Ratnakar Tripathi, first of all, you have overstated your point. The National Commission of Scheduled Tribes, NCST, has, for your kind information, submitted a 28-page report in which it has highlighted the severe danger to the tribal communities of Jharkhand. You should have known about it.
Mr. Goswami, I want the census. I want the exact figures. You debate on hypothetical things because you are the best man of the BJP.
The census,
You are the best man of the BJP.
You must
Why
read
the
and I am
report?
referring to that book.
Why the
That's
report?
a wonderful book.
You gave the
and that includes the 2011
Prove
census.
it.
You'll find all the comparative studies from the first census to the 2011 census.
I come from a state, Ratnakar Tripathi, I come from a state called Assam with a proud Assamese culture, right? And the Assamese culture has been ruined in parts of Assam because of your party, Hiteshwar Saikia and his policies and Tarun Gogoi. Your party opened the borders to Bangladeshi infiltrators and Himanto is having to handle your mess. Himanto is handling the demographic mess created by you. You should thank you to Himanto.
In our last debate, when
the district I am from has become Muslim dominated, thanks to you.
You are saying that I'm a proud
Borpeta has become a Muslim dominated district. How come? Borpeta has become Muslim dominated district where Hindus cannot even move freely.
Arunachal Pradesh, Tripura, Nagaland. All are affected by these illegal Bangladeshi infiltrators.
अच्छा आपको बता दूं एक मिनट ये रत्नाकर जी मेरी बात सुनिए ये मेरी बात सुन लीजिए रत्नाकर जी, उसके बाद जवाब दीजिए। मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूं। आप हर बार प्रोग्राम में आके कहते हैं, बड़े गर्व से कहते हैं, मेरी बात सुनिए, सुनना पड़ेगा आपको। सुनना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि मैं वास्तविकता में विश्वास करता हूं। आई बिलीव इन रियलिटी में। आपकी तरह मैं कहीं भी आसमान में उड़ता नहीं रहता। मैं सवाल पूछ रहा हूं आपको, मैं सवाल पूछ रहा हूं आपको, खटकेगी आपको, मगर आपको सुननी पड़ेगी। मैं आपको खटकाने के लिए सुना रहा हूं, मेरी बात सुनिए। मैं आपको कह रहा हूं, आज आप कहते हैं मैं बनारस से हूं, मैं वाराणसी से हूं, मैं काशी से हूं। आज काशी मुस्लिम मेजॉरिटी हो जाए और बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी, बनारस मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी हो जाए, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा आपको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। आज वाराणसी मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड हो जाए, आपको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। आप कहना चाहते हैं कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। काशी कल पूछ लीजिए, आज पूछ लीजिए, पूछता है भारत आज। कांग्रेस के जो रत्नाकर त्रिपाठी उनसे पूछिए कि आज अगर काशी मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड हो जाए, ये कह रहे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
कांग्रेस को फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। अर्नब जी, कांग्रेस डिडंट बॉदर टेकिंग अ डैम।
किसी और के राज्य में हो रहा है, किसी और के घर में हो रहा है, तो आप बड़े लेक्चर देते हैं टीवी पर।
डोंट केयर अबाउट दैट।
मुझे बताइए ना,
आपको पूछ रहा हूं ना, मैं तो कर रहा हूं फर्क पड़ेगा। इफ द क्रेडल ऑफ हिंदू सिविलाइजेशन इन बनारस, इफ बनारस बिकम मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड, आपको लगता है कि आपकी संस्कृति, आपके घाट, आपके रहने का तरीका, सब कुछ नहीं बदलेगा? अपने घर में जब होता है ऐसा, तब हर आदमी गुस्सा होता है, सवाल उठाते हैं। ये बैठ के एकेडमिक बातें करने वाले रत्नाकर त्रिपाठी, आप कह रहे हैं कल बनारस मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी हो जाए, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा आपको। तो आप झारखंड के बारे में बोल रहे हैं, आसाम के बारे में बोल रहे हैं। मानिए,
किसी और को दीजिएगा। हमारे नजीर बनारसी ने कहा मैं काशी का वो मुसलमान हूं, दुनिया बिना ऐसे।
ये तो कांग्रेस पार्टी की मंशा है कि बनारस भी मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड हो जाए। ये चाहते हैं, इनकी मंशा है कि कल काशी भी मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड हो जाए। खोल दीजिए दरवाजे, बांग्लादेशियों को ले आइए बनारस में।
आंकड़े नहीं है, आप सीमा की रक्षा नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, आप ब्लेम कर रहे हैं स्टेट को।
सिर्फ और सिर्फ
मैं ये सवाल,
बेटियों से कोई खास प्यार है?
मैं देखिए,
और ना ही आपको मुसलमानों के लिए कोई भी जरा सी फिक्र है।
मैं किताबी बातें नहीं कहता, मैं किताबी बातें नहीं कहना चाहता, किताबी उदाहरण भी नहीं देना चाहता। मैं सिर्फ तनुज खत्री जी को एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ।
आदिवासी सभ्यता है और उनको आप पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि आपको अपनी वोट बैंक की राजनीति करने वाले।
आप मुझे बताइए, आज ऐसी बात हो रही है। नहीं,
आप भी जानते हैं।
मैं कह रहा हूँ जो कह रहे हैं एक रहेंगे तो सेफ रहेंगे, हिमंत बिस्व शर्मा प्रधानमंत्री एक रहे तो सेफ रहेंगे, ऐसी नौबत क्यों आ गई तनुज जी? और आप झारखंड के होते हुए भी आप ऐसी बातें कह रहे हैं। एक जगह की संस्कृति, उसकी कल्चर और उसके डेमोग्राफी, यानी कि पॉपुलेशन बेस, इन चारों चीज़ों का बहुत ही इंटरलिंक्ड होते हैं तनुज जी। मैं आसाम से हूँ, मैं जानता हूँ। आप जाइए ना, अगली बार जब आपको छुट्टी मिलेगी आसाम के, आप बोरपेटा में जाइए और पूछिए वहाँ के लोगों को कि कैसा रहा, आप हिंदू जब माइनॉरिटी में आ गए तो कैसा हो गया बोरपेटा, आप पूछिए ना। और ये कह रहे हैं कि काशी कल मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड हो जाए तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। मैं कहता हूं फर्क पड़ेगा।
मैंने नहीं कहा, फालतू ना बोलिए गोस्वामी जी। मैंने कहा आपको
अर्नब जी,
हिंदू जब वो करते रहिए।
अर्नब जी,
काशी मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड होगा नहीं तो हमारा कल्चर कहीं नहीं जाने वाला है। मैंने आपको बोला ना कि नजीर बनारसी ने कहा हमने वजू भी किया है गंगा तेरे गोद में जाकर।
किताबी बातें मत बोलिए, ये सारी किताबी चीजें होती है, ये किताबी चीजें होती है। ये कोई यूनिवर्सिटी कैंपस के लाइब्रेरी में अच्छी सुनाई देती है, या कोई कॉलेज के डिक्लेमेशन कंपटीशन में बोलने वाली चीज होती है, वास्तविकता नहीं होती।
आप
नहीं होती।
बोलते चैनल पे वो ठीक है,
मैं ठीक
आंकड़े दिखाइए ना गवर्नमेंट के।
लोग तो मेरे को ही सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं।
दिखाते हैं, शाजिया इल्मी के आंकड़े दिखाते हैं,
लास्ट रिस्पॉन्स फ्रॉम तनुज।
रत्नाकर जी, आप लास्ट रिस्पॉन्स फ्रॉम तनुज। देश को ले जा रहे हैं,
कुछ दिन बहस कीजिएगा।
तनुज,
कितना दिन झूठ फैलाएंगे?
अर्नब जी, इनसे पूछिए कि हिंदू जब सो रहा था तो पेट्रोल 50 रुपया था, हिंदू जब जाग गया तो पेट्रोल 100 रुपया हो गया, गैस सिलेंडर 1100 रुपया हो गया।
हिंदू दौड़ेगा तो पेट्रोल 200 हो जाएगा।
हिंदू जब सो रहे थे आपके हिसाब से तो पेट्रोल 50 रुपया था, हिंदू जब जागा
आपने महंगाई बढ़ा दी
तो पेट्रोल 100 रुपया हो गया।
अब पेट्रोल के दाम कम हो गए, आपको पता नहीं चला क्या तनुज जी? या फिर आपके सरकार ने कम नहीं होने दिया, क्योंकि पूरे देश में तो पेट्रोल का दाम पिछले महीने कम हो गया, आपको पता नहीं चला क्या?
बिहार में इनकी सरकार है ना, ये किशनगंज, पूर्णिया, अररिया को कहते हैं कि इन्फेक्टेड है, पूछिए वहां कब लागू कर रहे हैं।
लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, तनुज जी आप इस विषय पर ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट दीजिए। आई विल कॉल यू ऑन अ डिबेट। मैं चाहता हूं फुल डिबेट हो। मैं आपके साथ हिमंत बिस्वा शर्मा को भी बिठा दूंगा, आप सवाल पूछिए उनको। बिठाऊंगा मैं, रत्नाकर जी के साथ भी बिठाऊंगा मैं उनको।
स्कैम वाले हिम्मत
भाग जाएंगे, जवाब नहीं देते हैं।
ठीक है, बुलाता हूं, उसके बाद देखते हैं कौन भागते हैं। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, ऑन द अदर साइड टुनाइट Hindus have been attacked in Canada. Hinduphobia is in the spotlight when I'm back.
For a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
There will be concern, there will be demand from the party, from the leader. And we do in Congress party also that if certain things are omitted, then we definitely take it up and try to get those things included. I don't think that's a very extraordinary situation or very uncommon. This is a very common thing.
Character, the taste of success.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. We have seen some very troubling visuals coming in from Canada. If we can play them full frame, I'd like to describe to you what exactly we are seeing here, ladies and gentlemen. The pictures come from Brampton, and you are seeing here in Brampton, this is the Canadian police, which is just using force against some Hindus, and all they are protesting is against the attack by Khalistanis on Hindu Canadian devotees at the Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton on November 5th. You're seeing the kind of use of force against Hindus in Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at these pictures. This is the real issue out here. Khalistani extremists have attacked Hindu Canadian devotees, Hindus, at the Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton on the 3rd of November, ladies and gentlemen. Today, there is anger among the Hindu community everywhere, and in Canada, there is a growing realization about the way in which the Khalistanis are targeting the Hindu community. When we speak about Hindu phobia, we are often told we are right-wingers, Republic is a right-wing network, and this is our right-wing philosophy. To all those people who call us right-wing for simply speaking up for Hindus, I just want to ask them, where is it written that you become a better Hindu by accepting injustice? Where is it written that you become a better Hindu by accepting beatings, targeting? Do you become a better Hindu if you are quiet when your temples are attacked? I think not. Ladies and gentlemen, we remember when the Sherawali temple was defaced with pro-Khalistan and anti-India graffiti. This happened in Hayward, California. When we spoke about it, we were told, oh, you're a Hindu right-wing channel. Ladies and gentlemen, two Khalistani supporters had vandalized the Lakshmi Narayan temple in Canada's British Columbia. They had defaced the temple with anti-Hindu graffiti. When we spoke about it, we were told, why is Republic speaking for Hindus? My counter question to all of these people is, do they expect Republic to speak against Hindus? And if Republic does not speak for Hindus as India's leading most watched news network, then who will? Do we expect a channel from Pakistan to speak up for the situation of Hindus when there are targeted attacks against the Hindu community? Today, Hindus are facing threats across the globe. The difference from a year back and now is, a year back, if you were to speak about Hindu phobia, you would be told it's fiction. Today, it's being accepted as a reality. And after what Trump said last week, even Trudeau's been forced to fall in line. Ladies and gentlemen, Khalistani supporters had also defaced a Ram Mandir in Mississauga with anti-India graffiti. This is one of the most prominent Hindu temples in Canada. And it is not just in Canada, it's also in the United States, where in Newark, California, a Swaminarayan temple was vandalized with anti-India, pro-Khalistani and anti-Hindu graffiti. The Hindu temple's outside wall was damaged. And viewers, we remember that a saffron flag outside a Hindu temple was pulled out in Leicester in the United Kingdom. On each of these occasions, most unfortunately, I have seen large parts of the so-called mainstream media remain quiet, because it is a given assumption that the mainstream media must take an anti-Hindu position and that every grievance of the Hindu community must be dismissed as hype and an overstatement of facts. The visuals today, ladies and gentlemen, are a grim reminder of the way in which Hindus are being targeted in North America. And it's an unfortunate reality that even in India, in several places in India where we have more than 80% Hindu population. Hindus are being targeted here as well. But more importantly than all of this, the good thing is that Hindus are now consolidating. They are getting together, they are asserting themselves, and they are being vocal about it. I promise tonight that as with every other case of injustice against any other religion, Republic will stand by the Hindu community each time and any time there is a targeting of the Hindu community in India or anywhere globally. Hindus must together raise the voice and make Hindu phobia into as big an issue globally as anti-Semitism has become. Unless we do that, unless the Hindu community speaks confidently in one voice, the Hindus and their interests will be taken for granted. Let's debate.
On your screens are visuals of a Khalistani mob attacking Hindu devotees in the Hindu Sabha temple in Canada's Brampton. On your screens now are different visuals from Canada, where you can see police brutality unleashed on Hindus. This comes days after former US President Donald Trump expressed his clarion call for an end to the barbaric violence against Hindus, which shifted the global spotlight on Hindu phobia. Moments after Trump's tweet, 30,000 Hindus took to the streets in Bangladesh. But what's happening in Canada by way of Khalistani violence cannot be without Trudeau government's indulgence. Some are in fact saying that Canada is gradually turning into mini Pakistan.
पाकिस्तान जैसे जो रोज हमला करते थे वो आज तीर जैसे सीधे हुए हैं और आप उनको टारगेट कर रहे हैं। कहीं ना कहीं ये लग रहा है भी जो लोग पाकिस्तान में रहते थे वो सब शिफ्ट कनाडा में कर गए हैं। मेरी ख्याल से पाकिस्तान की जगह वो कनाडा ने ले ली है।
While some are questioning the opposition's silence on this pressing issue.
कनाडा के अंदर हिंदू मंदिरों पे हमला हो रहा है, कनाडा के अंदर हिंदुओं पे अत्याचार हो रहा है। विपक्ष का कोई नेता बोला, राहुल गांधी बोले, अखिलेश यादव बोले, ममता बनर्जी बोली, ये लोग खालिस्तानियों के साथ हैं।
The Ministry of External Affairs officially responded to media queries regarding the violence in Brampton. In this statement, the MEA condemned the act by extremists and separatists. Furthermore, India called on Canada to ensure protection of places of worship. Lastly, the MEA spoke of deep concern about security of Indians and the fact that consular access shall remain undeterred. Various Hindu groups and political factions have come down heavily upon the Brampton incident.
यह काम घोर निंदनीय है और यहीं पर आकर ये कहूँगा कनाडा सरकार ने भी सब धर्मों की रक्षा के लिए, धर्म स्थलों की रक्षा के लिए सख्त कदम उठाने चाहिए ताकि ऐसी निंदनीय और अपराधपूर्ण घटना फिर से ना हो।
मेरी सरकार से मांग है कि जितने भी कनाडा में हमारे सनातन धर्म के मंदिर हैं उनको प्रॉपर उनकी जो है सुरक्षा वहां पर मुहैया कराई जाए, सुरक्षा का प्रबंध वहां पर अच्छे से हो ताकि लोग वहां जाकर पूजन अर्चन करना ना छोड़ दें।
The Peel police announced that they have made 3 arrests connected to the Brampton incident and their identities are yet to be revealed. But the actions clearly showed the cops targeting the Hindus while being soft on the attacking Khalistani mob. As the global spotlight is now on Hindu phobia, the big question is, when will the rights of Hindus finally receive protection?
To throw more light on this, I am first joined by Naresh Kumar Chawda. We have Ambassador Deepak Vora, former diplomat, Professor Pulla Rao also with us. But we want to get a sense from Canada on what the situation is. Firstly, you see, there were 2 sets of visuals which came in from Brampton, Naresh Kumarji. The first visual was of the Sikh groups, the pro-Khalistan groups with their flags attacking Hindu devotees. That's one visual. The second we saw of very strong-arm tactics by the Canadian security, their police against Hindus. May I start with the second? Why were Hindus being targeted like that by the Canadian police when they were the victims here, obviously?
Yes, Arnab and Republic TV for inviting me. It is basically there is a consulate regular camp for Indian pensioner living in Canada, including all community, Hindu, Sikh or Muslim or whoever Indian pensioner. There is a camp going on in the temple. It's a weekend and it's a Diwali season. So our as a Hindu Canadian, our question is the same thing with the local authority. If they give a permission on the freedom of speech to protesters, then why they give nearby the gate of the temple? Because usually they give a permission for any kind of protest on other side of the road or a little bit far, so there is no community clash happen for any
Who was
any
protesting? No, Naresh ji, who was protesting? What was the protest about?
It's a Khalistani people. They are protesting because there is an Indian consulate camp going on and serving the all kind of Indian pensioner, including Sikh, Hindu, inside the temple.
So these are pensioners from the Indian government, people who are receiving pension from the Indian government.
Yes, yeah. So they need
every
year they need a certificate like they are live certificate.
Of course. And it happens around November in the year. I'm aware of that.
Yes.
Then?
Yeah. And one thing I want to share now, it is only happening to Indian Hindu temple. There are many Bangladeshi Hindu temple. There are Nepali Hindu temple. There are Sri Lankan Hindu temple, Guyanese Hindu temple. So my question to our local authority, why they're not taking step is particularly Indian Hindu temple they are targeting. So I want to say like not a single religious place supposed to be targeted like that, but why only Indian Hindu temple? If government to government, there's conflict going on.
So there was a protest, but when did it become physical? I mean, at some point, can I run the raw footage and not the packaged footage, please? I want to show the visuals of when the Hindus were targeted by the Khalistanis. What happened then?
Yeah, so as per the footage...
And can I run the footage with its ambience also? I'll tell my production team, because what we need to hear is the shrieks among the Hindu community. This is packaged visuals. Yeah. No, this is a very small clip, Sharat. You'll have to get the entire footage out, not treat it, and then run it on air. Thank you, Sharat. Yes, please. Can you continue? When we have the raw footage, I'll come back.
Yes.
I was just telling my producer something. Yeah.
What happened, like there is a protester outside of the temple, and there is a Diwali season actually. It's a festival season, so hundreds of thousands of devotees inside the temple. And there is a camp going on also, and as I mentioned, there are all community people who are willing to get a certificate, including Sikh, Hindu, Muslim. They are inside the temple for certification. So there are slogans going on from outside against temple, against Hindu, and against India, I believe. So what happened is they shouting a lot, and they are aggressively doing the action on the door of the temple on the Diwali time. And then they come inside. If you see the footage, they come inside, they attack the people, they attack the children and women.
But why were Hindus targeted? If this violence was by Sikhs, why was the Canadian police targeting the Hindus?
It's a Hindu phobia. I say in one word. It's a real Hindu phobia, and it's a real big disappointing for all Canadian Hindu right now we are feeling. It's a real Hindu phobia. And all three levels of government are failed to protect the Hindu community, protect the Hindu Canadian, and protect one of the biggest taxpayer density-wise as a community, as a business people, professional in Canada.
Viewers, I'd like to get in Ambassador Deepak Vora on this. The pictures are very shocking out here. And we need to keep this in perspective, because when we speak about Hindu phobia, we are told it's fiction. But Hindus are facing threats across the globe. In Canada, the situation is particularly grim because of the aggression of these Khalistani groups out there. Is it open war now with the Hindu community in Canada? And are the Hindu community being targeted for the failure of Justin Trudeau to provide any evidence in the Nijjar case?
Thank you very much, sir. Always an honor and a privilege, and thank you for the introduction that you give. That's what makes you so unique. There's none who can match you. Thank you. Being on Republic TV is always a pleasure. Sir, I've lived in that area for a long time. I go there regularly. Let me put it across to you like this, that the Hindu Indian community, whether in the United States or in Canada or in England or in Europe or in Africa, they are doing extremely well. They're in the highest income percentiles. They are highly educated, and they now exercise a fair amount of political influence. In the United States, in particular in Britain and Canada, Britain even had a Hindu as its prime minister. This upsets a lot of people. May I call it the Hindu Renaissance? And they would then like to play their cards. As our colleague from Canada has mentioned, that even the police, they had obviously been briefed about this, that don't touch his darlings, the terrorists who claim to be Khalistanis, but hit the other guys. Otherwise, the cops would not dare to do such a thing. May I also add at this point of time, sir, why is Trudeau doing what he's doing? I see there are three possible explanations, and I'm not being facetious. One is a medical explanation. He's twice had COVID, and that produces what is called long COVID. I'm sure you know about it. It induces encephalopathy, which is altered brain function. He has quite literally lost his mind. He's incapable of rational thinking. Second reason he's behaving like this is he believes that if he mollycoddles some of the minority parties who are extremists, he'll be able to complete 5 years in Parliament and therefore earn his pension, which is the Canadian law. And the third reason he's behaving like this is that he wants to draw international attention to himself. What is Canada's problem? A very large country with a small mindset. It wants to sit at the high table. His father begged and pleaded and got into the group of seven. They wangled their way into NATO. He does not have the wherewithal to be a great power, which is he has a demographic deficit. He doesn't have military strength. His economy is tanking. So he keeps talking about we'll consult with our allies, we'll do this, we'll do that. These are the three reasons, basically, why this man should do a favor to mankind and leave his country. He can go seek asylum in Pakistan or North Korea, or wherever he wants. He has damaged Canada's relationships, even apart from the Hindu community, with the rest of the world, the great powers. He mocked Donald Trump, who's going to be the next president, as per predictions. He mocked him twice at a G7 meeting and at a NATO summit. One was in Quebec, the other was in London. He has spoiled his relationship with Russia by abusing Vladimir Putin for no reason. Sir, you might recall 2 years ago at the Bali G20 summit, the Chinese president caught hold of this guy in the corridor and berated him for leaking details of their private conversation to the Canadian media. And Trudeau was looking like a schoolboy being beaten with a whip by the school headmaster. I mean, he was looking terribly uncomfortable. So now he goes and spoils his relationship with us. He's also messed up his relationship with Israel because apparently Islamic radicals in Canada, and so I've been told by very reliable people, are being encouraged to burn and attack synagogues. This man wants to leave Canada a mess. I wonder if he's a friend of his country, he's loyal to his country, or he's its greatest enemy. I have no idea at this point of time. So may I just simply conclude by saying that the more we go ahead, the more the Hindu community prospers across the world, the greater will be the angst from those who think that we are very docile, deferential, diffident people. No, sir. India is now Bharat. Sir, you know this better than I do. We give back better than we get. We don't turn the other cheek. We smash the fellow's face. This is the new India.
But today, having lived there, you see the pictures. Wouldn't Hindus be very, very insecure?
Of course they would.
And
But
what
sir,
would
some
their
of the
alternative be? Can we leave them high and dry? Do we not have a moral responsibility as the only large country in the world with a predominantly Hindu population? We are the base of the Hindu civilization. Can we say this is an internal issue that Hindus are getting battered in Canada?
Not at all, sir. Wherever Indians have been in trouble, whether it was in Ukraine or it was in Libya or it was in Sudan or in South Sudan or wherever, or Lebanon, we have reached out. Mother India, sir, we call her Bharat Ma. She reaches out to bring her children back home. We are the only country.
So what can we do then?
I would tell you, sir. May I recommend to you, sir, and again, I'm not speaking on behalf of my ministry or the government, but this is what I would do. I would use what is called the quadruple lock. The first thing would be to absolutely stop visas for Canadian officials and for Canadians, except those coming for medical treatment. And thousands of them come to India because our medical treatment is the best in the universe and the most economical. The second lock would be to prohibit Canadian companies from participating in any tenders in India. Kick them on the stomach, sir, and it hurts. What did Bill Clinton say during his election? It's the economy is stupid. The third thing that I would do is encourage Indian students not to go to Canada because they spend 8, 10, 12 billion dollars giving money to Canadian university. And the fourth, the quadruplest of the logs would be to work with like-minded countries and officially declare Canada a state sponsor of terrorism.
While our guests continue to be on screen, on the right-hand side, where we have the visuals playing now, I would like to play the raw footage of the attack on the Hindu community in Brampton, Canada. And viewers, some of these visuals are very disturbing, but I'd like to say this has become the norm everywhere. Anti-Hindu hate crimes reported from across Canada becoming the norm. Can we play the video, please, with audio?
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, ouch, ouch, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, ouch, ouch.
You see, this is the reality. This is the reality that will not become the subject of a PhD thesis in any American or Canadian university. This is the reality. Ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't want violence against any community, but if there was to be an attack on a mosque in a way that there is an attack on a temple, what would have been the global headlines across the world, Pulla? Let's think. The thing is that Hindus are being told repeatedly, part of your culture is to continue to be happy getting slapped, targeted and beaten. Because there are people like Pulla Rao in India, if we speak about this in order to defend the DMK, which is anti-Hindu party, and to defend the Congress and the India Alliance, will say you're making it all up. We are not making it up. This is the reality. Had there been such an attack on a mosque anywhere in the world, what would have happened by now?
I object to what you just said. You did the preamble, it's all wrong. I absolutely condemn this violence. And it's very heinous, and we are as much proud of any Hindu there as anybody else. I just want to ask the Honorable Ambassador, should not the embassy have taken some safeguards? I mean, it was a camp conducted by the embassy. Don't they have some sanctity there? Don't they ask for, I'm asking this in ignorance. I'm asking you, should they not ask for security? They know Brampton is a very volatile place. Mr. Trustee is also there.
Sir, please inform yourself. Sir, please see the statement by my ministry. We asked for security. They didn't provide it, sir, in adequate measure. Please be well informed before making a comment. Secondly, sir, I do not have a military in the diplomatic mission, in the High Commission to protect my people. It's not done. We depend on the locals. Sir, please, I've been in diplomacy 51 years and counting. I've been ambassador to 6 countries. We ask the local government to provide us the protection. They do it all the time, but here it was deliberately not done. For electoral gains or for whatever reasons this.
Mr. Pipa,
may I complete what I'm saying, sir?
You may not have anticipated this. You're an experienced person.
I didn't interrupt you, sir. Please permit me to complete
Please let him speak, sir. The gentleman has more years in diplomacy than I have been on this earth. I would still request him to complete his point there, sir, because he's speaking out of concern. He's not trying to show that he knows more than anyone else. But we are in a fix now as far as the Hindu community across the world is in trouble. Let's accept it. Yes, please. Nade.
All I wanted to say about this, sir, is that we, as a diplomatic mission, we work within the limits of international conventions and what we call international law. We would not go around beating up the Sikh extremists, although the Chinese keep doing it with their own dissidents. We don't do it. We're a law-abiding, law-respecting country. But the one thing that I've seen change, and so I'll just conclude, because of social media and because of channels like yours, and I compliment you with total sincerity, sir, that today across the world, the largest diaspora in the world, the Indian diaspora, some 30 million, is getting together as never before. And I'm hearing voices saying that what Canada is doing is totally unacceptable. As Yogi Adityanath ji said, cutting, what is it?
बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, एक रहेंगे तो नेक रहेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे, एक रहेंगे तो safe रहेंगे.
And my mother used to tell me, sir, whenever my elder brother and I were going to some unknown place, she said, go together. Ek akela hota hai, do 11 hote hain. And this is what I think the message is going across on social media. I've been seeing it to Hindus, to Indians across the world. Get together now and show them your power. I think this is one of the unintended consequences of what this buffoon, Dustbin Trudeau.
Naresh Kumar Chawda wants to say something here. Yes, Naresh.
Yes, so I want to say with due respect, this list of the consulate camp is already in public. So what happened, let me tell you up front, as a Canadian Hindu and Indian origin, that list, before 1 month, there is a camp in Gurudwara, nothing happened. Why only Indian Hindu temple? So I'm not agree with the gentleman over here. And second thing, for us as a Canadian Hindu, step out from the issue, not a solution. We will stay over here, we'll work over here. Culture is a borderless and value are timeless for us also. So all Hindu will be come forward in Canada. And as a gentleman, our co-colleagues told actually, Hindu are more united, and we will strongly condemn this kind of violence for happen with Hindu or any other community. And we will take a step. We will take a social step. We will take a political step, and we will take as a community, as a strong cultural step too. We need to visualize there our culture and our values, and we are doing.
And a part of this, I'm saying to Pulla that please understand, Pulla, the threats are also on Hindus in India. Think today of the number of times there have been violence during Durga Puja immersions. Think of the number of times in which Ganesh pandals have been targeted. Think of how constantly Hindus are told, don't go near a sensitive area, which means don't go near a Muslim-dominated area. Think about the Hindus killed during the Ram Navami processions in West Bengal. Right? Think about the targeted attacks on Hindus in Bangladesh. Think about the 20 temples that were vandalized in Bangladesh.
We're very happy. One is very happy that Donald Trump...
Think about Hindu teachers forced to resign. It's not about Donald Trump, it's also about people like you in India.
No.
Apologies for the DMK.
We want the government to be intelligently capable, not waste its time. They should go out to handle these situations.
No, these Khalistanis will be very happy with the position of Stalin.
No, take stiff actions. Take stiff actions. Nobody wants violence.
No, don't make hatred towards Hindus into a political weapon.
No, nobody.
You have done it. DMK has done it. You have done it. You have done it, and people have become emboldened in Canada because they see people like you and what you do.
We applaud Donald Trump taking up the cause of Hindus in Bangladesh when our government didn't.
But you didn't answer my question. What if any other religion's holy place had been targeted the way this is happening?
That is their business. That is their militancy. That's their business. We are not here to speak for others. I wish our government would be a little more strong. That's what we are saying. That's what I've heard all over.
Strong?
The government is absent. The government is absent. The government is nowhere. The government should have taken steps. Would the Chinese government have allowed this to happen to Chinese citizens in Singapore, Indonesia? They would have taken very severe action. They would have taken action. There's not a voice, not a sound. Why shouldn't the government of India withdraw our ambassador, close it completely, take steps, and do what this ambassador has just suggested, that Mr. Deepak
Are you not aware that we have already withdrawn our ambassador?
Oh, you have withdrawn the ambassador. You cut off relations. You go to the next step. What the ambassador has just suggested, the quadruple lock. Why are they doing it? Why isn't the foreign minister taking severe action on this? They should boycott Canadian. Why are they not doing it? Why are they blaming on Tom Harry? We also know the diplomatic protocol. We know step by step you go. You know the standstill agreements. I don't see action from the government of India. It's the government of India which should take an action, step on it. Even on Bangladesh, it was a very meek statement. It took Donald Trump to raise their issue. Everybody applauded Donald Trump in this country. I look forward to what the ambassador has said. That should be done. Why are they doing it? Why are they allowed to go around here? You show your anger. That's what the Chinese would have done. Have a right ambassadors up. Would the Chinese have allowed this to happen? You know what happened in Indonesia when the Chinese were attacked?
He's baiting you. You may as well reply.
You know what happens in Malaysia when the Chinese are attacked? Tell me if I'm wrong, I'll accept it. The Chinese government will not sit by it. The Indian government is nowhere. They should take the next step. They should burn the bridges and go ahead and tell Canada this is what you can't do to anyone.
I've served as your deputy.
Says Pulla Rao, who is from the party and backs the party which says Hindus are like malaria and dengue.
I am not from that party or this party. I have views.
You are an apologist for that party, sir.
Oh, maybe. I am an apologist for India. I am an apologist for India. I have asked you, why has the government kept quiet? Why has the government not taken the second step? The Canadian ambassador has not been called to, or the representative has not been called to South Block yesterday, today? Should I call
He has
them?
been.
Should I show
He was
them?
summoned.
Please tell me.
He was summoned, sir. He was handed a very strong note. Sir, let me put it to you.
No, you yourself said the next step should be taken.
Sir, that is my personal opinion. Sir, may I just...
Is there something diplomatic in it? Is there some great diplomatic strategy in it? I fail to see it. India can take direct action. India should take direct action when you feel such issues come up. They're not doing it. I definitely agree with you. I agree with you, Your Excellency, what you have said. But I only say you go a little further also. You have said the right things. Why are they not doing it? Of course, you have to defend your own ministry. I respect that. But they're not doing it. They're just waving this off and letting people like our friend here suffer. They're very brave, I agree with you. And no point saying some Indians are like that, some Indians are like this. They should take the next step, what you have suggested. The quadruple lock. They're not doing it. You said a strong note. Who reads it? So I think you agree with me. And I'm very happy
for
to
30% Tamil Hindu from you? There are 30% Tamil Hindu, strong Tamil Hindu in Canada.
Whatever
They are
it
also
is, the
suffering.
government of India should act. We respect you. You're a brave person. The government of India has not acted enough. Please tell me. They could have done more. Would the Chinese government allow this to happen? I don't think so. Will other governments allow? They won't. They will take very serious action. They will say
it is quite clear to me, and Deepak will reply, please don't reiterate your point, that the Canadian government wants to strong-arm Hindus and appear to be very forgiving towards Khalistanis, because for them, Khalistanis are politically more important. So if Khalistanis attack a temple, it's perfectly all right for Justin Trudeau or for any Canadian state government. But if Hindus protest against the attack, they must be beaten and strong-armed and arrested. That's how unfair it is. Deepak, would you like to reply, Deepak ji? Deepak ji, would you like to reply to that long response from Pulla Rao?
One small point.
Thank you. Pulla Rao, let him reply to you, please.
Deepak ji, one small question.
No, sir, you made some reference to what the Chinese would do and what they did in Malaysia. I served as your Deputy High Commissioner, sir. I think you've confused Malaysia and Singapore. There were attacks on the Chinese community in Singapore, and then the Federation of Malaysia expelled. Sir, let me complete what I'm saying, sir. I've served in that country, sir. And then Singapore was expelled from the Malay Federation and became an independent country. Now, that is the reality of what happened. There's been no violence against the Chinese in Malaysia, sir. There was a civil war going on in Indonesia. That was also sorted out. There hasn't been targeted violence against the Chinese. Finally, sir, your issue about the point that you have raised about what we should do and about our colleague from Canada who's here. I find that Robert Merton's law of unintended consequences has really kicked in. The Indian community across the globe is now very concerned and aware of what is going on. Thanks to channels like Republic, thanks to the social media. And I think this coming together is something that is very, very welcome, because more and more, there are a number of Indian people in very strong positions in Latin America, in Africa, and so on. They might just pressure their governments to put sanctions on Canada as a state sponsor of terrorism. If that happens, I wonder where Justin Trudeau will hide. And sir, I'm not saying that this is something a million years away. This could happen very, very quickly if this guy doesn't behave.
And I also want to say here that I condemn Indian channels who are saying this is Hindus versus Sikhs.
No.
I am really ashamed of some channels who today are saying there is an attempt to create Sikhs versus Hindus and Hindus versus Sikhs. It is so wrong for two reasons. One, the Khalistanis do not represent all Sikhs. Secondly, Hindus are the victims here. They're not attacking anyone. So there's an attempt at creating an equivalence. Those channels have an agenda, and those channels are targeting Hindus deliberately. I thank you all very much for that illuminating discussion. And to Hindus in Canada, I would say, hang in there, use every legitimate and legal way to protest, and don't give in to any form of injustice. Now there's been a controversy again in the Abhaya rape and murder case, where we have the prime accused in Kolkata, Sanjay Roy, who makes a stunning claim. He says, and not that he has to be taken at face value, let me first say he can't, but he says that the Mamata government is framing him and more importantly forcing him to stay silent. The BJP wants this allegation investigated. Let's debate.
A Kolkata court today framed charges against Sanjay Roy, the main accused in the RG Kar rape and murder case. Watch Sanjay Roy being taken from the Sealdah court.
আমার কথা শুনিনি, এতদিন চুপচাপ ছিলাম, আমার কোনো কথা শুনিনি, আমাকে বিনা কারণে ফাঁসানো হয়েছে, আমার নামে সব কিছু দেওয়া হচ্ছে। আমি কিন্তু রেপ অ্যান্ড মার্ডার করিনি, আমি বললাম, আমাকে সেখানেও সে বলতে চাইনি, আমাকে নিচে নামিয়ে দিল, আমার কথা শুনছে না, পুরো সরকারি আমাকে ফাঁসাচ্ছে। আমি এতদিন চুপ ছিলাম, আমাকে সব জায়গায় ভয় দেখাচ্ছে যে না তুমি কিছু বলবে না, তুমি কিছু বলবে না। আমার ডিপার্টমেন্ট আমাকে ভয় দেখিয়ে আমাকে এ করেছে, আমি কিন্তু পুরোপুরি নির্দোষ, আমাকে ফাঁসানো হয়েছে।
While being taken away from the court, Sanjay Roy levelled some sensational allegations against the Mamata government. He claims that he is being framed by the government and is being forced to remain shut. In this video, he is again and again seen claiming his innocence. The BJP has come out all guns blazing and is demanding a probe into Sanjay's allegations.
It's a big allegation, and it should be investigated. He is the prime accused of the incident of rape and murder. The state government has tried already, and they are trying to cover up the actual culprit.
The main accusers also be levelling such charges against the government. We've seen that the parents also said that how the police tried to bribe them or to give them some money so that they would keep quiet. This is a very grave charge, and therefore Mamata Banerjee must resign, and a free and fair probe can only take place when she resigns.
As Sanjay levels sensational allegations on the Mamata government, the question that remains, will there be a probe into these charges?
And we'll keep the responses brief on this one. We'll both speak over each other. Sanju is on the debate tonight with Tausif and Anirban both backing the TMC. Sanju, why would you give any validity to the prime accused in the case? The person accused of rape and murder says, I'm innocent, and immediately your topmost leaders want an investigation on that. I can understand if the parents make an allegation and you were to say investigate that, but why would you ever take a statement of a rapist at face value?
You know, Arnab, let me make this very clear. I have done a zillion debates with you on the Arjikar issue. Nobody from the BJP is taking Sanjay Roy, the accused, the so-called rapist, and his statements at face value. But right from the very start, from the day this horrifying incident happened on the 9th of August, and from the day the Kolkata High Court asked the CBI to take charge of the case on the 13th of August, and from the day the Kolkata High Court again on the 23rd of August asked the CBI to probe allegations of extortion, money laundering, and human trafficking against Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of RG Kar, the BJP stand has been very clear. We stand with the victim. We stand against the perpetrators. The perpetrators in this case are accused, number one, the prime accused, Sanjay Roy, who's currently in judicial custody, thanks to a stellar job by the CBI. And don't forget that, you know, the CBI is also probing extortion and human trafficking charges against the former principal of RG Kar Medical College, Sandeep Ghosh.
No, but give me another example. Can you give me any other case in which, sorry to interrupt, can you give me any other case in which any political party or a prominent member of civil society has asked for an investigation based upon the statement of the prime accused, who you say is the perpetrator, who you are against, just because it is politically convenient for you? Why would you say?
I want to answer that.
Why would you say?
I want to answer
given,
that, Arnab.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Arnab, you have asked a very logical question. I repeat for the benefit of your audience, for the benefit of viewers of Republic, It is not the BJP taking Sanjay Roy, the accused, statements at face value. The BJP, the CBI, top BJP leaders have said from day one that Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal, is part of a larger conspiracy. That is a statement that has been substantiated by the Kolkata High Court. That is a statement that has been substantiated by the Supreme Court, which asked the CBI to go ahead and probe money laundering and human trafficking charges against Sandeep Ghosh. So when somebody says, why is Sandeep Ghosh being investigated? Please ask the Kolkata High Court why it feels Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal and a close confidant of Mamata Banerjee.
But is the matter not being investigated by the CBI? Is the matter not being investigated by the CBI?
Yes, because the Kolkata High Court
and
asked the
if it
CBI
is,
to do so.
if there is a statement being made, 1 minute, by Sanjay Roy, that is a larger conspiracy, what is stopping the CBI from revealing that larger conspiracy?
Arnab, let us be very clear. You're a very smart anchor. Are you trying to tell me that the horrifying, gruesome rape and murder of a 31-year-old trainee doctor with the entire ecosystem in West Bengal colluding to hide it, there is a criminal conspiracy and destruction of evidence investigation going on against not only Sandeep Ghosh, but against these people very close to Mamata Banerjee, Biplab Sangha, Suman Hazara, Afsar Ali Khan, and of course, Dr. Ashish Pandey. These are people who have been a part of the health establishment which is run by Mamata Banerjee.
If you're asking me, I would answer that. Thank you. No, if you're asking me, I would answer that by saying that no, Sanju, I do not believe that this was the handiwork of one person called Sanjay Roy. The difference is that Sanjay Roy was interrogated about 6 or 7 times way back in August 2024. The case is with the CBI. And if anybody has to reveal the conspiracy, if you believe the Mamata Banerjee government is part of this attempt to conceal, you have had months. You have had months to come out with some facts on that. This cannot be like the SSR case where you take over the case and then there is a stalemate.
Arnab, I'm very happy about one thing that you put the BJP to such high standards of probity. But I want to ask you one thing, and don't take this personally. There have been so many defamation cases against you because of, scared Uddhav Thackeray, and you know it very well that, for the last so many years, those cases are still pending. So, unfortunately, the nature of the beast is such that the judiciary in India takes its own sweet time. But thanks to the CBI, in flat 3 months, the key accused is in judicial custody.
No, 1 minute. First of all, let me explain one thing. One minute. To that also, why I will not accept your... Thank you very much for bringing my case into everything. It is almost as if I'm the biggest criminal in this country. But there is no problem. I am completely aware of the fact that my case has become a case study everywhere. I want to tell you 2 things here, Sanju. In my case, the case for which I was arrested, the Supreme Court said prima facie there is no case. This was an observation made by Justice Chandrachud, who made the observation. There was a lot of opposition and there were strong advocates put on both sides. I won the case because there was no prima facie case. Secondly, I want to tell you, since you have raised the issue, today is 4 years since I was arrested and wrongfully put into 2 jails in Maharashtra. I have won the cases. The case against me, first I told you about the first case. The second case, which is the fake allegation on the TRP scam, the case was closed because it was said that the evidence had been fabricated. No, the evidence had been fabricated. No, 1 minute. So there is no comparison. No. Okay, so fine. Now my point is not that. My point is not that. No. My point is not that. My point is, can I please get an update of what the CBI is doing in the case? CBI cannot take over a case and then not tell us anything.
In terms of bringing to the fore the larger conspiracy with respect to human trafficking, bringing to the fore
I'm saying if Mamata Banerjee is trying to cover up the case, expose Mamata Banerjee, arrest her. Expose her role.
I want to ask you one thing.
No allegation of human trafficking. Sanju knows nothing about the
matter. Mamata should resign as the chief minister. Mamata has failed as the health minister.
Sanju is completely clueless tonight, as usual.
Why has Arnab Goswami changed
She
his
has not done
entire
her
modus
homework.
operandi
The
on
same
the Arjikar
old,
case?
the same old lip
When will Mamata
service.
Banerjee resign? She's failed as the chief minister, failed as the health minister, failed as the finance
Okay,
minister.
now we'll hear from the other side. We have given you most of the time so far. Anirban, why would he make a statement such as this? He's saying, I've not done anything, but I've been told to remain quiet. Right? I've been told to keep my mouth shut. And there have been allegations of bigger politicians being involved. The presence of Trinamool politicians at various stages, including the last rites, etc. The parents have also said there was an attempt to bribe them, if you remember. I can't disregard all of that. So there's a suspicious backdrop to this. Which one of you would like to reply first? Anirban was replying. Let him go for it first. Yes, Anirban.
No. So it has been almost 90 days that the CBI has had the responsibility of the investigation. They are in charge of the arrested people. Sanjay has been in their custody, in judicial custody as well, for almost 90 days now. So what has the CBI done? If any politician of any party, any heavyweight has been involved, if the police or the administration or the government official, anyone, whoever it might be, has been trying to save the real perpetrators,
You tell me
let
when
the
will Mamata
CBI
Banerjee
investigate.
resign?
They have submitted the
You
charge
answer
sheet,
the limited
and
question.
in
Mamata
that,
Banerjee has failed as the chief minister.
in your dreams,
Why is she
in your
not
dreams,
resigning?
in your dreams,
Mamata
in your
Banerjee has
dreams,
failed as the
in your
finance
dreams,
minister. Why is she
in
not
your dreams,
resigning?
Sanjay, in your
Mamata
dreams.
Banerjee has failed as the health minister of West
very
Bengal.
good, very good.
Why is she not resigning?
Congratulations.
Don't sit here and lecture the
Congratulations,
BJP.
congratulations.
The Arjikar case is not
Congratulations.
about the BJP.
Yes.
The Arjikar case
Okay, come
is
and
not about
contest
the
an
CBI.
election.
The Arjikar
Come to
case
Bengal and
is
contest
about
the next
failed
election.
law and order machinery.
Come to
in
Bengal
West
and contest the next
The
election.
Arjikar
None.
case is about an
So the
insensitive
charge sheet
Mamata
submitted
Banerjee.
by the
Arjikar
CBI,
case is about
the
an
first charge sheet,
incompetent
they are
Mamata
clearly
Banerjee.
saying
Don't try to digress
that
and
the rape and murder has been. Let me complete. The rape and murder has been done by Sanjay Rai.
Mamata
They have
Banerjee
not
is
mentioned even a
That is the
possibility of
simple
someone
one
else
line that I
involved
keep
in the
reiterating
primary
every
incident
time I
of rape
speak
and
on this
murder.
issue.
What has
Don't
happened
talk
to this
about the other
woman?
smaller minions.
Sanju,
You tell me
you
why
are out of your
Mamata
league
Banerjee
today.
still not
You
resigning.
are out of your league today.
Despite
You
the
know
law
you have
and order
lost the
machinery
plot.
taking a
The
flying
BJP is
leap
not
out
even in the
window in West
picture.
Bengal. Law and
The
order is a
BJP is
state
not even the
subject under
political
Indian
picture in
Constitution.
Bengal.
Mamata
You are
Banerjee
shouting in vain.
istifa kab dengi?
So the CBI is free to investigate any angle possible. Any possible angle they want to investigate. They had almost 3 months of time, but they have come up with a charge sheet that mentions that Sanjay Rai is the rapist and murderer. So if still the BJP wants other angles to be probed, let the CBI do it.
I'd like to get in Tausif here. I'd like to get in Tausif here. Tausif, what about? I think people are losing trust. The only way, and I know this may be unconventional, is to put this man Sanjay Roy before the media. Let him face straight questioning, and we will get to know more information. But putting him, let him, if he says something. Why do we want to live in a situation where we feel we don't know the truth? If you have nothing to hide, would you have any problems if he comes before the media? Let him take names. Let him tell us who he thinks is being protected. We don't need to believe him. At least we'll hear his version.
Arnab, this case is being monitored by Supreme Court. Unless you have no faith on Supreme Court, unless you have no faith on the central agency of CBI, then you can raise a demand that you would want to interview Sanjay Roy. But bear this one very crucial point on mind. Both Kolkata police and CBI is saying that Sanjay Roy is the rapist and murderer. They have filed the charge sheet. Secondly, criminal trial is run on the basis of proof beyond reasonable doubt. So, in order for this rapist Sanjay Roy to flee from the clutches of the law, he only needs to create a doubt in the mind of the court. If the court has any doubt on its mind that the accused do not interrupt, Sanju do not interrupt.
But why are you constantly saying he acted alone? Why are you constantly pushing the theory, Tausif, that he acted singularly alone? Why are you pushing that theory that he acted alone? What do you know?
CBI has said that, the charge sheet is saying that,
And you want to believe
Kolkata
that?
police
You tell me
had
whether
said that.
Sandeep Ghosh is involved or not. Sandeep Ghosh is very close to Mamata
Please, both of
Banerjee.
you speak
You
over
tell
me.
me whether
No,
Biplab
Sanjay,
Chandra
this is
involved
very
or not.
unfair. Sanju,
He's a
this is
close
unfair.
confidant of Mamata Banerjee. You tell me whether Ashish Pandey, a senior doctor,
I can't
close to
shout
Mamata
like
Banerjee, is
Sanju.
involved or
Every
not.
day she has only one job, get up in the morning and do
No.
something.
Every day one
She gets
थिंग नहीं है भाई साहब.
lines
ममता
from
बनर्जी
media,
ने अभी तक
from
इस्तीफा
BJP
क्यों नहीं
media
दिया?
side,
पहले
and she
इसका
comes
खुलासा
here
करिए.
and derails the debate.
ममता बनर्जी ने अभी
Let
तक
us come back
इस्तीफा
to the
क्यों
point.
नहीं दिया?
The point is
I
that
will
if
repeat
BJP
this.
wants to
I will
defend
repeat
Sanjay
this ad
Roy,
nauseum.
they
Law
are
and order
free
is the
to.
state subject under the
BJP
7th
can
schedule of
appoint
the
a defense
Constitution.
lawyer on
Yes
behalf
or
of
no?
this
Law and order has
rapist,
failed in West Bengal.
and
Yes or
people
no?
will
The
watch
answer
it.
is yes. Why has Mamata
People will
Banerjee
watch
not resigned? Why
that
she is sticking to her
BJP
chair
is
like glue?
defending this
Is Sandeep
Sanjay
Ghosh
Roy
involved in
No,
accused of-
I would never, I would emphasize this, Sanju. I would never believe a rapist or an alleged rapist against whom there is evidence of the kind that Sanjay Roy has against him. But having said that, Sanju, and I would support CBI investigations in many cases, I must say I'm extremely disappointed with the CBI investigation into the Sushant Singh Rajput case. And I am very, 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 very upset with the CBI investigation so far in this case. When matters are in public domain, then CBI cannot do everything under stealth. You can share with the people of the country, the concerned citizens, an update on the cases.
Your confident self at all. You are not asking tough questions of Mamata Banerjee. Suddenly, Arnab Goswami has started asking questions of the CBI. Arnab, can you listen to yourself? I'm
Yes.
sorry, but you're not sounding confident.
Well, I think that Sanju Verma, when you need to look within, the people of this country know nobody has asked more questions to Uddhav Thackeray and Mamata Banerjee than me. You have kept the option of an alliance with these parties open. Have you kept an option of an alliance with these parties open that you are questioning me?
Don't allow your platform to mollycoddle Mamata Banerjee.
Well, I think Mamata, I think if I ask you tough questions, you get upset. But it is my job, Sanju. I will ask you questions that may make you uncomfortable. Today you may disagree with me. Tomorrow you will say, Arnab, you were right. You were spot on. You were spot on. And on this case, all I'm saying is, we want regular updates from the CBI, don't you? Don't you want regular updates from the CBI, Sanju?
No, Sanju is so
Who
very
is
angry
Arnab
with you all
Goswami or
of tonight.
Sanju Verma to tell the CBI how it should do its job? Let the CBI do its job.
Now that's when arrogance begins to speak. Who is anybody to ask anybody to do anything?
The Supreme Court has said the
It's
CBI
a democracy.
is doing
We have a
job.
right.
The Supreme Court
It's a
has said
democracy.
the
Who are
CBI
you?
is doing
Who are we? We are the people. We are the people, and we are the public in Republic. Does that answer your question?
If you are the public, ask questions to Mamata Banerjee or not. If you are the public,
Okay, I will leave it at that. I'm not quarreling, but I'm on a principled point. The CBI needs to give more updates on this case because it is because of the media scrutiny. When someone says, who are you in the media? My answer is simple. We are the people in the media who ask the questions. And when we ask the questions, matters are in public. And when the matters are in public, politicians respond. Then the case goes to the agencies. When it goes to the agencies, we are told, get lost. Don't ask us further questions. I say when the case goes to the agencies, our job begins. We will not let go of cases like these because without our investigations, these cases would never have come into the public domain in a big way in the first place. Viewers, continuing debates on the other side. Don't go away.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Co-powered by Jaguar Bath & Light.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
the taste of success.
भारत का ही नहीं दुनिया का खालसा समुदाय यानी सिख समुदाय, सिख धर्म के लोग पूरी तरह से इसकी निंदा ही नहीं करेंगे, आगे ऐसी दुर्घटनाएं ना हों।
Co-powered by Jaguar Bath and Light.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Manchester City's impressive 32-game unbeaten streak in the Premier League came to an end on Saturday with a 2-1 defeat at Bournemouth, allowing Liverpool to reclaim the lead in the title race. Pep Guardiola had cautioned earlier in the week that his team might be in trouble due to a growing list of injuries, a prediction that quickly became reality. On a dramatic day, Arsenal also suffered a 1-0 loss to Newcastle, while Liverpool staged a late comeback to defeat Brighton with a 2-1 and move to the top of the table. The most surprising result occurred at Bournemouth, where the Cherries took a stunning 2-0 lead with goals from Antoine Semenyo and Evanilson. Despite a late effort from the City, with Josko Gvardiol
from the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Good evening and welcome. In the context of the Maharashtra elections, the Samajwadi Party has raised a call once again for Muslim reservations. They say there must be 5% Muslim quota, which must be announced as a promise by the MV alliance. Now, the Samajwadi Party is part of this alliance, which has the Congress, the NCP, and the Uddhav Sena. The Samajwadi Party is asking for the following demands specifically for the Muslim community. 1. A 5% Muslim quota. Secondly, allocation of 10,000 crores specially and separately only for the Muslim community. 100% scholarship for all Muslim students, all minority students, and a socio-economic survey of minorities. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the demands of the Samajwadi Party. Is this legally valid? It isn't. Has this been questioned in the courts? It has. Is it likely to happen tomorrow? It isn't. Then the question is, why is the Samajwadi Party raising the issue? The fact is, issues like a Muslim quota have become a political bogey that parties like the Samajwadi Party, the Congress, raised just before the elections. They are aimed at misleading the Muslim community, making them feel that parties like the Samajwadi Party or the Congress Party are on their side, whereas the fact is they are putting wool over their eyes. Unfortunately, nobody has the courage to call this out. Ladies and gentlemen, why would Muslims need reservations in Maharashtra when the literacy rate of Muslims in Maharashtra has been higher than the national average? Ladies and gentlemen, that literacy levels of Muslims in Maharashtra is 83.6%. The All India average is 68.5% for Muslims overall in the country, which means this whole idea of reservation for Muslims is not based on facts. A significant number of Muslims have received scholarship under the Prime Minister Modi's government. There is a rise of 7% in beneficiaries for minorities under the Modi government. And all these schemes that the government has, whether the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, a significant number of people from the minorities are beneficiaries of these. For example, ladies and gentlemen, let me take the example of the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana. 36%, that's more than 1/3 of the beneficiaries, are from the minority communities, which means in terms of relative share of the population, the majority community, the Hindu community, has got less under the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana than minorities have got. Similarly, in the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi, 33% of the beneficiaries are from the minority community. Now let's look at houses being allocated. 31% of the houses allocated, of the 2.3 crore houses allocated, were allocated in 25 minority-dominated areas. The simple truth, therefore, is that minorities have done remarkably well in all schemes aimed at uplifting the poorer sections, the more economically deprived sections of our society are concerned. In the middle of all of this, there is an insincere demand for 5% minority quota, Muslim quota to be precise. Viewers, my view is, if we keep trying to divide the country along these lines, then we will never progress as one nation and one people. That's debate one tonight, viewers, on this demand. And may I repeat, it's only the latest person to make the demand, Akhilesh. 5% Muslim quota and an ultimatum being given within the MV alliance. Debate 2 this evening. The Prime Minister raises the issue of infiltration in Jharkhand, We have a hot debate on that at 8:30. At 9 o'clock this evening, viewers. Has Hindu-phobia become a global epidemic? We are asking this question as there are open attacks on the Hindu community by Khalistan supporters in Brampton. Visuals are shocking. And debate 4 this evening, viewers. You have Sanjay Roy, the main accused in the case, RG Kaur, the Abhaya rape and murder case, who says that he's under pressure from the Mamata government to keep quiet and keep the truth away from the people. And here are the headlines, ladies and gentlemen, this Monday evening on the debate tonight. Just days before the Maharashtra electoral showdown, the Indy pulls out the tried and tested stunt, pushing hard internally for Muslim reservation, 5% Muslim reservation. The Samajwadi Party demands the MVA include a common minorities program in its manifesto. Vote bank politics in full force. In a fiery Jharkhand rally, the Prime Minister takes aim at Hemant Soren's party and the Congress, calling them Khuspetia Bandhan or an infiltrators alliance. Outrage in Canada, a viral video captures a violent Khalistani mob with sticks attacking devotees outside a Brampton temple. Ministry of External Affairs demands action. Bombshell in the Abhaya rape and murder case, prime accused Sanjay Roy makes a stunning claim, alleges that the Mamata government is framing him and forcing him to stay silent. And ladies and gentlemen, the Indy Alliance is stirring the political pot with a controversial push for Muslim reservation in Maharashtra. The demand has been made by the Samajwadi Party, which has issued an ultimatum to its MVA allies for 5% Muslim reservation and, of course, a lot more.
With days to go for the Maharashtra electoral battle, the Indy has pulled an old trick in the book. Pushing hard for Muslim reservation, the Samajwadi Party has asked the MVA to include a common minorities program in its manifesto. Samajwadi Party MLA Rais Sheikh has given a 100-day ultimatum to the MVA: commit to Muslim reservation or lose support. From staying the Love Jihad Committee on interfaith marriages to ensuring direct scholarships for minority students, Indy ally SP's pre-poll appeasement model could not be exposed further. The BJP has sought to corner the Samajwadi Party over its minority vote bank political agenda.
See, this is totally ploy of dividing voters on the religious basis, but this will not happen. 13 crore Maharashtra will stand behind Mahayuti, and that's why Pradhan Mantri very aptly, rightly said, "Ek rahenge to safe rahenge."
See, that is been called as a vote jihad. That you think, work and propagate for only particular community. And this is not a democracy. And this is a hypocrisy for Uddhav Thackeray. I appeal, I demand, what is the stance of Mr. Uddhav Thackeray now? Is he in support of Muslim Arakshan, Muslim reservation or no?
And while the Congress is yet to reject their allies' power play for minority votes,
he is free to express his opinion. Party is free to entertain or not to entertain. Of course, it's a party, the democratic, definitely. There will be voices, there will be concern, there will be demand from the party, from the leader. And as we do in Congress party also, that if certain things are omitted, then we definitely take it up and try to get those things included. I don't think that's a very extraordinary situation or very uncommon. This is a very common thing.
the question is, will the MVA stand with Samajwadi's push for minority reservation? And will this brazen appeasement help the opposition gain ground in Maharashtra?
Shantanu Gupta, what do you feel about this Muslim quota bogey? It's not going to happen. So why do they keep promising it? Why do they keep fighting over it?
Arnab, that's their only vote plank, the way they're losing their political ground, right? The only way to keep capturing the Muslim vote. And this is strange with Muslim community, they always want a special treatment, right? Even before independence, they wanted a Muslim electorate, a Muslim dominion. They did not get that. Okay, now give me Pakistan. Then they co-opted Nehru. They said, okay, give us Waqf Act, give us special treatment.
Something special all the time, something different from others.
All the time.
Yeah.
Give me
some special
Waqf Act
treatment
so that I can
all the time.
usurp the land. Okay, Indira Gandhi, okay, kill the sadhus who are asking for cow slaughter. I want cow to be slaughtered. They co-opted Rajiv Gandhi. Oh, Shah Bano case, we don't want to give alimony, 300 rupees alimony, we don't want to give to Shah Bano. Can you pass a law? They co-opted Narasimha Rao, give us places of worship back.
And if you give us this, we'll vote for you and all that, right? I mean,
we will vote for you. Yeah, that's the bargain. You give us special act, you give us special privileges. They co-opted Narasimha Rao.
I want to ask, why 5%? Yeah. Why don't you ask for 15% Muslim quota? Why 5%? Can Tariq just tell me the logic? Why 5% only? You should ask for more 10-15%. I'm asking you, इसमें कोई लॉजिक नहीं है, सबको पता है, कोई लॉजिक नहीं, कोई बिगिनिंग को एंड कुछ नहीं है, ऐसे ड्रामा कर देना है, लोगों को बेवकूफ़ बनाने की कोशिश, मुस्लिम समुदाय को गुमराह करने की कोशिश, उनको यूज एंड थ्रो करने की कोशिश, यही है, कोई सिंसेरिटी नहीं है इसमें. देयर इज नो लीगैलिटी टू इट. ये होने वाला नहीं है कभी, कभी होगा नहीं. But let us test here. The question is, viewers, you would think here today that there must be some logic to 5%. Why not 6%? Why not 7%? Why not 15%? Why 5%? Can you explain the logic of 5% Muslim quota, Tariq?
अर्नब भाई, जहां तक मुझे याद है, संविधान ने हमको ऑलरेडी थोड़ा आरक्षण दे रखा है. वो आरक्षण चल रहा है, आज भी चल रहा है और जमाने से चल रहा है. अब उसको इंक्रीज करके 5% की बात कही गई होगी या अलग से 5%, क्योंकि ये जो ऑलरेडी रिजर्वेशन चल रहा है, ये बैकवर्ड मुस्लिम्स कम्युनिटी के जो लोग हैं उनके लिए चल रहा है. अब ये होल कम्युनिटी के लिए अलग से मांग रहे हैं. ये वहां की सिचुएशन है, जैसे उत्तराखंड की सिचुएशन है कि वहां पे
तो बैकवर्ड को मिल रहा है, आप बोल रहे हो फॉरवर्ड को भी मिलना चाहिए. आप कह रहे जो सब मुस्लिम को मिलना चाहिए.
बात पहले सुन लीजिए. पहले
नहीं, एक फॉरवर्ड मुस्लिम, एक फॉरवर्ड मुस्लिम, एक प्रिविलेज मुस्लिम को कोटा क्यों मिलना चाहिए? कोटा क्यों मिलना चाहिए?
जैसे उत्तराखंड में कोई भी बैकवर्ड आरक्षण नहीं है, वहां पे सिर्फ शेड्यूल कास्ट, शेड्यूल ट्राइब आरक्षण है. उत्तराखंड की सिचुएशन अलग है, तो वहां पे उन्होंने वो कोटा नहीं रखा है. वहां पे उन्होंने जो कोटा रखा है वो शेड्यूल कास्ट, शेड्यूल ट्राइब और मुस्लिम बैकवर्ड का दिया है, क्योंकि वहां हिंदू बैकवर्ड नहीं है. ये बात आप पता कर लीजिए. इसको लेकर बवाल भी हो चुका है. अब आप जो बात कह रहे हैं कि समाजवादी ने डिमांड रखी है, तो ये रखी है भाई, ठीक है. अब इसको उल्टा करते हैं. हम कहते हैं कि 6% यूरेशियंस को हम आरक्षण दें, बाकी सब ओपन कर दें. मैं तो अभी तक नहीं समझ पाया हूं कि 85% की आबादी हमारी है और ये क्या नाम है, कैसे इतने 6% वाले रूल कर रहे हैं.
नहीं, 5% क्यों चाहिए? Why 5%? You are not being able to explain the question. Question क्या है तारिक? What is the question, Shazia? Why are you asking for 5%? लोगों को बेवकूफ बनाना ही है, तो आप 6% बोल दीजिए, 7%, 60% बोल दीजिए. 5% का लॉजिक तो आप बता नहीं पाए. Shazia is responding, बता नहीं पाए, which proves that it's a fraud demand. Yes, Shazia.
So लारी जी, आपकी इजाज़त के साथ 2-3 बहुत ही ज़रूरी पॉइंट्स मैं आपके समक्ष रखना चाहती हूँ. सबसे पहले I'll go back to English. Pardon me, I thought I had to speak in Hindi. So first of all, whatever is being said and नहीं, जो भी कहा जा रहा है, हाँ, फर्क नहीं पड़ता, ज़बान कोई भी हो, बात ज़्यादा मैटर करती है. That is of the essence. So देखिए लारी जी, first of all, it is again communal, divisive and totally antithetical to the spirit of secularism that you keep touting and banding around. One. No, listen to me, don't laugh. There's some serious stuff coming in. You are taking us back to 1935. You are taking us back to when there was separate electorate. Soon you will demand that. It is coming to that. We know when Salman Khurshid asked for reservations at the central government, what came of it? Fourthly, you know what happened to Rajinder Sachar committee report, 2004, what came out of it? It's the same report they're talking about. You also know what you all had to say when it came to BJP offering economically weak sections. which would include Muslims. But you insulted your own community and took away that opportunity by making fun of the BJP because parties like you. Let me finish. No. Because parties like you have kept Muslims at the lowest rung of the ladder. I would like to speak now. No, don't do this. I never interfere. Arnab, I would like this time. Arnab, I would like to come in because this man is heckling me.
Why are you heckling her? You have not been able to explain why you want 5% Muslim quota to give me. I gave you an opportunity. You are not able to explain that fact. And the fact is that Muslims...
लारी जी बात में बोल लीजिएगा लारी जी लिख लीजिए लारी जी आप चुप हो जाइए बात में बोल लीजिएगा आपको चुप होना पड़ेगा लारी जी मैं तो बोलूंगी आप बोलते रहिए मैं उसकी बात में बोलूंगी मैं आपको नहीं बोलने दूंगी थोड़ा तमीज दिखाइए लारी जी तमीज और तहजीब तो दिखाना पड़ेगा उसका मुजाहरा करना पड़ेगा लारी जी है नहीं आप में लेकिन दिखाना पड़ेगा बिल्कुल तमीज और तहजीब थोड़ी देर चुप हो जाइए आप नहीं दिखाना तो पड़ेगा भाई साहब चॉइस नहीं है आपके पास चॉइस नहीं है तहजीब और तमीज का मुजाहरा करने के अलावा इजहार करने के अलावा आपके पास चॉइस ही नहीं है तो कहीं और कीजिएगा मैं अपनी बात पूरी करूंगी आपने टोका राजेंद्र सचर कमेटी 2004 में बनी क्या उसका हुआ क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी ने उसका किया राजेंद्र सचर कमेटी ने क्या कहा था बाय दैट टाइम कांग्रेस हैड रूल्ड 40 out of 57 years and Muslims were the lowest rung of the ladder. Now let me tell you something very interesting, Lari ji, after which you will not just thank me but you will go and say thank you Modi ji, thank you BJP for being the only party which is cared for the poor Muslims. Now let me tell you the bottom 20% of the Muslim population has benefited the most from BJP's central welfare, state welfare schemes. If I just give you the figures, you'll be shocked. The basic amenities, access to electricity, which for Muslims was again.
Okay, so you admit it. I'm coming once again. Tariq Lari is opposing the fact that Shazia Elmi is saying that the minorities have benefited, the Muslims have benefited the most from the social welfare schemes of the BJP. Okay, so I correct it. Tariq Lari, 1 minute, don't get oversensitive. I will rephrase what she's saying. You agree that Shazia Elmi is correct when she says that, Shazia is saying that Muslims have benefited the most under the Modi government in terms of social welfare schemes.
Disproportionate to the population.
100% correct.
Every other religion.
100% correct.
Now I can tell you. No, she is lying that Modi ji has given. She should say that the government has given. The government has fulfilled it. I agree to that.
किसकी सरकार है? किसकी सरकार है? मोदी जी की सरकार है ना? It's a Modi government. It's a Modi government. So it's a Modi government, no? So Modi government है. Problem क्या है? Modi government है. नहीं मोदी गवर्नमेंट है कि नहीं है?
लगातार बोले हैं मैं.
नहीं मोदी गवर्नमेंट है कि नहीं है?
आपको नहीं आप लगातार बोले.
बट मोदी सरकार है ना? मोदी सरकार है. आपकी सरकार थोड़ी है.
Then just see what happened to him.
No, ma'am. Nothing happened to me.
Too many facts. He's going to be bombarded with. Then he got totally rattled. And he started speaking ad nauseum. Because he realized he's totally exposed. You are exposed, sir. Not just the first time, which is why you're going on filibustering. You can't control because you've been caught. Speak more. Yeah. Keep. Vomit it out. More lies. More vitriol. More poison. More divisive bunkum. More bunkum. Yes, more lies. More vitriol, even more. Poison. Yes. Divide. Yes. Fool the Muslims. Yes, more Lari. Lari, go for it. Lari. Go fool the Muslims even more. Go
Lari.
तो आरक्षण देने के मूड में नहीं है. आप नहीं देना चाहती हैं. आप क्या मुसलमानों का आरक्षण के खिलाफ हैं? आप एक सेक्शन के 20% के खिलाफ हैं. आप उनको आरक्षण नहीं देना चाहते. आप उनको जिंदगी भर भीख देना चाहते हैं. क्या वो आप उनको भीख पे रहना चाहते हैं? भीख पे देना चाहती हैं. आप उनको जिंदगी भर भीख पे बकाल खराब
शाज़िया एल्मी
hurts you. The
क्या जिंदगी
Shazia Elmi, 1 minute. Shazia Elmi, 1 minute, please. Can I come in for a minute? आप अपने आप को repeat कर रहे हैं.
I'm giving you figures.
Shazia, I want to add to what you said here.
But you don't like that.
Yeah, I want to add to what you said here, Shazia. I want to add to what you said. Viewers, the question is very simple and Lari should not disturb now. Lari ji, don't disturb. Pani pi lijiye. The question is very simple. I am saying that Muslims have benefited much more, even much more than Hindus under the Modi government in terms of social welfare schemes.
Yes.
And when Narendra Modi is Prime Minister, Muslims have benefited more than when Congress was Prime Minister and Mulayam Singh was in the government. But when Narendra Modi becomes Prime Minister of India, and this is a fact, under the Narendra Modi government, Muslims get much more than their population is. Relative to their population, the amount of social welfare benefits being given to Muslims is much, 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 much more. You may not believe it, but the fact is, viewers, I will now share some facts with you. Muslims have benefited so much. I'll tell you. I will tell you. Now listen to me. No. I'll tell you. Viewers, this is a fact. And for all the people out there who say that Narendra Modi's government is not secular, this is the most secular government in the history of India. This is the most secular government in the history of India because
मोदी जी को 5% आरक्षण दे देना चाहिए था ना मुसलमान को.
आप तारिक जी नॉन स्टॉप कमेंट्री नहीं देंगे तो 2-3 सिक्सर मैं मार देता हूँ. आप ऐसे भी कॉट आउट होने वाले हैं. मेरी बात सुन लीजिए.
सर वो छोड़ दीजिए, इतने बड़े सेक्युलर हैं तो 5% आरक्षण मोदी जी दे दें.
क्यों?
हम कहाँ कुछ कह रहे हैं?
क्यों दे?
मोदी जी दे दें. क्या
जबरदस्ती है. जबरदस्ती है. शांतनु, what is this 5% दे दो?
See, he's coming from the Manmohan Singh philosophy. He's coming from a Manmohan Singh philosophy that इस देश के संसाधनों पे पहला अधिकार मुसलमानों का. He's coming from that philosophy, right? Being secular is not to give reservation to Muslims. ये कौन सी समाजवादी कैंटीन से सीख के आते हैं यहाँ पे लोग? या अखिलेश भैया सिखाते हैं क्या? मैसेज पे लिखो मुसलमानों को मांगो. बाइपोल आ रहा है यूपी का भी, थोड़ा वोट देगा मुसलमान का. आजम खान भी परेशान है. आजम खान जेल से कह रहे हैं कि मत दो. आजम खान पार्टी बनाने की सोच रहे हैं. आजम खान दूसरी पार्टी बनाने की सोच रहे हैं. कहाँ से आता है ज्ञान? From where do you get this knowledge, man? From where do you get this knowledge? It's unconstitutional. Based on religion, you cannot give reservation in this country. Read constitution. वो जो लाल किताब हिलाते हैं ना आपके लोग, पढ़िए भी. ओपन दैट रेड बुक, रीड. चिल्लाने से नहीं होगा कुछ. ओपन दैट रेड बुक एंड रीड. कभी कुरान के साथ वो भी पढ़िए. कभी कुरान के साथ वो भी पढ़िए. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया पढ़िए. बेस्ड ऑन रिजर्वेशन you cannot give reservation in India. In this country you cannot. Any other country you can try. In this country you cannot get reservation.
Are you Tariq, don't speak so much. Shazia, I think the BJP needs to take a very clear position on this matter. It is building up right now. They are building up to these UP bipoles also. They want to go to the Muslim community and say, ho na ho, हमने मांग कर दी. And I am telling the Muslim community, do not be misled by the Samajwadi Party. And the Muslim community needs to know that the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, more Muslims got percentage to their population than Hindus. Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, more Muslims and minority benefited. People like Tariq Lari don't even know the facts. 37% were from the minority communities who got the benefit of the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana.
2015.
Maybe he might be laughing at some jokes. Akhilesh Bhaiya might be.
तो 5% आरक्षण
लारी जी
मोदी जी
Shazia louder. Shazia.
लारी जी आप सुन सकते हैं? नहीं लारी जी
बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लूंगा.
मेरे भाई में 3 पॉइंट्स बताए इसके. मेरे भाई, अच्छा आप बोलते रहेंगे मेरे भाई. आप भाई मेरे 1 मिनट दे सकते हो. अपने हलक को थोड़ा ब्रेक दे सकते हो. वक्फा अपने हलक को थोड़ी देर के लिए, हलक को थोड़ी देर के लिए थोड़ा राहत दे दो.
आरक्षण दे देंगे.
अरे भाई मैं दे दूंगी. चुप तो रहो तुम. अरे हलक बंद करना पड़ेगा, कान खोलने पड़ेंगे अगर सुननी है बात.
करवा लीजिए।
अरे भाई अगर सवाल पूछ रहे हो तो कान खोलने पड़ेंगे ना। चुप तो रहोगे तभी तो जवाब देंगे भाई। भाई साहब मेरे, अरे मेरे भाई, you will have to be quiet.
आप कौन की रहनुमा है सरकार में?
Because you are not making sense to yourself. अरे you don't go all over the place. You're all over the place, my dear friend, because you're caught. You are caught. Zero facts, zero knowledge. You're caught lying. You're caught lying. You lie to Hindus, you lie to Muslims. You lie to everybody.
No, I think Tariq Lari knows that he's wrong today. I'm not going to waste time. I'll have to mute him for a bit. But I want to, but Tariq Lari, don't do this because then you're spoiling the debate.
Demand is not a wrong thing.
Speaking over everybody else is just bad behavior. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Shazia, complete your point. Yeah.
Yes. So access to electricity, which was there for the lowest, poorest Muslims, 20% of them, has increased from 53 to 85%. I'm talking only about the poorest Muslims. Now look at something like toilets, Izzat Ghar, bathrooms for Muslims. And if you look at that, 12% of the poorest 20 households had access, only 12% had, and now the access has gone up to 48%. That means 48% of the poorest 20% of Muslims have toilets as compared to only 12%, the difference between 2015 to 2022. Just look at, and not just that, if you look at Mudra Yojana, you have Ujjwala Yojana, you have Awas Yojana. Disproportionate to the population. Disproportionate to the population, which is 18%.
I think I would just like to give a statistic at the end. I would like to share a statistic at the end. The literacy rates of Muslims in Maharashtra is 84%. The literacy
हम लोग काम करते हैं, लेकिन क्योंकि आपने मुसलमानों को बेवकूफ बनाया है, आप कहते हैं वोट नहीं मिला। वोट ही है ना, वोट का खोट है, वोट का खोट है भाई आपके दिमाग में। आपका वोट का खोट बस गया है दिमाग के अंदर भाई। मुसलमानों की फिक्र नहीं है, वोट चाहिए वोट। मुसलमान की फिक्र नहीं है, मुसलमान सिर्फ एक छोटा सा बैंक है। आप साहूकार हैं, आप पुराने जमाने के साहूकार हैं। ये है वोट।
ज्वाइन करेगा
बेवकूफ।
आप कहिए कि बीजेपी कम्युनल है।
वोट जिहाद करना है बस।
Okay, viewers, Tariq Lari is not letting anyone speak, so I'm moving on for now. The other big political issue is from the Jharkhand elections, which are just around the corner, and the BJP has turned infiltration into a thundering battle cry. After Amit Shah and Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Prime Minister has made this remark today.
As the Jharkhand Assembly polls approach, the stakes have never been higher. The issue of infiltration has now taken center stage, shaking up the political landscape. After powerful jabs from Amit Shah and Himanta Biswa Sarma, today Prime Minister Narendra Modi struck hard, sounding the alarm on infiltration in Jharkhand. In a fiery attack, Prime Minister accused the India alliance of turning a blind eye, even openly supporting infiltration in this poll-bound state.
जेएमएम, कांग्रेस, आरजेडी ने तुष्टीकरण की नीति को चरम पर पहुंचा दिया है। ये तीनों दल सामाजिक तानाबाना तोड़ने पर आमाद है। ये तीनों दल घुसपैठिया समर्थक है। बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के वोट पाने के लिए ये इन घुसपैठियों को पूरे झारखंड में बसा रहे हैं।
Just yesterday, Union Home Minister Amit Shah slammed the local administration, alleging they are pushing infiltration for votes.
झारखंड हाई कोर्ट कहती है कि झारखंड के अंदर एक घुसपैठियों को रोकना चाहिए। हमारी बेटियों को लुभाकर हमारी भूमि ले जा रहे हैं, हमारी रोजगारी ले जा रहे हैं। बेटी, रोटी, भूमि, इसका रक्षा करने के लिए एक घुसपैठियों को रोकना चाहिए।
And days earlier, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma warned Jharkhand of the perils infiltration brings.
देखिए, एक रहेगा तो सेफ रहेगा। राहुल गांधी ने हिंदू समाज को बांटने के लिए निरंतर प्रयास कर रहा है। झारखंड में घुसपैठिए आते हैं, हमारे आदिवासी समाज, हिंदू समाज का अस्मिता को खतरा में पहुंचा दिया है। इस समय है एक रहने का। अगर आप एक रहेगा, सेफ रहेगा।
With the stakes high in Jharkhand, the BJP is making infiltration the battle cry, turning it into a test of national security and state loyalty. Will this hardline stand resonate with the voters, or will it spark an intense political showdown? Only time will tell as the election heat intensifies.
Ratnakar Tripathi from the Congress, Shazia Elmi, Binay Kumar Singh, and my first question is to Tanuj Khatri, spokesperson for the JMM. Tanuj, why do you think the Muslim population has gone up 3 times in parts of Jharkhand? In percentage terms, places where Muslim population was 8% is now almost 28%. Why has it increased so much?
देखिए, देश में पिछले 10 सालों से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है। ये 11वां साल है। जनगणना उन्होंने करवाई नहीं है। इनके सांसद, बड़बोले सांसद निशिकांत दुबे जी जो डेटा देते हैं उसी पर चर्चा होती है। और देश के अंदर में, झारखंड के अंदर में जब चुनाव हो रहे हैं तो इन्हें सिर्फ मुस्लिम दिख रहे हैं। इनके पास मूल कोई मुद्दा नहीं है। जब हम आदिवासी सरना धर्म कोड की मांग करते हैं तो ये यूसीसी कोड की बात करते हैं।
मगर मेरा सवाल ये है मेरा सवाल है कि 1951 में मुस्लिम पॉपुलेशन 8% थी और आप पिछले 10 साल की बात कर रहे हैं। एक्चुअली 1986 तक ये 11.2% हो गई, अभी फिर ये ऑलमोस्ट 16% हो चुकी है। और ये इंक्रीज पिछले 6-7 सालों में नहीं हुई है। कंसिस्टेंटली मुस्लिम, आपको चिंता नहीं है कि मुस्लिम पॉपुलेशन डबल ट्रिपल हो गई, कि आपको फ़ायदा हो रहा है उससे? और आप कह रहे हैं आप ट्राइबल्स के लिए बात करते हैं। सबसे ज़्यादा नुकसान तो सांथाल परगना में हुआ है, 8% से 27% हो गई है। क्या जेएमएम इस वक्त और आज प्रो ट्राइबल पार्टी है कि प्रो मुस्लिम पार्टी है, या आप आजकल फर्स्ट प्रो मुस्लिम हो चुके हैं?
की बात कैसे की जा सकती है? कोई भी पार्टी किसी धर्म की होती है क्या? हम सर्वधर्म की बात करते हैं, सभी के विकास की बात करते हैं।
मगर
क्या बात हुई?
जो वहां पे ट्राइबल्स है उनकी क्या होगी?
मुक्ति मोर्चा जल जंगल जमीन की बात करती है, आदिवासी, दलित, पिछड़ा, अल्पसंख्यक सभी की बात करती है।
आदिवासी कहां जाएंगे अगर आप ऐसी बात करेंगे, समर्थन करेंगे? मुस्लिम पॉपुलेशन
अगर भारतीय
3 बार बढ़ जाए तो आदिवासी कहां जाएंगे, आप बता दीजिए।
ये चुनाव में इस तरीके की बात
कोई हक नहीं है।
धर्म को बीच में लाने की बात होती क्यों है?
नहीं, आदिवासियों की कोई हक नहीं है क्या? सिर्फ मुस्लिम की बात कर रहे हैं आप? आदिवासी कहां जाएंगे?
बात आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी से करिए, ये उनका फेवरेट टॉपिक है।
ये मैं बताती हूँ क्यों होती है भाई साहब, ये इसलिए होती है क्योंकि
बहन जी आप बताइए,
जो माटी की बात करते हैं, जमीन की बात करते हैं,
मुसलमानों से इतनी नफरत है,
बोलने तो दीजिए आप।
तो आपकी नफरत क्यों है आखिर?
6 बार आपने अपनी बात को, आपने इस बात को 6 बार कहा। बात नफरत की नहीं है, आप बात कर रहे थे माटी की। आपको माटी से प्यार क्यों नहीं है? आपको जमीन से प्यार क्यों नहीं है? आप ये बताइए, आप क्यों भारत को भारतीयों के लिए रहने देते हैं?
जमीन से प्यार है,
अपनी वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए आप क्यों इन्फिल्ट्रेटर्स को बढ़ा रहे हैं? मेरे लिए घुसपैठिए जो है घुसपैठिए हैं, मेरे लिए भारतीय हैं। और नहीं, जमीन किसकी है? जमीन वहां के लोगों की है। आप क्यों कर रहे हैं ऐसा? आप क्यों चालाकी कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि आप जानते हैं कि आपके वोटों का फायदा होगा, पर आप जानते हैं इससे आम लोगों का और हमारे और आदिवासी भाई बहनों का कितना नुकसान होगा।
जवाब दीजिए ना।
रिसोर्सेज कितने हैं? रिसोर्सेज वही है बात, देश और रिसोर्सेज, लैंड एंड रिसोर्सेज। लैंड एंड रिसोर्सेज संसाधन।
अरे जाकर के पूछिए,
आप कर रहे हैं हिंदू मुस्लिम, आप इसलिए चुप है। आप तनुज जी, आप भी जानते हैं आप हिंदू मुस्लिम क्यों कर रहे हैं
ये बात।
आप इसलिए हिंदू मुस्लिम कर रहे हैं क्योंकि आपको वोट चाहिए।
अरे हम हिंदू मुस्लिम
नहीं तो आप नहीं कर रहे होते, आप कर रहे हैं हिंदू मुस्लिम। आपकी पॉलिसी होनी चाहिए इंडिया फॉर इंडियंस, इंडिया फॉर इंडियंस, इंडिया फॉर इंडियन हिंदूज, इंडिया फॉर इंडियन ट्राइबल्स, इंडिया फॉर इंडियन मुस्लिम्स, इंडिया फॉर इंडियंस, not India for infiltrators. No,
Ratnakar Tripathi, Ratnakar Tripathi, Binoy will also come into the debate. Binay Singh, I want you to look at this from a larger national perspective. And speaking to everybody across the country today, I want to present an alternative situation. Suppose Muslims were to become a minority in the Kashmir Valley. Suppose Muslims were to become a minority in the Kashmir Valley and the population of Hindus in the Kashmir Valley was to go to 40 to 50%. Would the local Muslim, Kashmiri Muslims not say that our culture is under threat? And suppose Hindu infiltrators from another adjoining country would have come and changed the demographic pattern in any place which is Muslim dominated. How would it have felt? Just think about it once. So the question here is, Binoy, at a larger level, there is such an issue here, and Himanta Biswa Sarma, aware of what has happened in Assam, is raising it in Jharkhand. I want someone to discuss what the situation in Jharkhand is. डरते क्यों हैं? कोई overall debate नहीं करना चाहता statistics पर कि what is the situation, how many Bangladeshis are there, is Jharkhand going to become like southern part of West Bengal? Nobody wants to discuss these issues. Binoy, why? Why don't you take it forward with Ratnakar?
Arnab, Santhal Pargana in Jharkhand is a classic case to understand what are the effects of illegal immigration or illegal infiltration. Number one, demographic change is there, yes. Law and order issue is there, cultural depletion is there, national security is there, because the banned terrorist outfit PFI was headquartered in Santhal Pargana. And the most important point, Arnab, there is a bird sanctuary called Udhwa Bird Sanctuary in Pakur that is in the part of Santhal Pargana of Jharkhand. The whole Udhwa Bird Sanctuary, the whole of the wetlands of Udhwa Bird Sanctuary has been encroached. So there are environmental impacts also. And let me tell you a very important point. Several castes has been wiped out from the land. For example, I am telling you, in the Udhwa block, you won't find Chai Mandal and Gangota. Chai Mandal and Gangota were the two castes, those who are having majority population in the Udhwa block. They have been wiped out in the same way the Pandits were wiped out in Jammu and Kashmir. And the last very important point, which is related to internal security now, that there was a conspiracy which was called 2K, Khalistan in Kashmir. But there was Operation Pink Code, in there was a third K also, which was Kishanganj. And Kishanganj was not just limited or focused to one district. The whole of the eastern corridor, the Santhal Pargana was also a part of that. That third K refers to that also. And that is a conspiracy to increase the demography and create a national security crisis in such area. This is the whole story, Arnab.
So why not accept it? I mean, today the situation is such that the Congress and JMM are taking a pro-Muslim position. But while they can take a pro-Muslim position, they are also taking an anti-court decision. Ratnakar, in earlier this year, the situation is so bad in Jharkhand. No, the situation is so bad in Jharkhand that the Jharkhand High Court had to say, please do something about the Bangladeshi infiltrators in the state. The High Court said the state government has to do something. It cannot sit and do nothing. It has to locate the Bangladeshi infiltrators. It has to identify them. It has to remove them. It has to take action against them. So this is not a figment of anybody's imagination. It is the biggest issue in Jharkhand that nobody in the Congress or JMM want to talk about. My question is why? Why not talk about the biggest issue in Jharkhand?
First of all, Dr. Goswami, you talk about the hypothetical things. There is no census since 2011. And you give the statistics, 23 point something, 7 point something. I don't know from where do you get it. This is totally hypothetical. The thing is that the Goebbels followers and the worshippers, they create a lie then repeat it 1,000 times. And they say,
So
oh,
are you calling the High Court Goebbels? You are questioning the High Court. You're calling the High Court Goebbels. Am I hearing you correctly?
What I noticed that you didn't intervene any other speaker.
No, but you call the High Court Goebbels?
Keep on doing it. If you have a question, pose me after that.
I quoted the High Court and you respond by saying Goebbels.
You please do it. This is bad. You told about the bad behavior to Mr. Khatri, na? Please apply it on you.
I said that you should not use such language with the High Court.
You always do so, sir. Please. If you don't fail, blame someone if you don't succeed. Who is there to guard the borders? Who is there to issue the Aadhaar card and PAN card and this voter ID card? Who is there to protect Dudhua sanctuary, which Vinay Singh was talking about? The people from Indian Forest Services, the central government agencies. How many? Please, Vinay Singh, I didn't interrupt.
You are right. This has to be called out.
How many alerts they have sent?
You are right, Ratnakar-ji.
The order is given to the Border Security Force.
Which is why it has to be
The
called out.
Aadhaar is being made by central government. The PAN card is being made by central government. The voter ID is being made by central government. And the responsible person is the institution is state government. And if so much is confident Mr. Amit Shah and Mr. Modi of that the local administration is hand in glove with the infiltrators, why don't you file a FIR against them? Why to shout it on Oman? Roti, beti, gaon, mati. Everybody knows. Everybody who lives in the states care for their rights and their welfare. You don't have to preach them. We don't need a sermon from you and the followers of the Goebbels. So please, if there is infiltration, if there is any infiltration,
I don't think you understand Ratnakar-ji, what is being said.
Why are
Ratnakar-ji, I have always considered you like a learned man. But the point is that you are asking that from where you get the data. I'll refer to you a book written by Mr. J.K. Bajaj and M.D. Srinivas from Center for Policy Studies. The book name is Religious Demography of India.
Or the
you will
census
find
maker.
all the data over
Please,
there.
Vinay Singh, you have written too many books. I don't consider you as a writer.
I am referring you
No.
And you must,
Tell me what the government statistic
over
is.
there.
Vinay Singh,
And you
please.
must know that if the Bangladeshi infiltrators
Then
are
I tell you
coming,
one thing. Then Vinay Singh, I tell you one thing.
No, question asked tonight by Ratnakar Tripathi is, on what basis are you saying that there is a threat to the tribal community? I ask you this. Ratnakar Tripathi, first of all, you have overstated your point. The National Commission of Scheduled Tribes, NCST, has, for your kind information, submitted a 28-page report in which it has highlighted the severe danger to the tribal communities of Jharkhand. You should have known about it.
What, Mr. Goswami? I want the census. I want the exact figures. You debate on hypothetical things because you are the best man of the BJP.
The census,
You are the best man of the BJP.
You must read it. I am
report.
referring to that book.
Why the
That's a
report?
wonderful book.
You gave the
And that includes the 2011 census. You'll find all the comparative studies from the first census to the 2011 census.
I come from a state, Ratnakar Tripathi, I come from a state called Assam with a proud Assamese culture, right? And the Assamese culture has been ruined in parts of Assam because of your party, Hiteshwar Saikia and his policies and Tarun Gogoi. Your party opened the borders to Bangladeshi infiltrators and Himanto is having to handle your mess. Himanto is handling the demographic mess created by you. You should say thank you to Himanto.
In our last debate, when
the district I am from has become Muslim dominated, thanks to you.
You are saying that I'm a proud
Borpeta has become a Muslim dominated district. How come? Borpeta has become Muslim dominated district where Hindus cannot even move freely.
All are affected by these illegal Bangladeshi infiltrators.
अच्छा आपको बता दूं एक मिनट ये रत्नाकर जी मेरी बात सुनिए ये मेरी बात सुन लीजिए रत्नाकर जी, उसके बाद जवाब दीजिए। मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूं। आप हर बार प्रोग्राम में आके कहते हैं बड़े गर्व से कहते हैं। मेरी बात सुनिए, मेरी बात सुन लीजिए। सुनना पड़ेगा क्योंकि मैं वास्तविकता में विश्वास करता हूं। आई बिलीव इन रियलिटी में। आपकी तरह मैं कहीं भी आसमान में उड़ता नहीं रहता। मैं सवाल पूछ रहा हूं आपको, खटकेगी आपको, मगर आपको सुननी पड़ेगी। मैं आपको खटकाने के लिए सुना रहा हूं, मेरी बात सुनिए। मैं आपको कह रहा हूं, आज आप कहते हैं मैं बनारस से हूं, मैं वाराणसी से हूं, मैं काशी से हूं। आज काशी मुस्लिम मेजॉरिटी हो जाए और बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी, बनारस मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी हो जाए, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा आपको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। आज वाराणसी मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड हो जाए, आपको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। आप कहना चाहते हैं कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। काशी कल पूछ लीजिए, पूछता है भारत आज। कांग्रेस के जो रत्नाकर त्रिपाठी, उनसे पूछिए कि आज अगर काशी मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड हो जाए, ये कह रहे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
कांग्रेसियों को फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। अर्नब जी, कांग्रेसी डिडंट बॉदर टेकिंग अ डैम।
किसी और के राज्य में हो रहा है, किसी और के घर में हो रहा है, तो आप बड़े लेक्चर देते हैं टीवी पर।
डोंट केयर अबाउट दैट।
मुझे बताइए ना।
आपको पूछ रहा हूं ना, मैं तो कर रहा हूं फर्क पड़ेगा। इफ द क्रेडल ऑफ हिंदू सिविलाइजेशन इन बनारस, इफ बनारस बिकम मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड, आपको लगता है कि आपकी संस्कृति, आपके घाट, आपके रहने का तरीका, सब कुछ नहीं बदलेगा? अपने घर में जब होता है ऐसा, तब हर आदमी गुस्सा होता है, सवाल उठाते हैं। ये बैठ के एकेडमिक बातें करने वाले रत्नाकर त्रिपाठी, आप कह रहे हैं कल बनारस मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी हो जाए, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा आपको। तो आप झारखंड के बारे में बोल रहे हैं, आसाम के बारे में बोल रहे हैं। मानिए,
किसी और को दीजिएगा। हमारे नजीर बनारसी ने कहा, मैं काशी का वो मुसलमान हूं, दुनिया बिना ऐसे।
ये तो कांग्रेस पार्टी की मंशा है कि बनारस भी मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड हो जाए। ये चाहते हैं, इनकी मंशा है कि कल काशी भी मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड हो जाए। खोल दीजिए दरवाजे, बांग्लादेशियों को ले आइए बनारस में।
हमदर्दी नहीं है,
आंकड़े नहीं है, आप सीमा की रक्षा नहीं कर पा रहे हैं,
और सिर्फ वोट चाहिए,
कर रहे हैं स्टेट को,
सिर्फ और सिर्फ।
आप अपनी रक्षा नहीं कर पा रहे।
मैं ये सवाल,
बेटियों से कोई खास प्यार है,
मैं देखिए,
और ना ही आपको मुसलमानों के लिए कोई भी जरा सी फिक्र है।
मैं किताबी बातें नहीं कहता, मैं किताबी बातें नहीं कहना चाहता, किताबी उदाहरण भी नहीं देना चाहता। मैं सिर्फ तनुज खत्री जी को एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ।
आदिवासी सभ्यता है और उनको आप पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि आपको अपनी वोट बैंक की राजनीति करनी है।
आप मुझे बताइए, आज ऐसी बात हो रही है। नहीं,
आप भी जानते हैं।
मैं कह रहा हूं जो कह रहे हैं एक रहेंगे तो सेफ रहेंगे, हिमंत बिस्व शर्मा प्रधानमंत्री एक रहे तो सेफ रहेंगे, ऐसी नौबत क्यों आ गई तनुज जी? और आप झारखंड के होते हुए भी आप ऐसी बातें कह रहे हैं। एक जगह की संस्कृति, उसकी कल्चर और उसके डेमोग्राफी, यानी कि पॉपुलेशन बेस, इन चारों चीज़ों का बहुत ही इंटरलिंक्ड होते हैं तनुज जी। मैं आसाम से हूँ, मैं जानता हूँ। आप जाइए ना, अगली बार जब आपको छुट्टी मिलेगी आसाम के, आप बोरपेटा में जाइए और पूछिए वहाँ के लोगों को कि कैसा रहा, आप हिंदू जब माइनॉरिटी में आ गए तो कैसा हो गया बोरपेटा, आप पूछिए ना। और ये कह रहे हैं कि काशी कल मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड हो जाए तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। मैं कहता हूं फर्क पड़ेगा।
नहीं कहा, फालतू ना बोलिए गोस्वामी जी। मैंने कहा आपको
अर्नब जी, हिंदू जब
ना वो करते रहिए।
अर्नब जी,
काशी मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड होगा भी तो हमारा कल्चर कहीं नहीं जाने वाला है। मैंने आपको बोला ना कि नजीर बनारसी ने कहा, हमने वजू भी किया है गंगा तेरे गोद में जाकर।
किताबी बातें मत बोलिए, ये सारी किताबी चीजें होती है, ये किताबी चीजें होती है। ये कोई यूनिवर्सिटी कैंपस के लाइब्रेरी में अच्छी सुनाई देती है, या कोई कॉलेज के डिक्लेमेशन कंपटीशन में बोलने वाली चीज होती है, वास्तविकता नहीं होती।
आप नहीं होती बोलते चैनल पे, वो ठीक है।
मैं ठीक
आंकड़े दिखाइए ना गवर्नमेंट के।
लोग तो मेरे को ही सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं।
दिखाते हैं, शाजिया इल्मी के आंकड़े दिखाते हैं,
तनुज, लास्ट रिस्पॉन्स फ्रॉम तनुज।
रत्नाकर जी, आप लास्ट रिस्पॉन्स फ्रॉम तनुज। देश को ले जा रहे हैं,
उस दिन बहस कीजिएगा।
तनुज,
कितना दिन झूठ फैलाएंगे?
अर्नब जी, इनसे पूछिए कि हिंदू जब सो रहा था तो पेट्रोल 50 रुपया था, हिंदू जब जाग गया तो पेट्रोल 100 रुपया हो गया, गैस सिलेंडर 1100 रुपया हो गया।
हिंदू दौड़ेगा तो पेट्रोल 200 हो जाएगा।
हिंदू जब सो रहे थे आपके हिसाब से तो पेट्रोल 50 रुपया था, हिंदू जब जागा
आपने महंगाई बढ़ा दी
तो पेट्रोल 100 रुपया हो गया।
अब पेट्रोल के दाम कम हो गए, आपको पता नहीं चला क्या तनुज जी? या फिर आपके सरकार ने कम नहीं होने दिया? क्योंकि पूरे देश में तो पेट्रोल का दाम पिछले महीने कम हो गया, आपको पता नहीं चला क्या?
बिहार में इनकी सरकार है ना, ये किशनगंज, पूर्णिया, अररिया को कहते हैं कि इन्फेक्टेड है, पूछिए वहां कब लागू कर रहे हैं।
लेडीज